Welcome to Graven Stories. Turn off the lights, put on your headphones, and prepare for a story you won't forget. If you love true horror, subscribe now, because tonight darkness is waiting. Location: Katmai National Park, Alaska. Date: September 28, 2017. The rain had been falling for 3 days straight. Benjamin stood at the window of the ranger station, watching water sheet down the glass in patterns that never quite repeated. Beyond the blurred transparency, the landscape of Katmai stretched in shades of gray and green, the kind of green that only exists in coastal Alaska, so deep it's almost black when the clouds hang low. The spruce and hemlock forests vanished into mist 100 yards from the building, as if the world simply ended there and began again somewhere beyond sight. He'd been with the Park Service for 7 years now, the last 4 here at Katmai. Long enough to know the rhythms of this place, the way the seasons moved through it like breath through lungs. September was transition time, the salmon runs tapering off, the bears fattening themselves into stupor before the long sleep, the tourists gone except for the hardiest few who came for the solitude and the rain. Benjamin understood that impulse. There was something cathedral-like about these forests in autumn, something that made you speak in whispers if you spoke at all. He poured his 3rd cup of coffee, steam rising to join the condensation already forming on the inside of the windows. The station was warm, almost too warm, the propane heater working overtime against the damp that wanted to seep into everything. His uniform shirt was dry, but would be soaked within 5 minutes of stepping outside. That was the reality of late September in Katmai. You were either inside and dry or outside and wet with no middle ground. The radio crackled. "Morning, Ben. How's the Brooks Camp situation looking?" Sarah's voice from dispatch in King Salmon, 40 miles and a world away. Benjamin keyed the handset. "Morning, Sarah." Brooks is quiet. "Had 2 campers pack out yesterday. Weather forecast hasn't scared off the diehards yet, but give it another day of this and I think we'll be down to 0. "Roger that. We've got 1 vehicle still logged at the trailhead parking for the Valley of 10,000 Smokes. Subaru Outback, Washington plates. Permit says 3-day solo hike, due back this afternoon." Benjamin checked his clipboard, running his finger down the permit log. "Got it. Zoe Castellanos, 27, Seattle. Experienced hiker according to her form. Left 2 days ago, planned route through the Ash Valley and back via Baked Mountain Trail. Keep an eye out. This rain's been pushing the creeks up. Some of those crossings are going to be tricky." "Will do. She's got a spot beacon on her equipment list, so if she gets into trouble, we'll know." "Copy. Stay dry if you can." That's the dream. Benjamin hung the handset back on its cradle and returned to the window. Somewhere out there, beneath all that rain and mist, Zoe Castellanos was presumably making her way back toward civilization. He'd met her briefly when she came in for her permit. A slight woman with dark hair pulled back in a practical braid. The kind of hiker who asked intelligent questions about bear protocols and creek conditions. She'd had good gear, quality boots that showed wear but not abuse. She knew what she was doing, or at least gave every appearance of it. Still, 3 days alone in the backcountry during a storm like this. Benjamin had done it himself more times than he could count, but he never stopped respecting the 1,000 ways the wilderness could kill you if you made one wrong decision. Hypothermia, a fall on slick rocks, a creek crossing misjudged by 6 inches. The mountains didn't care about your experience level or your quality gear. They were indifferent, and indifference could be more dangerous than malice. He spent the morning on routine tasks, checking the supply inventory, updating the incident log, monitoring the weather station readouts. Wind from the southwest, steady at 12 knots with gusts to 20. Barometric pressure still falling. Temperature 41 degrees and dropping. The rain showed no signs of letting up, and the forecast promised more of the same through the weekend. At noon, Benjamin made himself a sandwich and ate it standing at the window, still watching the mist. The forests were so quiet. No birds called. They'd taken shelter somewhere, huddled in dense cover waiting out the deluge. Even the usual sounds of the woods, the creaking of trees and rustle of undergrowth, seemed muffled beneath the constant percussion of rain on roof, rain on earth, rain on 10,000 leaves. He was rinsing his plate when the satellite phone rang. Benjamin dried his hands and picked up. Katmai Ranger Station, this is Benjamin. Ben, it's Marcus. Marcus Yazzie, lead ranger for the Brooks Camp District. I'm at headquarters going through the trail camera footage from last week. Got something weird I wanted to run by you. What kind of weird? Camera 14, the one we mounted on the Valley Trail about 3 miles in. It's motion activated, right? Should only trigger for animals or people. Right. I've been getting triggers every night for the past 5 nights. Same time between 10 and 11 p.m. But there's nothing on the footage. Benjamin frowned. Nothing? Could be a technical glitch. Moisture in the sensor, maybe. That's what I thought, but the camera's functioning fine otherwise. Captures bears, moose, even got a wolverine 2 days ago. But these nighttime triggers? Just empty trail. Well, not empty exactly. The trees are moving like something just passed through, but there's nothing there. A small cold thread worked its way down Benjamin's spine, the kind of feeling that has nothing to do with temperature. Which camera did you say? 14, on the Valley Trail. That's on Zoe Castellanos' route. Silence on the line for a moment. The solo hiker? Yeah. She's due back this afternoon. Probably nothing, Marcus said, but his voice carried a note that suggested he didn't quite believe it himself. Just wanted you to know. Keep an ear on the radio in case she calls in. Will do. Benjamin hung up and looked at the clock. 12:47 p.m. Zoe's permit listed her expected return time as between 2 and 4 p.m., accounting for weather delays. Still well within the window. Nothing to worry about yet. He tried to return to his paperwork but found himself distracted, his eyes drifting to the window every few minutes. The mist had thickened, reducing visibility to perhaps 50 feet. The world had contracted to just the station and the small circle of visible ground around it. Everything beyond that dissolved into gray uncertainty. At 2:30, Benjamin put on his rain gear and did a perimeter check of the station, more to occupy himself than from any real necessity. The rain drummed against his hood, ran down his neck despite the supposedly waterproof collar. He checked the generator, the propane tanks, the bear-proof garbage enclosure. Everything in order. Everything normal. Except for the silence. It struck him as he stood beside the generator shed, listening. The rain made noise, yes. A constant white static that filled the air. But beneath it, there should have been other sounds. The forest should not have been this quiet, even in a storm. Even with the birds sheltered and the animals hunkered down, there should have been something. The creak of branches, the gurgle of water finding its channels, the tick of cooling metal from the generator. But there was nothing. Just rain. Just that endless, suffocating hiss. Benjamin completed his circuit and returned to the station, shaking water from his jacket. He was being paranoid. The weather was affecting him, that was all. 3 days of rain would make anyone jumpy. He checked the radio. No calls. He checked his email on the satellite link. Nothing urgent. He checked the spot beacon monitoring system, the GPS tracker that would show any distress signals from registered devices in the park. All clear. At 3:45, with Zoe now 15 minutes past her earliest expected return time, Benjamin made fresh coffee and told himself there was no reason to worry yet. Hiking in rain took longer. She might have decided to wait out the worst of the weather under a rock overhang somewhere. She might have taken a wrong turn and added an hour to her route. All perfectly normal scenarios. At 4:30, with Zoe now officially late, he called dispatch. Sarah, it's Ben. Our solo hiker hasn't reported back yet. Copy. How late is she? 30 minutes past her latest expected return. Not emergency territory yet, but wanted you aware. Acknowledged. Keep me posted. If she's not back by 6, we'll start thinking about next steps. Benjamin spent the next hour and a half trying not to stare at the door, willing it to open and reveal Zoe Castellanos, wet and tired, but safe. At 5:00, he walked out to the trailhead parking area, a 10-minute hike through dripping forest. The Subaru Outback sat alone in the gravel lot, rain bouncing off its roof, Washington plates just as the log had noted. He cupped his hands to peer through the windows. Camping gear in the back, a book on the passenger seat, an air freshener shaped like a pine tree hanging from the mirror. He returned to the station and called dispatch at exactly 6:00 p.m. "She's not back." "Okay." Sarah's voice had shifted into professional mode, the casual friendliness replaced by focus. "Let's start the protocol. You want to do an initial search tonight or wait for morning?" Benjamin looked at the window. Full dark now, or as close to it as made no difference with the cloud cover. The rain continued its relentless assault. "I'll do a preliminary sweep of the most likely routes. 2, maybe 3 hours. If I don't find sign of her, we'll organize a full search at first light. Be careful out there. Always am." He geared up. Headlamp, GPS, first aid kit, emergency blanket, radio, satellite phone. His service sidearm, which he rarely wore but seemed appropriate tonight for reasons he couldn't quite articulate. He left at 6:30, stepping out into a darkness so complete it seemed to have weight. 2 days earlier, Zoe had stood at this same trailhead, adjusting the straps of her pack in the drizzle, excited despite the weather. 3 days alone in Katmai. 3 days to think, to breathe, to exist without the constant digital hum of Seattle surrounding her. She'd planned this trip for 8 months, studying maps, reading trip reports, waiting for her vacation time to align with the season. The Valley of 10,000 Smokes wasn't a difficult hike, not really. Volcanic ash and pumice underfoot, moonscape terrain that looked like nowhere else on Earth. She'd done harder. She'd backpacked through the North Cascades, climbed 3 of Washington's volcanoes, spent a week in the winds of Wyoming. She knew how to filter water, hang a bear bag, navigate by compass when the GPS failed. The first day had been perfect, or as perfect as hiking in steady rain could be. The ash valley spread out around her like a gray ocean frozen mid-wave, the pumice crunching under her boots, steam vents rising in the distance like ghosts of the 1912 eruption that had created all this. She'd camped that night beside a clear stream, the sound of water over rocks lulling her to sleep. The second day, she'd continued deeper into the backcountry, following the route she'd planned. The rain intensified, but that was fine. She had good gear. She knew how to stay dry, or dry enough. The mist came and went, sometimes opening to reveal stunning vistas of mountains and ash fields, sometimes closing in until she could barely see 20 feet ahead. It was late afternoon on the second day when she first heard the crying. Zoe stopped mid-step, her boot hovering over a puddle. The sound came from somewhere ahead and to her left, muffled by rain and mist, but unmistakable. A child crying. Not screaming, not shouting, just crying. The kind of exhausted, hopeless sobbing that made something in her chest clench with instinctive concern. She stood still, listening. The sound continued for perhaps 10 seconds, then stopped. "Hello?" she called. Her voice seemed to die in the mist absorbed by the rain. "Is someone there? Do you need help?" Nothing. Just the rain. Zoe checked her map. There were no other permit holders scheduled in this area. The Brooks Camp Ranger, Benjamin, she remembered his name, had been very clear about that. She was the only person in this section of the park, which meant either someone had come in without a permit or what? A lost child? Out here? Impossible. She waited another minute, listening. When the crying didn't resume, she continued hiking, but a small knot of unease had formed in her stomach. The sound had been so clear, so distinctly human, and so distinctly a child. She hiked for another hour, covering perhaps 2 miles. The terrain grew rockier, the trail winding through low hills covered in dwarf birch and willow. The crying came again, this time from behind her. Zoe spun around, scanning the mist. "Hello? Where are you?" The crying continued for a moment longer, then cut off abruptly, replaced by silence so complete it felt wrong. She stood motionless, rain running down her face, every sense straining. Nothing moved. No child appeared through the mist. No footsteps approached. "This is crazy," she whispered to herself. Sound could do strange things in fog and rain. She'd probably heard a bird, a raven or something, and her brain had interpreted it as human. That made sense. That was rational. She hiked on, but faster now, wanting to reach her planned campsite before dark. The crying followed her, never close, always at the edge of hearing, sometimes ahead, sometimes behind, once from so far to her right, it couldn't possibly have been the same source. By the time she reached the campsite, a small flat area beside another stream, her hands were shaking as she set up her tent. Not from cold, from something else. Something she didn't want to name. The crying stopped once the tent was up. Zoe made dinner, her camp stove hissing in the rain, and ate without tasting the food. She kept her headlamp on, pointed out into the darkness, waiting for something to appear. Nothing did. She climbed into her sleeping bag fully dressed, telling herself it was because of the cold. She was asleep within minutes, exhaustion overriding unease. She woke to the sound of her name. Zoe. Soft. Almost a whisper. Coming from just outside the tent. She lay rigid in her sleeping bag, heart hammering. The voice had been female, she thought. Or maybe male. Or maybe neither. It had been wrong somehow, the syllables stretched too long, the tone not quite matching any human voice she'd ever heard. Zoe. Again. Closer. Who's there? Her voice cracked. Silence. Long enough that she began to think she'd imagined it. Then, help me, Zoe. She grabbed her flashlight with numb fingers and unzipped the tent fly, shining the light out into the darkness. Rain, trees, nothing else. Where are you? Here. The voice came from the direction of the stream. I fell. I'm hurt. Please help. Zoe's training warred with her instincts. If someone was injured, she had to help. That was basic human decency, basic wilderness ethics. But every nerve in her body screamed that something was wrong, that she should stay in the tent, zip it closed, wait for morning. I'm coming, she called, and hated how her voice shook. She pulled on her boots, grabbed her first aid kit, and climbed out of the tent into the rain. The stream was 30 feet from her campsite. Tumbling over rocks in the darkness, she swept her flashlight back and forth along the banks, looking for an injured hiker, a fallen climber, anything that would explain the voice. Nothing. Hello? Zoe. Right behind her. She spun, and for just a moment, less than a second, a fragment of perception, she saw something at the edge of her flashlight beam. Something that might have been a person, or might have been something else. Something with two long limbs and eyes that reflected light wrong, and a mouth that opened too wide. Then it was gone, and she was alone in the rain, her breath coming in gasps, her hands shaking so badly she nearly dropped the flashlight. Zoe ran, back to her tent, scrambling inside, zipping the fly shut with fingers that wouldn't quite obey her. She sat in the darkness, listening to the rain, listening to her own racing heartbeat, listening for the voice. It didn't come again that night, but she didn't sleep either. Oh. Benjamin's headlamp cut a cone of light through the rain and darkness, illuminating perhaps 15 feet of trail at a time. Everything beyond that was void. He'd been hiking for 40 minutes, following the valley trail toward the most likely point where Zoe would be returning. His radio crackled, making him jump. Unit 7, this is dispatch. Go ahead, Sarah. Any sign of her? Negative. I'm about 3 miles in. Still have another mile to the junction point. Copy. Be advised, we're getting some weird reports from other areas of the park. Might be related, might not. Benjamin stopped walking. What kind of reports? Campers at Dumpling Mountain called in about 20 minutes ago. Said they heard someone calling for help near their site, but when they went to investigate, no one was there. They're pretty spooked. The cold thread down his spine again, stronger now. Did they describe the voice? Said it sounded like a child crying, then calling for help. But here's the thing. They said it knew their names. Called out to them specifically. Benjamin's hand tightened on the radio. What did you tell them? Told them to stay in their tents, don't investigate further. I've got Marcus heading their way now. She paused. Ben, what's going on out there? He should have said he didn't know. He should have stuck to procedure, to rationality, to the kinds of explanations that made sense in incident reports. Instead, he found himself saying, "Have you ever heard of Kushtaka?" Silence on the radio for a long moment. Then, "Yeah, my grandmother told stories, Tlingit legends. Why?" "Just wondering." He keyed off before she could ask more questions. Kushtaka. The word felt heavy in his mind, laden with implications he didn't want to examine too closely. He'd heard the stories 2 years ago, from an old ranger who'd grown up in a Tlingit village near Juneau. Shapeshifters that lived near water, that could take the form of otters or humans or something in between. They mimicked voices, lured people away from safety, led them into rivers where they'd be transformed. Lost, never found. Just stories. Folklore. The kind of tales every wilderness culture told to keep children from wandering too far from camp, to explain the unexplainable. Except for the empty trail camera footage. Except for the campers at Dumpling Mountain. Except for the fact that Zoe Castellanos, an experienced hiker with good gear and good sense, was now 4 hours overdue and somewhere in these dark, rain-soaked forests. Benjamin continued hiking, his senses hyper-alert now. The rain continued its monotonous drum against his hood. The trail wound through forest so thick his headlamp beam couldn't penetrate more than a few feet into the undergrowth. Several times he stopped, certain he'd heard something. A footstep, a branch breaking, a voice, but each time there was only rain, only darkness. At the 4-mile mark, he found her first camp. The tent was still standing, properly staked, the fly taut and undamaged. Her pack leaned against a tree, covered with its rain cover. Everything looked normal, orderly, exactly how a responsible backpacker would leave a camp. Except Zoe wasn't there. Benjamin approached slowly, announcing himself. "Zoe Castellanos? This is Park Ranger Benjamin Chen. If you're here, please respond." Nothing. He unzipped the tent. Her sleeping bag was inside, along with some clothes, a book, a water filter. The tent was dry inside. She'd been here, had set up properly, and then... What left? Why would she leave her sleeping bag behind? Benjamin backed away from the tent and called dispatch. "Sarah, I found her camp at the 4-mile mark. Tent set up, gear present, but she's not here. Could she be out using the bathroom, maybe? Her sleeping bag is still in the tent. In this weather? Nobody hikes away from their bag. And her pack is here too. She wouldn't have gone far without her pack." Okay. We need to escalate this. I'm calling in a full search and rescue for First Light. Can you stay there tonight, secure the scene?" Benjamin looked at the tent, at the dark forest pressing in from all sides. Every instinct told him to say no, to get back to the station where there were walls and light and the illusion of safety. But protocol was protocol. "I'll stay." He set up his own emergency bivouac near her tent, using a tarp to create a small sheltered area. He built no fire. Everything was too wet. But he had his stove for hot water. He made tea and drank it without tasting it, his eyes constantly scanning the darkness beyond his headlamp's reach. At 9:47 p.m., he heard the crying. It started soft, almost below the threshold of hearing. A child's voice sobbing, heartbroken. Benjamin stood up slowly, his hand dropping to the canister of bear spray on his belt. Not his gun. He didn't know why, but the bear spray felt right in a way the gun didn't. The crying continued, moving through the forest, perhaps 50 yards from his position. Circling, not approaching, not retreating, just present. "Who's there?" His voice came out steady, authoritative. "Good. This is a closed area. Identify yourself." The crying stopped. In its place, a new voice, female, strained, familiar, even though he'd only heard it once 2 days ago. Benjamin, please help me, I'm lost." Zoe's voice, exactly Zoe's voice, with that slight Seattle accent, that particular cadence, but wrong, stretched, like a recording played at slightly the wrong speed. "Where are you, Zoe?" "I don't know. I can't see. Everything is dark. Please, I'm so cold. Benjamin grabbed his flashlight and swept the forest. Nothing. Just trees and rain and darkness. Stay where you are. Keep talking so I can find you. I'm trying, but I can't. Benjamin, there's something wrong with the forest. The trees keep moving, the trail keeps changing. I've been walking for hours, but I'm still in the same place. His blood ran cold. Those weren't the words of a lost hiker. Those were the words of someone experiencing something else entirely, something that shouldn't be possible. Zoe, I need you to activate your emergency beacon. Press the SOS button on your spot device. Can you do that? I don't have it. I don't have anything. I don't remember. When did I lose my pack? Benjamin, when did I lose my pack? The voice was starting to sound less like Zoe and more like something else. The words came with pauses in wrong places, emphasis on wrong syllables. Whatever was speaking was losing its grip on the mimicry, or maybe it didn't care anymore about maintaining the illusion. I don't think you're Zoe, Benjamin said quietly. Silence, long and heavy, then laughter. Not human laughter, something that started as laughter and descended into a sound that belonged to no human throat. A chittering, warbling noise that made his skin crawl and his stomach clench. The sound moved through the forest, impossibly fast, circling his position. He spun, trying to track it, but it came from everywhere and nowhere. His headlamp caught glimpses, movement between trees, something sleek and wrong, too low to the ground to be human but moving upright in ways that animals didn't move. Benjamin. His own name in his mother's voice now. His mother who'd been dead for 3 years. Benjamin, why didn't you come? I waited so long. I called and called, but you never came. You're not real. He said it loudly, firmly, as much to himself as to whatever was out there. My mother is dead. You're not her. Not real. The voice shifted again, became something that might have been Zoe or might have been nothing human. Not real, not real. But she was real. Is real. Will be real. Time is different in the water, Benjamin. Time is different when you change. Where is she? Where is Zoe? Everywhere. Nowhere. Becoming. She fought so hard, Benjamin. She screamed your name. Did you hear? Were you listening? He hadn't been. 2 days ago, while whatever this was had taken Zoe Castellanos, he'd been at the ranger station drinking coffee, filing paperwork, living his normal life. While she'd been dragged into whatever nightmare this was. The chittering sound came again, closer now. Benjamin pulled his bear spray, held it ready. Show yourself. Would you like that? Would you like to see? We could show you what she saw. We could show you what happens when the river takes you. When the change begins, when you realize you're becoming something else and there's nothing you can do to stop it. Movement at the edge of his light. Not close enough to see clearly, but close enough to perceive. Something wet and dark. Something with too many joints. Something that reflected his headlamp beam with eyes that weren't animal and weren't human. She's at the river, it said. And now the voice was a perfect copy of his own. Benjamin speaking to Benjamin. She's at the river waiting for you. She wants to show you how the water feels. She wants to teach you how to swim the deep places where the light doesn't reach. Don't you want to see her again? Don't you want to help? No. Liar. The voice held amusement now, cruel and ancient. You're already wondering, already thinking about it. What if she's still alive? What if you could save her? What if you just walked down to the river, just looked, just... Benjamin triggered the bear spray, aiming at where he'd seen the movement. The stream of capsaicin shot out into the darkness, and something shrieked. Not a human scream, not an animal cry, but something in between, something that hurt to hear. The forest fell silent. He stood there, spray canister still extended, breathing hard, waiting. Minutes passed. 5, 10. Nothing moved. The rain continued falling. The darkness pressed in from all sides. Very slowly, Benjamin backed toward his bivouac. He didn't turn his back on the forest. He didn't lower the spray. When he reached his tarp, he crawled inside and sat with his back against a tree, the spray in one hand and his radio in the other. "Sarah," he whispered into the radio. "Sarah, are you there?" Static, pure static. He checked the battery. Full. Checked the channel. Correct. Tried again. "Dispatch, this is Unit 7. Do you copy?" The static resolved into a voice, his own voice. "We copy, Unit 7. We're right here. We've always been here. Waiting." He shut off the radio and sat in the darkness, listening to the rain, listening to his own heartbeat, listening for the sound of something approaching through the forest. It didn't come for him that night, but he heard it, moving through the trees, circling his position again and again, patient as stone, hungry as time. Au dawn came gray and dim, the rain finally tapering to drizzle. Benjamin emerged from his bivouac stiff and exhausted, having not slept at all. His radio worked again, crackling to life with Sarah's genuinely concerned voice. Ben, we lost contact with you last night. What happened?" "Radio malfunction." The lie came easily. What else could he say? "I'm at the campsite. Need a search team here as soon as possible." "They're already mobilizing. Should be at your position by 8. He waited, sipping cold coffee from his thermos, staring at Zoe's tent. In the gray morning light, it looked so normal, so mundane. A blue tent in a forest clearing, slightly damp from rain. Nothing sinister, nothing impossible. Except he knew Zoe Castellanos wasn't coming back. Not the Zoe who had smiled at him 2 days ago, who had asked intelligent questions about bear safety, who had been excited about 3 days alone in the wilderness. That Zoe was gone. The search and rescue team arrived at 8:15. 6 people, including Marcus, all experienced wilderness responders. They spread out in a grid pattern, searching the area around the camp. Benjamin joined them, though he felt hollow inside, going through motions he knew were futile. At 10:30, one of the searchers called out, "Found something!" They converged on the location, a small stream perhaps 200 yards from the camp. The searcher, a woman named Jennifer, pointed at the muddy bank. Footprints, human footprints small enough to be Zoe's, leading into the water, but not coming out on the other side. "The current's not strong enough to wash them away," Jennifer said, frowning. "She should have left prints on the far bank." They searched up and down the stream for half a mile in both directions. No exit prints, no signs of her emerging from the water. It was as if she'd walked into the stream and simply ceased to exist. Marcus stood beside Benjamin at the water's edge. "What the hell happened here?" Benjamin watched the water flow past, dark and cold and ancient. Beneath the surface, something caught his eye. A flash of movement there and gone. It might have been a fish. It might have been an otter. It might have been something else entirely. "I don't know," he said quietly. They searched for 3 more days. Helicopters when the weather cleared, dog teams, volunteers from King Salmon and Anchorage. They found nothing else. No body, no gear scattered by a fall, no signs of animal predation. Nothing. The official report listed Zoe Castellanos as missing, presumed drowned. An accident, tragic but explicable. These things happened in the wilderness. People got disoriented, made bad decisions, stepped wrong, and were swept away by currents stronger than they looked. Benjamin signed off on the report. He didn't mention the voices. He didn't mention what he'd seen at the edge of his light. He didn't mention the conversation with something that wasn't human, that spoke with stolen voices and promised transformation in dark water. He requested a transfer 3 weeks later. The request was denied. Budget constraints, staffing shortages, the usual bureaucratic reasons. He would remain at Katmai through the end of the season. On his last patrol before the winter closure, he found himself at the stream where Zoe's footprints had disappeared. He stood on the bank, looking down into the water. It was clear enough to see the stones on the bottom, the small fish darting between rocks, and something else. Something that might have been shadows, might have been movement, might have been nothing at all. "I'm sorry," he whispered. The water flowed past. Indifferent. Eternal. If it heard, it gave no sign. But as Benjamin turned to leave, he could have sworn he heard something behind him. A woman's voice carried on the wind and rain. Benjamin. He didn't turn around. He walked back to the station, filed his final report, and when the season ended, he flew back to Anchorage and took the first job he could find that kept him away from wilderness, away from forests, away from water. But sometimes, late at night, he still hears it. The crying sound. The voice that knows his name. The chittering laughter that comes from throats that belong to neither man nor animal. And he wonders if Zoe Castellanos is still out there, somewhere between human and something else, swimming in deep places where the light doesn't reach, waiting for the next hiker to hear the crying and come to investigate, waiting for someone to help. Location: Congaree National Park, South Carolina. Date: August 17th, 2019. The cypress trees stood like ancient pillars in water the color of strong tea, their knees breaking the surface in knobbed clusters that seemed almost deliberate, almost architectural. Marcus Webb had walked the boardwalk loop 17 times that week, his 8th year as a ranger at Congaree National Park, and he still found something new to notice each time. Today it was the way the Spanish moss hung motionless in the thick air, gray-green curtains that didn't sway even slightly, despite the approaching weather system churning somewhere over the Atlantic. The humidity sat on everything like a second skin. By 9 in the morning, his uniform shirt already clung to his back, and the radio on his belt felt heavier than it should. The forecast had been calling for the tropical storm since Wednesday. Tropical Storm Claudette, they'd named it, though the meteorologist couldn't agree on whether it would make landfall as far north as South Carolina or curve south toward Savannah. Either way, the park would feel it. Marcus could already smell the storm in the air, that particular scent of ozone and disturbed water, like the earth itself was holding its breath. The floodplain was already higher than normal for August. Another few inches, and they'd have to close the low boardwalk sections. Another foot, and they'd evacuate the backcountry campers entirely. He stopped at the intersection where the boardwalk split toward Weston Lake, checking his watch. 9:43. The morning had been quiet so far. 3 visitors on the early loop, all out by 8:30. A retired couple from Pennsylvania and a young woman who'd been sketching the bald cypress roots with impressive detail. She'd shown him her work when he'd passed. Intricate pen drawings that captured the way the trees seemed to grow directly from the water, their bases flaring like the hems of ball gowns. He'd complimented her technique, reminded her about the weather forecast, and continued his patrol. The radio crackled. "Unit 4, this is base." Marcus unclipped it from his belt. "Unit 4, go ahead. Just confirming you completed the morning loop. We've got a weather update. Claudette's tracking is looking more certain. National Weather Service is saying landfall around Charleston, late tonight or early tomorrow. We're implementing storm protocols as of 1400 hours. Copy that. Loop's clear. I'm heading back to check the primitive campsite registry. Roger. Be advised, we've got 1 overnight permit still active for Cedar Creek. Single camper, checked in yesterday afternoon." Marcus felt a small knot form in his stomach. Cedar Creek was one of the more remote sites, accessible only by a 2-mile trail that wound through some of the densest old-growth forest in the park. Beautiful spot, but it flooded fast when the water rose. "Do we have contact information?" "Affirmative. Allison Brenner, cell number on file. I tried calling 10 minutes ago. No answer. Probably no signal out there. I'll hike out and notify her in person. Storm protocols mean mandatory evacuation of backcountry sites, right?" "Correct. If she wants to stay, she'll need to move to the designated emergency shelter at Longleaf Campground. But honestly, Marcus, with the water rising, I'd recommend she leave the park entirely." "Understood. I'll head out there now. Should be back by 1300. "Copy. Stay safe out there." Marcus clipped the radio back to his belt and adjusted his pack. 2 miles wasn't far, but in this heat and humidity, it would feel longer. He'd need to bring extra water for the camper, too. If she'd been out there since yesterday, she might be running low, and the creek water definitely needed treatment before drinking. no matter how clear it looked. He returned to the ranger station, refilled his Camelback, grabbed 2 extra bottles, added a basic first aid kit and a park map with the emergency shelter locations marked. Standard procedure. The station was a small building with air conditioning that barely worked and a persistent smell of mildew that no amount of dehumidifying could eliminate. This was the low country after all. Everything stayed damp. Everything grew things. Moss, mold, mushrooms sprouting from places they shouldn't. Marcus had learned to accept it as part of the ecosystem, part of what made Congaree unique. 26,000 acres of old-growth bottomland hardwood forest, one of the last significant stands remaining in the United States. The trees here had been growing for centuries, some of them dating back to before European contact. Walking through Congaree was like walking through a cathedral built by time itself. He locked the station and headed for the Cedar Creek trailhead. The path started innocuously enough, a well-maintained dirt track that quickly narrowed and darkened as it entered the forest proper. The canopy closed overhead, laurel oak and sweet gum mixing with the towering loblolly pines that gave the region its name. Light filtered down in broken shafts, green gold and heavy with moisture. Within 100 yards, the sounds of the parking area and visitor center faded completely, replaced by the dense quiet of the swamp forest. Not silent, though. Never silent. Congaree was always alive with sound if you listened carefully. The high-pitched buzz of cicadas formed a constant background hum. Woodpeckers drummed in the distance. The sharp rat-a-tat of a pileated, probably, searching for beetles in dead wood. Frogs called from the water channels that crisscrossed the floodplain, a bass chorus that rose and fell in waves. And beneath it all, the subtle sounds of water itself, dripping, trickling, flowing through channels visible and invisible, the slow pulse of the wetland ecosystem. Marcus walked at a steady pace, watching the trail out of habit. Roots crossed the path in places, thick and gnarled, slick with moisture. Mushrooms grew in clusters, small brown ones, delicate white ones, and occasionally the bright orange of a chicken of the woods fungus, climbing a dead trunk like flames. He'd learned to identify most of them over the years, though he'd never been brave enough to try eating the edible varieties. Too many looked similar. Too easy to make a fatal mistake. The trail wound deeper into the forest, following the slight elevation changes that distinguished high ground from floodplain in this flat landscape. In places, boardwalks bridged standing water where the trail would otherwise be impassable. The wood was dark with age and moisture, the planks stamped with warnings about alligators and venomous snakes. Both were common here, though Marcus rarely saw them during the day. They had more sense than humans when it came to the heat. They found shade, stayed still, conserved energy. He was perhaps a mile in when he noticed the silence. It didn't happen all at once. The cicadas faded first, their buzz diminishing gradually until he realized he'd been walking for several minutes without hearing them at all. Then the frogs stopped, then the birds. Marcus slowed his pace, listening. This happened sometimes when a predator moved through, a bobcat or coyote, occasionally a black bear, though those were rare. The small creatures went quiet, waiting for danger to pass. But there was no sound of movement, no rustling in the undergrowth, no snap of twigs under heavy paws, just the absence of sound, as if the forest itself had paused to listen. Marcus stood still on the trail, barely breathing, extending his senses. The air felt heavier somehow, thicker. The light seemed dimmer, though the canopy hadn't changed. He could hear his own heartbeat, surprisingly loud in his ears. Could hear the slight rasp of his breathing, and beneath that, or perhaps imagined, a sound like breathing that wasn't his own. Slow, rhythmic, as if the forest itself had lungs. He shook his head slightly, annoyed at himself. 8 years in the park and he was getting spooked by natural silence. A predator had passed through, that was all. The sounds would return. He continued walking but found himself moving more quietly, stepping carefully to avoid snapping twigs or scuffing the path. The silence persisted for another quarter mile before the first frog resumed calling, tentative at first, then joined by others. The cicadas started again. The forest exhaled, and Marcus realized he'd been holding tension in his shoulders that he now consciously relaxed. Nothing wrong. Just the woods being the woods. The Cedar Creek campsite sat in a small clearing about 50 yards from the creek itself, accessible by a narrow spur trail marked with a weathered wooden sign. Marcus had been there dozens of times. It was a popular spot for experienced campers who wanted solitude but didn't want to venture into the true backcountry sites that required navigation by compass and map. Cedar Creek had a fire ring, a cleared tent pad, and a bear box for food storage. Basic, but maintained. He could see the tent as soon as he entered the clearing. A small two-person model, dark green, pitched properly with the guy line secured and the rainfly attached despite the current lack of rain. Good camping practice. Whoever this Allison Brenner was, she knew what she was doing. The tent flap was closed. "Hello, the camp," Marcus called out using the traditional hiker's greeting. "Park ranger doing a wellness check." No response. He walked closer, noting the details automatically. A pair of hiking boots sat outside the tent, neatly placed. A small camp chair was set up near the fire ring, which contained the cold remains of a fire from last night, burned down to white ash, properly extinguished. A stuff sack hung from the bear cable, probably containing food. Everything looked orderly, well organized. Nothing seemed wrong. "Ms. Brenner?" He stopped about 10 feet from the tent. "Allison Brenner. This is Park Ranger Marcus Webb. I need to talk to you about the weather forecast." Still no response. The tent didn't move. No sound of someone stirring inside. Marcus felt a prickle of concern. Maybe she was out hiking, exploring the area. But her boots were here, and hiking in the swamp in sandals or barefoot was asking for trouble. Too many roots, too many things that could cut or bite. He approached the tent and knocked on the aluminum pole near the entrance. "Ms. Brenner, are you in there?" He waited 10 seconds, then carefully unzipped the tent flap a few inches. "I'm opening your tent to check on your welfare. If you're in there, please respond." He pulled the flap wider and looked inside. Empty. The sleeping bag was rolled neatly in one corner, a small backpack propped against it. A headlamp hung from the tent's interior loop. A book. He could see it was a field guide to southern trees lay on top of the sleeping bag. Everything packed and organized as if she'd stepped out for just a moment. But her boots were outside. Where would she have gone? Marcus straightened and scanned the campsite more carefully. No signs of disturbance. No indication of an animal getting into the camp. The stuff sack hanging from the bear cable was intact, showing she'd followed proper food storage protocols. He walked toward the creek, thinking maybe she'd gone to filter water or wash up, though the lack of boots still bothered him. The creek itself ran clear and dark, tannin-stained water moving sluggishly between cypress knees and over submerged logs. The water level was definitely higher than normal. He could see the high water marks on the tree trunks, showing where the creek had been earlier in the summer. In another 12 hours, with the storm surge and rainfall from Claudette, this area would be significantly flooded. "Allison," he called louder now, his voice carrying through the forest. "Allison Brenner, if you can hear me, please respond. This is Park Ranger Webb." He listened. Frogs, cicadas, the slow gurgle of creek water. No human voice. Marcus pulled out his radio. "Base, this is Unit 4. "Static then. Go ahead, Unit 4. "I'm at Cedar Creek campsite. The tent is here, set up and occupied, but the camper is not present. Boots are outside the tent, but I can't locate her in the immediate area." A pause. "Any signs of disturbance or emergency?" "Negative. Everything looks orderly, but she's not answering calls and I can't see where she would have gone without her boots." "Copy. Do you want backup for a search?" Marcus checked his watch. 11:15. "Let me do a quick search of the immediate area first. She might have just gone for a short walk. I'll radio in 15 minutes with an update." "Roger that. We'll stand by." He clipped the radio back and began a systematic search of the area around the campsite, moving in concentric circles, looking for any sign of passage. The ground was soft in places, muddy in others, but he found no clear footprints. No broken vegetation suggesting someone had pushed through the undergrowth. No calls for help. No signs of injury. After 10 minutes, he expanded his search farther from the camp, following the creek upstream for 100 yards, then downstream for the same distance. Nothing. The forest simply absorbed her, left no trace. It was as if Allison Brenner had stepped out of her tent and vanished into the humid air. Marcus felt the knot in his stomach tighten. This wasn't right. People didn't just disappear. But in Congaree, in 26,000 acres of swamp forest where you could walk 50 feet off trail and be completely disoriented, where the water was rising and a storm was coming, yes, people could disappear. It happened. Not often, but it happened. He was about to radio base again when he noticed something. On a cypress tree about 30 yards from the campsite, at roughly eye level, something had been carved into the bark, not deeply, just scratched into the surface like someone had used a fingernail or a sharp stick. Marcus approached it slowly, an irrational sense of dread building in his chest. The carving was simple. 3 curved lines, arranged in a pattern that looked almost like a simplified face. 2 marks for eyes and 1 for a mouth. But the mouth was wrong. It curved upward in a smile that was too wide, too sharp, like a crescent moon lying on its back. Below the face, a single word had been scratched. Riding. Marcus stared at the carving, a cold feeling spreading through him despite the oppressive heat. The marks looked fresh. The exposed wood was still pale, not yet darkened by moisture and oxidation. They could have been made today, could have been made last night. He'd never seen anything like this in the park before. Vandalism happened occasionally, initials carved in trees, spray paint on rocks. But this felt different. This felt deliberate, meaningful in a way he couldn't articulate. The face with its too wide smile seemed to be looking at him, and the word riding echoed in his mind with implications he didn't want to consider. His grandmother had been from the Low Country, from a small Gullah community outside Beaufort. She'd died when Marcus was 12, but he remembered the stories she used to tell. Old stories, passed down through generations that stretched back to West Africa. Stories that had evolved and changed in the humid darkness of the Carolina coast. Stories about things that moved at night. Things that weren't quite human anymore, if they ever had been. One story in particular came back to him now, unbidden. The story of the Boo Hag. He pushed the memory away. That was folklore. That was stories told to scare children. This was a real missing person in a real national park with a real storm approaching. He needed to focus on practical concerns, not on half-remembered tales from childhood. But the word riding stayed with him as he pulled out his radio. Base, this is Unit 4. I need to initiate a search and rescue operation. I'm marking this as a code yellow. Missing person, circumstances unclear. Allison Brenner had arrived at Cedar Creek campsite yesterday afternoon with a sense of relief that she hadn't expected to feel so intensely. The drive from Charlotte had taken 4 hours, and the last month of her life had been, she didn't even have a word for it. Suffocating, maybe. Crushing. Her father's funeral had been 3 weeks ago. The estate settlement was dragging on. Her sister wasn't speaking to her over a disagreement about their mother's care. And Marcus, different Marcus, her ex-boyfriend Marcus, had started dating someone new, posting pictures that kept appearing in Allison's social media feed no matter how many times she muted or blocked. She'd needed to get away, needed to be somewhere with no cell signal, no internet, no constant stream of other people's expectations and judgments. Somewhere she could just exist without having to perform or explain or justify. Congaree had seemed perfect, remote but not dangerous, beautiful but not crowded. She'd reserved the Cedar Creek site online, packed her gear with the kind of meticulous attention to detail that came from years of camping with her father, and driven south into the Low Country, with her windows down and her phone off. The hike to the campsite had been harder than she'd expected. The humidity was brutal, and her pack was heavier than it needed to be. She'd overpacked, as usual, bringing things just in case that she'd probably never use. But she'd made it, and the campsite was even better than the pictures online. The clearing was peaceful, shaded by massive trees that seemed to exist in a different time scale than human concerns. The creek burbled nearby, soothing and constant. She'd set up her tent efficiently, hung her food, built a fire, and cooked a simple dinner of rice and dehydrated vegetables. As the sun set and the forest darkened around her, she'd felt something like peace for the first time in weeks. The fire crackled, the frogs sang. The weight she'd been carrying seemed to lift just slightly. She'd read for a while by Headlamp, the field guide to southern trees that she'd bought specifically for this trip, wanting to identify the giants that surrounded her. Bald cypress, water tupelo, laurel oak, overcup oak. Names that felt solid, ancient, real, in a way that legal documents and funeral arrangements didn't. By 9:30 she was exhausted, more tired than she'd realized. The heat and the hike had drained her. She'd banked the fire properly, checked that all her food was secure, and retreated to her tent. The sleeping bag felt clean and safe. The sound of the creek was hypnotic. She'd fallen asleep within minutes. And then, sometime in the deepest part of the night, she'd woken. Not suddenly. Not with the jolt of alarm that comes from a nightmare or a sudden noise. She'd woken slowly, consciousness rising like bubbles through dark water, and with it came the sensation that something was wrong. Her body felt heavy, impossibly heavy, as if the sleeping bag had become a lead blanket. She tried to move and couldn't. Her arms wouldn't respond to her commands. Her legs were numb, distant, barely part of her. Panic flickered in her mind, but even that felt muted, as if her emotions were happening somewhere far away. She could feel her heart beating, fast, too fast, but she couldn't seem to draw a full breath. Her chest felt compressed, squeezed by some enormous weight that she couldn't see. She tried to open her eyes, managed it barely. The tent interior was dark, the fabric walls barely visible in the faint starlight that filtered through the mesh windows. Everything looked normal. Nothing moved, but she could feel it. Something was wrong with the air itself. It felt thicker, harder to breathe, and there was a smell she couldn't identify. Something sweet and rotten at the same time, like flowers left in a vase too long. And then she heard the breathing, not her own labored attempts to fill her lungs. This was different. This was slow, rhythmic, deliberate. The breathing of something massive, something patient, something that had all the time in the world. It seemed to come from right above her, right on top of her, though she couldn't see anything when she rolled her eyes upward. Just the dark ceiling of the tent. But she could feel it. Weight pressing down on her chest. Weight that corresponded with each exhale of that slow, terrible breathing. As if something was sitting on her, using her, riding her like a horse that had no choice but to carry its burden. Allison tried to scream. Her mouth opened, but no sound came out. She tried to thrash, to fight, to move anything, a finger, a toe, anything, but her body refused to obey. She was trapped in her own flesh, pinned beneath something she couldn't see, couldn't fight, couldn't escape. The breathing continued. In, out, in, out. And with each exhale, she felt something being pulled from her. Not blood, not anything physical she could name, but something essential, something that made her her. It was being drawn out through her breath, stolen with each cycle of those enormous invisible lungs. Time stopped meaning anything. She might have been paralyzed for seconds or hours. All she knew was the breathing, the weight, the slow draining feeling of being emptied out like a vessel, and underneath her terror a strange thought surfaced. This has happened before. Not to her, but to others. Many others. This is old. This is what it does. Then, just as slowly as it had come, the weight lifted. The breathing stopped. The air in the tent suddenly felt normal again. Hot, humid, but breathable. Allison gasped, pulling in oxygen like someone who'd been underwater too long. Her body was her own again. She could move her fingers, curl her toes, turn her head. She lay there shaking, too terrified to do anything else. What had that been? A nightmare? Sleep paralysis? She'd heard of that. A condition where your mind wakes but your body remains in sleep paralysis, often accompanied by hallucinations and a sensation of pressure on the chest. That had to be it. Had to be. But the smell lingered, sweet and rotten, real. And outside her tent, very softly, she heard footsteps, not the sound of boots or shoes. This was something else, a soft padding sound, skin on dirt moving around the perimeter of her tent in a slow circle, around and around, and with it a new sound that made her blood turn to ice. Humming. Someone was humming a tune she almost recognized, something old and rhythmic like a lullaby or a work song. The voice was female but wrong somehow. The pitch wavered in ways human voices didn't, sliding between notes that had no names. Allison pulled the sleeping bag up to her chin, her heart hammering so hard she thought it might burst. The footsteps continued circling. The humming went on, around and around her tent, patient and methodical, like a predator establishing territory. She waited for it to stop, waited for morning, waited for anything to change, but the circling continued until the sky began to lighten. And only then, as the first bird started calling and the forest woke around her, did the footsteps finally move away, fading into the undergrowth with that same soft padding sound. Allison lay motionless until full daylight, then emerged from her tent on shaking legs to find her boots arranged neatly outside where she'd left them, and the morning looking completely normal. The fire ring was cold. The forest was peaceful. Nothing suggested that anything unusual had happened, except that she felt wrong, hollowed out, like something vital had been taken and not returned. And when she looked at the cypress tree 30 yards from her tent, she saw the carving that definitely hadn't been there yesterday, the face with its too wide smile, the single word, writing. She'd backed away from it slowly, fighting the urge to pack immediately and leave. But where would she go? Back to Charlotte? Back to the life that felt like it was crushing her? At least here the danger was honest, straightforward. At least here she could see it coming. Except she couldn't. Whatever had visited her tent last night, whatever had sat on her chest and stolen her breath, she hadn't seen it at all, had only felt it. And now it had marked the trees, marked her campsite, marked her. Allison had spent the morning trying to rationalize what happened. Sleep paralysis, stress, grief manifesting in strange ways. She'd forced herself to eat breakfast, to drink water, to act normal. She'd left her boots outside the tent because they were muddy. She'd taken her field guide and walked down to the creek in her camp sandals, trying to focus on tree identification, trying to convince herself that everything was fine. But she couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching her, something patient, something waiting for night to fall again. And now she stood by the creek, the field guide open in her hands to a page she wasn't reading, and she realized she'd been standing in the same spot for 20 minutes without moving. Time felt strange, thick. The forest was too quiet. The birds had stopped singing, the frogs had stopped calling, and behind her, very softly, she heard footsteps approaching through the undergrowth. The same soft padding sound from last night, skin on dirt, coming closer. Allison turned slowly, her field guide falling from her hands into the shallow water. There was nothing there, just the forest, just the trees, just the thick, humid air, and the sudden, complete silence. But she could feel it, right in front of her, right there, close enough to touch. And then she felt the breath on her face, slow, rhythmic, patient. And she opened her mouth to scream but found she couldn't make a sound. Couldn't move, couldn't do anything but stand there as the invisible weight pressed against her chest, and the breathing continued, in and out, stealing everything she was with each exhale. The last thing Allison Brenner saw before the forest swallowed her completely was her own reflection in the creek water. But the reflection was wrong. The reflection was smiling too wide, with a mouth like a crescent moon, and she realized with distant horror that the face in the water wasn't hers anymore. It was wearing her, and it was hungry. The search and rescue team arrived at Cedar Creek campsite by 1:30 in the afternoon. 3 rangers plus 2 volunteers from the local SAR unit, all experienced in wilderness search protocols. They spread out in a grid pattern, calling Allison's name, looking for any sign of passage or disturbance. Marcus led them through the same areas he'd already searched, pointing out the tent, the boots, the organized campsite. He showed them the carving on the cypress tree, though he didn't mention what it meant to him, what memories it stirred from his grandmother's stories. The team photographed it as potential evidence but didn't assign it much significance. Probably just vandalism, they agreed, unrelated to the missing person. By 3 o'clock, they'd expanded the search radius to half a mile. By 4, they'd found nothing. No tracks, no torn clothing, no signs of injury. It was as if Allison Brenner had simply ceased to exist. The storm was getting closer. Marcus could feel it in the air, in the way the light had turned yellow-green, in the way the wind had picked up just slightly, making the Spanish moss finally move after days of hanging still. They had maybe 3 or 4 hours before the outer bands of Claudette arrived. After that, the floodwaters would rise fast, and the search would have to be suspended until the storm passed. "We need to make a decision," said Janet Kowalski, the lead SAR coordinator. She was a woman in her 50s with gray hair pulled back in a practical bun, and the kind of calm competence that came from decades of emergency response. "Do we pull out now and resume tomorrow? Or do we push through until conditions force us to stop?" Marcus looked at the sky. "If we leave now, we might not be able to get back here for 2 or 3 days. The water's already high. With the storm surge and rainfall, this whole area could be under 3 feet of water by morning. Which means if she's injured somewhere, lying low, she won't survive," Marcus finished. "I know." Janet nodded slowly. "Then we push until we can't anymore. But we stay in constant radio contact, and if I call retreat, everyone moves immediately. No heroes, agreed?" The team agreed. They spread out again, pushing deeper into the swamp forest, moving into areas where the trails disappeared entirely, and navigation became a matter of compass and instinct. The water was knee-deep in places now, forcing them to wade through murky channels where anything could be hidden beneath the surface. Cottonmouths, alligators, submerged logs that could trip you and hold you under. Marcus found himself in an area he'd only been to once before, years ago during a wildlife survey. The trees here were enormous, some of them with trunks 10 feet in diameter. Their bases flared into complex root systems that looked like the flying buttresses of Gothic cathedrals. The canopy was so dense overhead that it felt like twilight even in mid-afternoon. The only light came in scattered beams that caught the humidity and turned the air visible, solid, like you could reach out and touch it. He moved slowly, carefully, calling Allison's name every few minutes and listening for any response. The forest answered with its usual sounds, frogs, insects, the distant call of a barred owl waking early because of the darkness. Nothing human, nothing helpful. Then he saw the marks on the trees. Not carved, like the one back at the campsite. These were scratched into the bark at various heights, some low to the ground, others 8 or 10 feet up, as if something had climbed the trunks while marking them. The same pattern repeated on tree after tree. 3 curved lines forming that too-wide smile, with the single word riding scratched below. Marcus felt his skin prickle despite the heat. This was wrong. This was deeply, fundamentally wrong. The marks formed a trail of sorts leading deeper into the swamp, and against every instinct that told him to stop, to go back, to radio for backup, he followed them. The ground was almost completely submerged here, the water dark and still, reflecting the trees above like black glass. Marcus waded through it slowly, trying not to think about what might be moving beneath the surface. His radio crackled with periodic check-ins from the other searchers. Nothing to report, no signs, no trace. He was perhaps 3/4 of a mile from the campsite when he entered a small clearing where the water pooled deeper, creating a still pond surrounded by massive cypress trees. The silence here was absolute. No frogs, no insects, no birds, just the sound of his own breathing and the soft ripple of water around his legs as he waded in. And there, in the center of the pond, floating face down in the dark water, was a body. Marcus's heart stopped. He surged forward, moving as fast as he could through the waist-deep water, reaching the figure in seconds and turning it over, already dreading what he'd find. But it wasn't Allison Brenner. It was something else. Something that might have been human once but wasn't anymore. The skin was wrong, too loose, too empty, like a deflated balloon. The face was slack, expressionless, the eyes open but clouded over. And most disturbing of all, the skin seemed to be separating from the body itself, peeling away in places as if it were nothing more than a garment that could be removed. Marcus recoiled, his mind refusing to process what he was seeing. This wasn't a drowning victim. This wasn't any kind of death he'd ever encountered. This was something else entirely, something that violated every natural law he understood. And then the skin moved. Not the body, the skin itself. It rippled, contracted, began to pull away from the flesh beneath as if it were alive, as if it had its own intentions. Marcus scrambled backward through the water, his breath coming in short, panicked gasps, and as he watched in horror, the skin separated completely from the corpse and began to fold itself, compact itself, become something else. It happened fast. One moment it was human skin, recognizable even in its wrongness. The next it was something that had no name, something that existed between forms, neither flesh nor shadow, but something that contained elements of both. It hung in the air above the floating corpse for a moment, rippling like cloth in an invisible wind, and Marcus could see the shape of it now. The shape of a human figure, but hollow, empty, waiting to be filled. And then it looked at him. It had no eyes, no face, but he could feel its attention like a physical weight, could feel it seeing him, evaluating him, deciding whether he was worth the effort. The air around it shimmered with heat that had nothing to do with the August humidity. The smell hit him then, the same smell that had been in Allison's tent, sweet and rotten, flowers and decay mixed together in a combination that made his stomach turn. Marcus's hand went to his radio automatically. He needed to report this, needed to call for help. But when he tried to speak, no sound came out. His throat was closed, his vocal cords frozen. The thing in the air rippled again, and he felt pressure on his chest. Not physical, but real nonetheless. The same pressure Allison had felt. The same weight that came in the night. His grandmother's voice echoed in his memory. The boo hag. She slip out her skin at night, go riding on folks while they sleep, stealing they breath, stealing they life. You gotta keep salt by your bed, child. Gotta keep the broom by the door. 4 day clean, she got to find her skin again and put it back on, else the daylight catch her and burn her up like paper and fire. But she's clever. She's patient. She remember who tried to stop her, and she come back for them later. The thing moved closer. Marcus could feel it now, hovering just inches from his face, and he realized with absolute certainty that if he let it touch him, if he let it press against his chest and steal his breath the way it had stolen Allison's, he would never leave this swamp. He would become like the corpse floating in the water, empty, used up, discarded like an old garment when the boo hag was finished with him. But he couldn't move, couldn't speak, could barely breathe. The radio on his belt crackled, Janet's voice distant and distorted. All units, this is base. Weather conditions deteriorating. Lightning strikes within 5 miles. Mandatory retreat to staging area. I repeat, mandatory retreat. The sound seemed to break whatever hold the thing had on him. Marcus sucked in air, his lungs burning, and found he could move again. He turned and ran, thrashing through the water without any thought of stealth or caution, driven by pure animal panic. Behind him he could hear, or feel, or imagine, the boo hag following, moving through the air above the water with that same soft padding sound he'd heard at Allison's tent. He crashed through the undergrowth, scraping his arms on branches, splashing through water that seemed to grab at his legs like hands trying to pull him down. The forest was darker now, the storm clouds overhead blocking what little light remained. Lightning flashed in the distance, followed seconds later by thunder that seemed to shake the ground itself. His radio crackled again. Marcus, do you copy? Report your position. He grabbed for it, nearly dropping it in the water, and managed to gasp out, I'm heading back, I'm coming. Are you injured? You sound... Just move. Everyone needs to get out of here now. He didn't wait for a response. He could see the marked trees now, the ones with the scratched faces, and he followed them backward like a trail of breadcrumbs, praying they would lead him back to the campsite, back to the team, back to something that made sense. The first drops of rain started falling, huge warm drops that felt like they had weight to them. The wind picked up, making the Spanish moss swing wildly, and the forest filled with the sound of branches creaking and leaves rustling. Nature's chaos, familiar and safe compared to what he'd just witnessed. He burst into the clearing at Cedar Creek campsite to find the rest of the team already there, securing their gear and preparing to evacuate. They all turned to look at him, and he must have looked as wild and terrified as he felt because Janet immediately came over and grabbed his shoulders. What happened? Did you find something? Marcus opened his mouth to answer and found he didn't know what to say. How do you explain what he'd seen? How do you tell experienced rescue professionals that the missing person was taken by something from folklore? Something that shouldn't exist but did? Something that wore human skin like a coat and rode people's breath in the night? He started, then stopped. I found a body, in the water, but it's not Allison. Where? Maybe 3/4 of a mile west. But we can't. We need to leave. Now. Janet's eyes narrowed. Marcus, if there's a body, that changes everything. We need to secure the scene, document. It's not safe. The words came out more forcefully than he intended. Janet, please, trust me. We need to leave this area right now. She studied his face for a long moment, then nodded slowly. Okay. We'll retreat to the staging area, ride out the storm, and return tomorrow with a larger team. You can show us the location then. But Marcus, are you sure you're okay? He wasn't. He wasn't sure of anything anymore. But he nodded anyway, and the team began their evacuation, moving quickly through the forest as the storm intensified around them. Lightning flashed overhead now, bright enough to leave after images. Thunder followed immediately, so loud it felt like being inside a drum. The rain became a downpour, turning the trail into a stream. They made it back to the parking area by 6:15, soaked and exhausted. The other searchers dispersed to their vehicles, promising to return at first light. Janet pulled Marcus aside before she left. That body you found, she said quietly. You're sure it wasn't Allison Brenner? I'm sure. Then we have 2 missing persons now, or 1 missing and 1 dead. She paused. What do you think happened out there, Marcus? He looked past her at the forest, at the trees swaying in the wind, at the darkness gathering between the trunks. I don't know, he lied, but I don't think we're going to find Allison alive. Janet's expression softened. Hey, we don't give up. Not until we have proof. People survive in the woods for days, sometimes weeks. There's still hope. Marcus nodded, but he knew better. He'd seen what was left when the boo-hag was finished. He'd seen the empty skin floating in the water, the body drained of everything that made it human, and he'd felt the thing itself, felt its attention, felt it deciding whether he was worth taking. Allison Brenner was gone. Not lost, not injured. Gone in a way that no search and rescue team could fix, taken by something that existed in the spaces between daylight and dark, between sleep and waking, between the old stories and the new world that pretended such things didn't exist. He drove back to his apartment in Columbia in a daze, barely aware of the storm raging around him. The news on the radio reported that Tropical Storm Claudette was making landfall near Charleston, bringing heavy rainfall and wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour. Flooding was expected throughout the low country. The Congaree River was rising. All parks in the region were closed until further notice. Marcus's apartment felt too bright, too modern, too far removed from what he'd experienced. He stood in the shower for 20 minutes trying to wash away the smell of the swamp, but he could still detect it underneath the soap and shampoo. That sweet, rotten smell that didn't belong in the natural world. He didn't sleep that night. Every time he closed his eyes, he felt the weight on his chest, felt the boo-hag sitting on him, riding him, stealing his breath. He kept the lights on, kept the television playing, kept moving around the apartment like motion itself would keep the darkness at bay. But he knew it was only temporary. The thing had seen him, had marked him, just like it had marked Allison. And sooner or later, when he finally let his guard down, when exhaustion forced him to sleep, it would come back. They always came back. The official search for Allison Brenner continued for 5 more days after the storm passed. The team expanded to include K-9 units, helicopter support, and volunteers from 3 counties. They found nothing. No body, no evidence, no trace of where she'd gone or what had happened to her. The corpse Marcus had seen in the pond was never found either. He led 3 separate teams back to the location, but the storm had changed the landscape, flooding areas that had been barely wet before, washing away landmarks he'd used for navigation. The clearing with the deep pool simply wasn't there anymore, or maybe it had never been there at all, existing only in that liminal space between reality and nightmare. After 2 weeks, the search was officially suspended. Allison Brenner was listed as missing, presumed dead, though her body was never recovered. The official report cited the storm, the rising floodwaters, and the dangerous conditions in the swamp as probable causes. Accidental drowning or exposure seemed most likely. These things happened in wilderness areas. Tragic, but not uncommon. Marcus requested a transfer. He submitted the paperwork 3 days after the search was suspended, citing personal reasons and a need for a change of environment. His supervisors were understanding. He'd been through a traumatic experience, finding evidence of a death even if the body couldn't be recovered. A change of scenery would probably be good for him. The transfer was approved, but it would take 6 weeks to process. 6 weeks during which Marcus would need to continue his duties at Congaree, continue walking the trails where Allison had disappeared, continue pretending that everything was normal. He lasted 4 weeks. The boo-hag came for him on a Tuesday night in September. He woke from a sleep he couldn't remember falling into to find himself paralyzed, chest compressed by impossible weight, breath being stolen with each exhale of those massive invisible lungs. He could smell it, flowers and rot. Could feel it, patient, ancient, hungry. Could sense it remembering him, recognizing him, punishing him for having seen what he wasn't supposed to see. It rode him for hours, or maybe minutes. Time stopped meaning anything. All that existed was the breathing, the weight, the slow draining sensation of everything he was being pulled out and consumed by something that had no right to exist, but did anyway, had existed for generations, would continue to exist long after he was gone. When it finally released him, when dawn broke and the thing retreated back to wherever it went during daylight hours, Marcus lay shaking in his bed and knew he couldn't go back to Congaree. Couldn't finish his last 2 weeks. Couldn't pretend anymore. He called in sick that morning, called in sick the next day. The day after that, he resigned entirely, forfeiting his last paycheck and accumulated leave time. He packed his apartment in a single afternoon, threw everything in his car and drove north without any particular destination in mind. Just away. Away from the low country. Away from the swamp. Away from the trees that held too many memories and the water that reflected things that shouldn't exist. But the boo-hag followed him anyway. Not every night. That would have been almost easier. Something he could prepare for, could defend against. It came randomly. Once a week, sometimes twice, sometimes not for a month. Just often enough to keep him off balance, to prevent him from ever feeling truly safe. It would find him wherever he slept. Whether in a motel room in Virginia or a cheap apartment in Ohio, or the spare bedroom of a friend's house in Michigan. Distance didn't matter. Locks didn't matter. Salt and brooms and all the old protections his grandmother had taught him, none of it mattered. The boo-hag had marked him, and it would ride him until there was nothing left to take. Marcus found work at a national forest in Montana, as far from the coastal swamps as he could get. The dry mountain air felt like a different planet. The pine forests bore no resemblance to the flooded hardwoods of Congaree. He told himself the change would help, that the thing couldn't follow him across such a vast distance to such a different ecosystem. But on his first night in his new ranger station quarters, in a building surrounded by mountains and sagebrush and air so dry it cracked his lips, he woke to find himself paralyzed, a familiar weight pressing on his chest, a familiar smell filling the room. And he heard it then clearly for the first time, the Boo-Hag's voice humming that old tune, the one his grandmother used to sing when she thought no one was listening. The Low Country song, the work song, the song that had traveled across the ocean from West Africa, had survived the Middle Passage, had been passed down through generations who knew that some things were real, even when the modern world insisted they weren't. The song that meant, I'm writing you, you're mine now, and you always will be. Marcus stopped fighting after that. What was the point? He continued his work, did his job, walked the trails and helped visitors and filed reports, but he was diminished, growing more hollow with each visit, each night of stolen breath. His colleagues noticed but didn't comment. He'd been through trauma, they reasoned. He'd witnessed a death. These things changed people. They didn't know the half of it. Sometimes late at night when he couldn't sleep, Marcus thought about Allison Brenner, wondered if she'd known what was happening to her, wondered if she'd felt the same slow draining, the same inevitable consumption, wondered if some part of her still existed somewhere, trapped in the skin the Boo-Hag had stolen, forced to watch as the thing wore her face and hunted new victims. He hoped not. He hoped she'd been released, that whatever the Boo-Hag had taken from her had at least granted her oblivion. But he suspected the truth was worse, suspected she was still there, somewhere, aware and trapped and unable to do anything but scream silently while the thing that had stolen her life continued its patient ancient work. The carving at Cedar Creek campsite was never removed. It was still there, Marcus knew, scratched into that cypress tree. The face with its too wide smile, the single word, writing, still there waiting for the next camper, the next visitor, the next person who would look at it and not understand until it was far too late. Still there, marking the territory, announcing what lived in those woods, what had always lived there, what would continue to live there long after the park was gone and the trees had fallen and the swamp had reclaimed everything humans had tried to build. The Boo-Hag was patient. The Boo-Hag was eternal. And the Boo-Hag never forgot. Marcus learned that lesson well. He carried it with him every day, felt it with every stolen breath, knew it with a certainty deeper than bone. Some things can't be escaped. Some things can't be fought. Some things simply are, existing in the dark spaces of the world, in the old stories that people stopped believing, waiting patiently for the moment when someone ventures too far into the woods and the night comes and the breathing begins. And when that happens, all you can do is close your eyes and hope it's over quickly. Though it never is. It never is. Location: Olympic National Park, Washington. Date: August 12, 2019. The helicopter dropped Allison Chen at Sunrise Ridge Lookout on June 28th, and she wouldn't see another human face for 42 days. That was the deal. 6 weeks alone in a 14 by 14 foot cabin on stilts, 60 feet above the forest floor, watching for smoke plumes that would signal wildfire. 6 weeks of solitude, silence, and a job so simple a child could do it. Point the Osborne firefinder at the smoke, call in the coordinates, let someone else handle the rest. It was exactly what Allison needed. She'd spent the previous 8 months in Seattle, in an apartment that never felt safe, with a man whose voice could turn a simple question into an interrogation. Where did you go? Who did you talk to? Why are you lying to me? The therapist had used words like coercive control and emotional abuse, but Allison just knew that she'd started to feel like she was disappearing, like her own thoughts weren't trustworthy anymore. The lookout job was escape. Real, physical, undeniable distance. No cell service, no internet, no way for anyone to reach her except the Forest Service radio that connected her to the ranger station 30 miles away, down in the Quinault Valley. The first week had been perfect. Allison learned the routine quickly. Wake with the sun, heat water on the propane stove for instant coffee, scan the horizon with binoculars in a slow 360-degree sweep. The forest stretched in every direction. Douglas fir, western hemlock, Sitka spruce creating a carpet of green so thick it looked solid enough to walk on. The Olympic Mountains rose to the east, still snow-capped even in late June. To the west, she could see a sliver of the Pacific Ocean on clear days, a line of blue at the edge of the world. The days developed a rhythm. Morning scan. Breakfast, usually oatmeal. Read a book. Noon scan. Lunch. Afternoon scan. More reading or sketching or writing in the journal her therapist had suggested. Evening scan as the sun set and turned the forest into layers of shadow. Dinner. Radio check-in with the ranger station. Sunrise Ridge. This is Kino Station. Evening check-in. Quinault, this is Sunrise Ridge. All clear today. No smoke, visibility good, winds light from the west. Copy that, Sunrise. Weather tomorrow looks clear. We're showing high fire danger for the region, so stay sharp. Will do. Sunrise Ridge clear. The radio would click off and Allison would be alone again with the sound of wind in the trees, the distant call of ravens, the creak of the tower when gusts hit it. At night she'd read by lantern light until her eyes grew heavy, then climb into the narrow cot and sleep more deeply than she had in years. No one asking where she was. No one monitoring how long she spent in the bathroom. No one going through her phone while she slept. Just Allison, the forest, and the sky. By the second week, she'd developed small rituals. Coffee drunk from the same chipped mug while watching sunrise. A walk around the catwalk circling the cabin every afternoon, exactly 20 times around, counting steps. Lunch eaten while sitting in the doorway, legs dangling over the edge, 60 feet of empty air below. The repetition was soothing, predictable, safe. She talked to herself sometimes just to hear a human voice. Okay, Allison, let's do the noon scan. Starting north, nothing. Northeast, nothing. East, clear. Southeast. It felt silly but normal. The ranger who'd trained her, a weathered man named Tom with 30 years in fire lookouts, had mentioned it. Everyone talks to themselves up here. Don't worry about it. It's when you start getting answers from someone who isn't there that you should worry. He'd laughed when he said it. Allison thought about that joke often during the third week, when she started hearing the voices. It began small. A sound that might have been someone calling from the forest below. A distant hello that could have been a bird's cry or wind through a particular stand of trees. Allison would lean over the catwalk railing, binoculars ready, scanning for hikers. Nothing. The forest was empty. Olympic National Park was vast, nearly 1 million acres, and the Sunrise Ridge Lookout sat in one of the most remote sections. The nearest trail was 4 miles away. Hikers almost never came this deep into the backcountry, and even if they did, they wouldn't be calling up at the tower. There was no trail to it. The only access was by helicopter. Still, sound carried strangely in the forest. Maybe someone was on a distant ridge, their voice bouncing through the valleys in unexpected ways. Allison went back to her book and tried to ignore the uneasy feeling crawling up her spine. The next day, she heard it again. This time it was clearer. Hello? Is anyone there? A woman's voice, young, coming from somewhere below the tower. Allison grabbed the binoculars and did a full sweep. The forest was thick. Visibility only extended maybe 200 feet before the canopy became too dense. But she should have been able to see movement, a flash of bright hiking gear, something. Nothing. Hello? Allison called down. Where are you? No response. She waited 5 minutes, then 10, watching the forest. The wind moved through the trees in waves, creating patterns of light and shadow that looked almost like people moving, but were just branches swaying. Allison's heart rate slowly returned to normal. Auditory hallucination, maybe. The ranger had mentioned that too, in passing. Isolation does weird things to your brain. You might hear things that aren't there, see things in your peripheral vision. It's normal. The brain doesn't like being understimulated. It makes up its own entertainment. Allison tried to accept that explanation, but the voice had sounded so real, so clear, not like wind or birds or any natural sound she'd heard in 3 weeks of living above the forest. That night during radio check-in, she almost mentioned it to the ranger station. But what would she say? I heard a voice and I'm scared. They'd think she was cracking already 3 weeks in. They'd pull her out, send someone more experienced. And then where would she go? Back to Seattle? Back to the apartment where she'd felt like she was losing her mind? No, she could handle some auditory hallucinations. She was fine. Everything was fine. Sunrise Ridge. This is Kino Station. Evening check-in. Kino, Sunrise Ridge. All clear. No smoke. Visibility excellent. No concerns. Copy that. You doing okay up there, Allison? You sound tired. I'm good. Just ready for sleep. Fair enough. Get some rest. Kino clear. Allison set the radio down and looked out the windows at the darkening forest. The sun had set, leaving the world in that strange twilight where shapes became ambiguous and distances were impossible to judge. The trees seemed closer than they had during the day, their branches reaching upward like hands. She closed the shutters, metal panels that locked from the inside, turning the lookout into a sealed box, and lit the lantern. The Ranger manual suggested leaving at least one window open for ventilation. But tonight, Allison wanted barriers. Walls, something between her and whatever was out there. She climbed into her cot and pulled the sleeping bag up to her chin, even though it wasn't cold. The lookout creaked in the wind, a sound she'd grown used to. Settling sounds, expansion and contraction. Normal. Then from outside, very close. Allison? She froze. Her name. Someone had said her name. Allison, are you awake? It was a man's voice. Familiar. It took her a moment to place it, and when she did, her blood went cold. It sounded exactly like David, her ex-boyfriend, the one she'd left, the one who didn't know where she'd gone because she'd been careful, so careful, to leave no forwarding address, to tell only her sister and her therapist where she'd be. I know you're in there, Allison. I just want to talk. This wasn't possible. David was in Seattle. David had no way of knowing where she was. David couldn't have followed her here, couldn't have climbed a 60-foot tower in the dark without her hearing it, but the voice was his. Every inflection, every familiar cadence that she'd learned to interpret for signs of oncoming anger. Allison lay perfectly still, not breathing. The lookout had no lock on the door. Fire lookouts were supposed to be accessible to anyone seeking emergency shelter. There was just a simple latch. If someone was really outside, they could open it. Allison, this is childish. Open the door. The voice was getting annoyed now. That edge creeping in, the one that meant she'd done something wrong, broken some invisible rule. But it wasn't real. It couldn't be real. Tom's words came back to her. Isolation does weird things to your brain. This was a hallucination. A very specific, very cruel hallucination based on her fears. The brain making up entertainment, filling silence with the thing she was most afraid of hearing. Allison forced herself to take a slow breath. Then another. She counted to 60, then to 60 again. The voice outside continued for a few more minutes. Allison, I'm getting angry now. You know what happens when you make me angry. And then stopped. Silence returned. Just wind and trees. Allison didn't sleep that night. When dawn came, she opened the shutters with shaking hands. The forest was beautiful. Morning mist rising from the canopy, ravens calling, everything washed clean by dew. Normal, peaceful, exactly as it should be. There was no one on the catwalk, no footprints in the dust, no signs anyone had been there. Hallucination. It had been a hallucination. Allison made coffee with trembling hands and did her morning scan. Clear skies, no smoke. Everything exactly as it was supposed to be. She radioed in her morning report, keeping her voice steady and professional. Any concerns up there? The ranger asked. None, all clear. She spent the day trying to convince herself she was fine, read 3 chapters of her book without retaining a single word, ate lunch without tasting it, did her afternoon scan and saw smoke in every shadow until she looked directly at it and it resolved into nothing. The sun set too quickly. As twilight fell, Allison made a decision. She would not close the shutters tonight. She would prove to herself that there was nothing to fear. The voice had been her imagination, her brain playing tricks. Closing the shutters would be giving in to irrational fear. And she'd spent 8 months learning to recognize when fear was being used to control her. She would not be controlled. Not anymore. Not even by her own mind. Night came. Allison sat at the desk with her book, the lantern casting warm light across the pages. Outside the windows, the forest was a wall of darkness. She read, forcing herself to focus on the words. At 9:47 p.m., she heard footsteps on the stairs. Not imagined, not ambiguous. Clear, distinct footsteps. Someone climbing the 60 feet of wooden stairs that spiraled up to the lookout platform. Allison stood slowly, moving toward the window. The stairs were on the north side. She looked out. Nothing visible. Too dark. But she could hear them. Step, step, step. A steady rhythm, climbing higher. She grabbed the radio. Kino Station, this is Sunrise Ridge. I have a situation. Someone is climbing my tower. Repeat, someone is accessing the lookout. I need immediate assistance. Static answered her. She tried again. Kino Station, do you copy? This is an emergency. More static, then a voice breaking through. Not alone. Never alone. Been watching. That wasn't the ranger station. That wasn't any voice she recognized. The footsteps reached the catwalk. Allison could hear them circling the cabin now, slow and deliberate. Walking around and around, just outside the walls. She backed into the center of the room, holding the radio like a weapon. Who are you? What do you want? The footsteps stopped, right outside the door. Then a voice, soft, almost gentle. Allison, you know who I am. You've always known. Let me in. It wasn't David's voice anymore. It was her mother's voice. Her mother who lived in California, and who Allison hadn't spoken to in 3 years after a fight about the relationship she refused to leave. You were right, sweetheart. About everything. I should have listened, I'm sorry. Please, let me in, I came all this way to apologize. Tears started running down Allison's face before she could stop them. How many times had she wanted to hear those words? How many nights had she rehearsed the conversation where her mother finally understood, finally believed her? Her hand reached for the door latch, then stopped. Her mother was in California. Her mother didn't know where she was. Her mother couldn't have climbed this tower, and beneath the words, beneath the perfect imitation of her mother's voice, Allison heard something else. A sound like branches scraping together, like wind through hollow wood, like something that had learned to shape human words, but had never been human itself. No, Allison whispered. The voice outside changed. No longer her mother. Now it was her sister. Allison, it's me. Something's wrong. I need help. Please open the door. Then her therapist. Allison, this behavior is concerning. We need to talk about your paranoia. Then David again. You can't hide from me forever, you know that. Then Tom, the ranger who'd trained her. Allison, check your fire finder. There's smoke. You need to see this. Then her own voice. Let me in. Let me in. Let me in. A dozen voices cycling through everyone she knew, everyone she'd ever known, all begging or commanding or manipulating. Each voice perfect, exact, impossible. Allison pressed her hands over her ears, but she could still hear them. Not through her ears, through her bones vibrating up from the floorboards. She grabbed the ranger manual from the shelf, the one Tom had left, and flipped frantically through pages about weather patterns and radio codes and fire behavior, until she found what she was half remembering. A section near the back, handwritten in faded ink. An addendum someone had added years ago. Additional notes for Olympic Peninsula. Lookouts. The Salish peoples have long traditions about the forests here. If you hear voices at night, especially voices of people you know, do not respond. Do not engage. Do not open your door. They call them stick Indians or wood people. They can mimic any sound they've heard. They collect voices like we collect firewood. If you answer them, they learn your voice too. And once they have your voice, they can call others using it. Stay inside. Do not look directly at them. Wait for dawn. They do not like daylight. If you must go outside, carry iron. They cannot abide iron. The entry ended there, unsigned, undated. Someone had written it and left it as a warning. Allison looked at her supplies. No iron, aluminum cookware, steel ladder, but she had no idea if steel would work. Iron, the note said. Specific. The voices outside had merged into a cacophony now. A chorus of everyone she'd ever known, all speaking at once, all demanding she open the door. And underneath it, that sound. Branches breaking, wood creaking, wind through hollow spaces where a throat should be. "I know what you are," Allison said, her voice shaking but clear. "You're not real. None of you are real. And I'm not opening this door." The voices stopped. Absolute silence, more complete than any silence should be in the forest at night. Then a single voice, low and old, and speaking in a language Allison didn't understand. Words that sounded like trees rubbing together in wind, like the forest itself learning to speak. Something scraped against the windows, not hands but branches. Long, thin, wrong. Tapping out a rhythm, testing the glass. Allison stood in the center of the room, holding the lantern, and waited for dawn. The voices came every night after that. Always at twilight when the light was failing. Always starting with familiar voices. Her mother, her sister, David, friends she hadn't spoken to in years. Cycling through everyone she'd ever cared about, looking for the combination that would make her open the door. During the day, the forest was normal. Allison did her scans, reported clear skies, maintained her routine. She found she could function on 3 hours of sleep, 4 if she was lucky. She stopped closing her eyes during the day, afraid of what she might hear when she wasn't watching. The radio became unreliable. Sometimes it worked fine, and the ranger station answered her check-ins normally. Sometimes it dissolved into static and voices that weren't quite human, speaking in frequencies that made her teeth ache. She learned to tell the difference. Real radio transmissions had a specific click when the transmission ended. The other voices had no click, just a sense of something listening on the other end, waiting for her to say the wrong thing. She found the iron by accident during the 4th week, cleaning supplies under the sink, and there, behind the bottles of bleach and dish soap, an old railroad spike. Rusty, heavy, cold to the touch. She had no idea what it was doing in a fire lookout tower, but she carried it with her constantly after that, slept with it under her pillow. The next time the voices came, she held the spike and said nothing. The tapping on the windows continued for hours but never broke through. The thing outside seemed frustrated, angry. The voices grew harsher, more desperate, but it did not come inside. Dawn always brought relief. The voices would fade with the darkness, and Allison would open the shutters to find the forest peaceful again. Birds singing, normal sounds. She'd make her coffee and do her morning scan and pretend everything was fine. But she was losing weight. She could feel her ribs now when she touched her side. Food tasted like ash. Sleep came in stolen minutes, never deep enough to dream. Her hands shook constantly. During the evening check-in on day 34, the ranger asked again, "Allison, you doing okay? You sound rough." "I'm fine, just tired." "When was the last time you got a full night's sleep?" "I sleep fine." "We can rotate you out early if you need. No shame in it. This job isn't for everyone." And go where? Back to Seattle? Back to a world where she had to watch her back? Where every notification on her phone might be David finding her again? "I'm fine," she repeated. 2 more weeks. I can make 2 more weeks." "Your call. But if you need extraction, just say the word." "Copy that." That night, the thing outside changed tactics. Instead of voices calling from beyond the door, it started speaking from inside the lookout. Allison was sitting at the desk eating cold beans from a can when she heard her own voice behind her. "You're not going to make it." She spun around. The cabin was empty. Just her cot, her supplies, her pack. Nothing else. 2 more weeks, her voice said, but she wasn't speaking. You can't last 2 more weeks. Shut up, Allison whispered. You're losing your mind. You know that, right? This is what crazy feels like. David was right about you. You're unstable, paranoid, making up threats that don't exist. You're not real. Then why are you answering? Her voice laughed. Allison's laugh, but wrong, too sharp. Why are you talking to yourself, Allison? That's not healthy. She grabbed the railroad spike and held it up. Iron. You can't touch iron. I'm not touching anything. I'm inside your head now. You let me in when you listened. Every time you answered, every time you acknowledged the voices, you opened a door. Not that door. Allison's voice laughed again. A different door, the one inside you. This isn't real. Then prove it. Open the door. Go outside. If I'm not real, there's nothing to be afraid of. Allison's hand moved toward the latch. She watched it move, watched her fingers reach for the metal and couldn't stop them. Some part of her brain had disconnected from her motor control. She was a passenger in her own body. That's it. Just open it. Let's settle this once and for all. Her fingers touched the latch. The radio crackled to life. Sunrise Ridge. This is Kino Station. Emergency transmission. We have reports of a lightning strike in your sector. Do you copy? Real radio. Real voice. The click at the end of the transmission. Allison yanked her hand back from the door and grabbed the radio. Kino, I copy. Where's the strike? Approximately 2 miles northeast of your position. Are you seeing smoke? She grabbed the binoculars and did a scan of the northeast sector. There, a thin column of gray rising above the tree line. An actual fire, an actual emergency. Something real and concrete and part of the job she was here to do. Confirmed. Single smoke column, thin, approximately 2 miles northeast. Appears to be early stage. Copy that. Fire crew is mobilizing. Keep monitoring and report any changes. Will do. Sunrise Ridge standing by. The voice inside the cabin was silent. Allison spent the rest of the night tracking the fire. It stayed small. The lightning strike had hit a snag, a standing dead tree, which burned bright and hot but didn't spread to the surrounding forest. By morning, the fire crew had reached it and called in containment. But it had given Allison something. Focus. Purpose. A reminder that she was here to do a job, and she was good at her job. The voices, whatever they were, hallucination or something worse, couldn't change that. She'd survived David's mind games for 2 years. She'd survived by learning to trust herself, by learning to distinguish real threats from manufactured ones, by learning that sometimes the voice telling you you're crazy is the one you should ignore most of all. The thing in the forest was doing the same thing David had done, trying to make her doubt herself, trying to make her believe she was the problem, trying to isolate her from reality until she had no choice but to rely on it for truth. But Allison had learned that game, and she'd learned how to win. The last 2 weeks were the hardest. The thing stopped pretending, stopped using familiar voices, started using sounds it had collected from the forest. A child crying, an injured animal screaming, a woman calling for help. The sounds animals and people make when they're dying. Allison stopped responding, stopped acknowledging. She did her job, tracked weather patterns, reported clear skies, and when night fell, she sat in the center of the room with the railroad spike and waited for dawn. The thing grew frustrated. The sounds outside became less controlled, more raw. Branches breaking, something large moving around the tower, the whole structure shaking as it climbed and descended, testing the walls. But it never came inside. On day 42, the helicopter arrived. Allison saw it coming from miles away, heard the thump of rotors echoing across the valleys. She gathered her pack, cleaned the lookout, left everything exactly as she'd found it. The Ranger manual with its handwritten warning went back on the shelf for the next person. When the helicopter touched down on the small landing pad beside the tower, Tom was piloting. He waved at her, shouting something she couldn't hear over the engine noise. Allison climbed in, strapped herself into the seat, and didn't look back as they lifted off. Below, the forest spread out in endless green, beautiful, vast, ancient, and somewhere down there, something watched her go. Tom handed her a headset. His voice crackled through. "You did good up there. 42 days, that's a full rotation." "Yeah. You look rough, though. You okay?" Allison looked out at the forest sliding past below. "I heard things at night. Most people do. Isolation plays tricks. These weren't tricks." Tom was quiet for a moment, then. "My grandfather was Salish. He told me stories about the Olympics. About things that live in the deep forest away from the trails. Things that learned to speak by listening. He said they're always there, always watching, but they only speak to people who are alone. What do they want? Company, maybe. Or maybe they're just curious. Or maybe they're testing us, seeing what we're made of." He glanced at her. "The fact that you're sitting here means you passed." "I didn't feel like I passed. I felt like I was going crazy. The line between those two things gets real thin sometimes. But you didn't open the door. That's what matters." The helicopter flew on, carrying her away from Sunrise Ridge, back toward civilization, back toward a world with other people and noise and light. Allison closed her eyes, listening to the engine, letting the vibration travel through her bones. She thought about the railroad spike in her pack. She'd kept it. A reminder, maybe. Or a tool. Just in case. Because the thing she'd learned, up in that tower, wasn't just about surviving isolation. It was about learning to trust her own mind again. Learning that sometimes the scary voice telling you you're broken is the real threat. And the voice telling you to hold on, to wait for dawn, to trust yourself, is the one worth listening to. Allison returned to Seattle 3 days later. She moved into a new apartment, 3rd floor, door painted blue, a broom hanging by the entrance. Superstition, maybe, but she'd learned that some traditions exist for good reasons. David tried to contact her twice. She blocked him both times without reading the messages. Whatever power his voice had once held was gone. She'd heard worse. She'd survived worse. The nightmares came for a while. Dreams of being back in the tower, hearing the voices, reaching for the door latch. But they faded. Slowly, but they faded. 6 months later, she got an email from the Forest Service. They were looking for experienced lookouts for the next summer season. Sunrise Ridge was available. Would she be interested in another rotation? Allison stared at the email for a long time. Her therapist would probably say it was a bad idea, that she needed more recovery time, that going back to the place where she'd nearly broken wasn't healthy. But Allison remembered something else. She hadn't broken. She'd bent. She'd barely held on. But she hadn't broken. And there was something powerful in that. Something she didn't want to lose. She typed her response. "Yes, I'm interested." Because here's what Allison had learned, both from David and from the thing in the forest. The voices that try to control you only have the power you give them. They can't make you open the door. They can't make you doubt yourself unless you let them. And she was done letting them. The Ginault Ranger Station keeps a file on Sunrise Ridge Lookout. It's thicker than the files for other lookouts, full of incident reports that never quite explain what happened. 1994. Lookout reported voices in the trees and requested early extraction after 3 weeks. 2001. Lookout abandoned post without notice. Found walking on a forest road 12 miles away, claiming they wouldn't stop calling. 2008. Lookout completed full rotation, but filed a report about non-standard auditory phenomena that was archived without follow-up. 2015. Lookout hospitalized for exhaustion and dehydration. Claimed she stopped sleeping because of the visitors. 2019. Allison Chen completed a full 42-day rotation, filed no incident reports, requested return assignment for the following season. The ranger who manages the file sometimes looks at that 2019 entry and wonders what the difference was. What made Allison survive when others broke? The answer isn't in the file. The answer is in the things Allison learned in that tower during 42 nights of voices calling her name. Sometimes the scariest thing isn't what's outside your door. Sometimes it's the voice inside your head telling you that you deserve to be afraid. And sometimes survival means learning the difference between the two. Tom retired the next year. His replacement, a young ranger named Katie, asked him about Sunrise Ridge during the handoff. "I've read the files. What's actually going on up there?" Tom thought about his grandfather's stories, about things in the forest that collect voices like people collect photographs, about how loneliness can open doors that should stay closed, about the difference between superstition and survival. "My advice," he said finally, "when you brief people for that posting, tell them 3 things. 1, bring iron. 2, don't answer voices you can't see. 3, the forest is older than we are, and sometimes it likes to remind us of that." "That's not a real answer." "No," Tom agreed, "but it's the only answer I've got." Katie sent Allison back to Sunrise Ridge in June 2020. Allison packed the same railroad spike, the same supplies, the same determination. The voices came again that summer. They always did. But Allison knew them now, knew their patterns, knew how to sit in silence while they raged outside her walls, knew that dawn always came, knew that surviving meant holding on to yourself even when everything around you insisted you were the problem. She completed another full rotation, and another the summer after that. People started calling her the Sunrise Ridge Specialist, the one who could handle the isolation, the silence, the peculiar challenges of that particular posting. They didn't know the real reason she kept going back. The real reason was this. In that tower, 60 feet above the forest floor, surrounded by voices trying to make her doubt herself, Allison had learned she was stronger than the things that tried to break her, and that was a lesson worth remembering. Every single summer. Marcus Reed checked his watch for the 3rd time in 5 minutes. 6:47 a.m. The phone had rung at 6:15, pulling him from dreamless sleep. Sheriff Williams, voice tight. "We've got a missing person in Olympic. Need you here in an hour." 3 years since he'd left the Forest Service, 3 years trying to forget why he'd walked away. But some skills don't rust, and certain reputations follow a man. When someone disappeared in Washington's mountains, Marcus Reed was still the first name on every emergency contact list. He finished lacing his boots, checked his pack for the 2nd time. Rope, first aid kit, GPS he rarely used, backup flashlight, water for 2 days. Familiar routine even after so long away from official trails. The drive to Olympic National Park's entrance took 43 minutes through October fog that clung to Highway 101 like cigarette smoke. Marcus parked next to 3 sheriff's vehicles and a search and rescue truck, the kind of gathering that meant someone important was missing or someone had been gone too long. Sheriff Williams approached as Marcus shouldered his pack. Dr. Sarah Chen, 34, botanist from University of Washington, last seen yesterday morning on the Hoh River Trail. Her research partner expected her back by 4 p.m. Weather yesterday? Clear until evening. She's experienced, knows the area, had GPS, emergency beacon. Williams handed him a photo. Asian woman, serious eyes, confident smile. Beacon went silent at 2:47 p.m., about 6 miles up the trail. Marcus studied the photo, then the topographical map Williams spread on the hood of his cruiser. Any response to calls? Nothing. We've got a team about 2 miles in, but... Williams paused. That's why we called you. Marcus understood. The official search team would follow protocols, stick to likely paths, but sometimes people didn't follow likely paths. Sometimes the forest kept them for reasons that had nothing to do with getting lost. He started up the Hoh River Trail at 7:32 a.m., leaving the other searchers behind within the first half mile. This was where his reputation came from, the ability to move through wilderness like he belonged there, reading signs others missed. The trail followed the river through old-growth forest that predated European settlement. Sitka spruce and western hemlock created a canopy so thick that even at midday the forest floor stayed in perpetual twilight. Moss covered everything: trees, rocks, the ground itself, creating a landscape that absorbed sound and muffled footsteps. Marcus had walked this trail dozens of times during his ranger years. He knew every switchback, every fallen log that served as a bridge, every place where the path split into unofficial routes that led deeper into the wilderness. At mile 2, he stopped. Something was wrong. Not obviously wrong, not dramatically wrong, just wrong in the way that made the hair on his neck stand up for no reason he could articulate. Marcus crouched beside the trail, studying the ground. The official search team had passed through here. Boot prints from at least 6 people, probably the rescue team that had gone ahead. But underneath their prints, something else. A partial footprint in soft earth beside a moss-covered log. Small, consistent with Dr. Chen's size 7 hiking boots according to the file. But the print was too perfect, too deliberate, like someone had placed their foot carefully to leave exactly that impression. He stood, scanning the forest around the trail. That's when he noticed the squirrels. There were none. Marcus had spent enough time in these woods to know their rhythms. October mornings should be alive with Douglas squirrels chattering in the canopy, gathering cones for winter storage. The silence was unnatural, like something had scared them into hiding. He continued up the trail, senses sharpening. Every shadow became worth examining. Every sound, or lack of sound, registered in his consciousness. At mile 3, he found the second anomaly. A broken branch about 8 feet up in a young hemlock, snapped clean but still hanging by bark fibers. Too high for Dr. Chen to have broken accidentally. Too low for wind damage. Too fresh to be from yesterday's supposed clear weather. Marcus examined the break from multiple angles. The splintered wood was pale, indicating it had happened recently. Within hours, not days. But more importantly, the branch had been broken from below with deliberate upward force. Someone had grabbed the branch and yanked down hard enough to snap it. Someone tall enough to reach 8 feet without jumping. He pulled out his phone, checked for signal. 2 bars. Enough to send a text to Williams. Found signs. Continuing to beacon location. The response came back immediately. Team Alpha reports nothing unusual so far. Marcus almost smiled. Team Alpha was looking for a lost hiker. He was starting to think they were dealing with something else entirely. He picked up his pace, following the trail as it curved away from the river and began climbing into higher terrain. The fog was lifting, revealing glimpses of snow-capped peaks in the distance, but under the canopy, the light remained dim and filtered. At mile 4, his phone buzzed with an incoming call. Williams. Marcus, we've got a development. Chen's research partner just remembered something. She mentioned feeling like someone was watching her the day before she went missing. Said she saw the same hiker twice on different trails, which struck her as odd. Description? Medium height, dark clothing, baseball cap pulled low. Nothing distinctive, but Marcus. Williams paused. Her research partner also said Chen was excited about something she'd found off the main trail. Some kind of unusual plant growth pattern she wanted to document. Marcus stopped walking. Did she say where? Somewhere past the 5-mile marker, up one of the unofficial trails that branches north. Marcus knew those trails. They led into roadless wilderness that stretched for miles, terrain where someone could disappear completely if they knew what they were doing, or if someone else knew what they were doing. I'm at mile 4 now. We'll check the area. Be careful, Marcus. Something about this doesn't feel right. After ending the call, Marcus stood motionless for several minutes, using a skill he'd developed during his ranger years, the ability to become so still that the forest forgot he was there. It was during these moments that he often detected things his conscious mind had missed. A faint scent caught his attention. Not the clean smell of rain and moss that dominated these woods, but something else. Something that didn't belong. Cologne. Barely detectable, but definitely artificial. Someone wearing cologne had passed this way recently. Dr. Chen wouldn't wear cologne on a research hike. It would interfere with her ability to observe natural scents that might be important to her botanical work. And the search team members wouldn't wear it either. Standard practice in wilderness rescue operations. Someone else had been on this trail. Marcus reached the 5-mile marker at 9:15 a.m. The unofficial trail Williams had mentioned branched off to the north about 50 yards ahead, marked only by a gap in the understory that most hikers wouldn't notice. But before investigating the branch, he needed to find where Dr. Chen's emergency beacon had gone silent. According to his GPS, the last known position was another quarter-mile up the main trail, near a small clearing where researchers often stopped to take photographs and collect samples. Marcus approached the clearing with increased caution. If something had happened to Dr. Chen, this was where it had started. The clearing was roughly 30 feet across, created by a massive cedar that had fallen decades ago and never been removed. The log provided natural seating, and the gap in the canopy allowed enough light for understory plants to flourish. Marcus found Dr. Chen's emergency beacon immediately. It was sitting on the fallen log, perfectly placed, obviously positioned there intentionally. Not dropped, not lost, not broken in a fall, placed. He photographed the beacon from multiple angles before touching it, then carefully picked it up. The device was undamaged, battery indicator showing full charge. Someone had simply turned it off. Now Marcus was certain they weren't dealing with a hiking accident or someone who'd gotten lost. Dr. Chen had either turned off her beacon voluntarily, or someone else had done it for her. He began a systematic search of the clearing, moving in a spiral pattern from the beacon's location outward. Within minutes, he found what he was looking for. Boot prints, 2 sets, one matching Dr. Chen's size 7 hiking boots, the other significantly larger, probably size 11 or 12, with a distinctive lug pattern that Marcus memorized. The prints told a story. Dr. Chen had arrived at the clearing and approached the fallen log, probably to rest or examine something that caught her scientific interest. The larger prints showed someone had been waiting in the tree line on the north side of the clearing. The 2 sets of prints converged near the center of the clearing, where the soft earth showed signs of disturbance. Not quite a struggle, but definitely some kind of interaction. Then both sets of prints led north, toward the unofficial trail Williams had mentioned. Marcus followed the tracks to the edge of the clearing where they entered the narrow trail that wound upward into dense forest. The prints were clear for the first 100 yards, then the trail became rocky and the tracks disappeared. But Marcus didn't need tracks anymore. He had something better. Every 20 or 30 yards along the trail, he found small signs that someone was deliberately marking their passage. A stone moved slightly out of natural position. A branch bent back and left to point along the trail. A pattern of scratches on a tree trunk. Someone wanted to be followed. Marcus paused, considering the implications. In his experience, people marking their trail in wilderness areas fell into 2 categories. Those who were lost and trying to help rescuers find them, and those who were playing games. Given the deliberately placed beacon and the careful positioning of the markers, this felt like games. The trail climbed steadily for another mile before opening into a second, smaller clearing. This one was natural, created by rocky outcropping that prevented large trees from taking root. The space was maybe 15 feet across, surrounded by thick undergrowth. In the center of the clearing sat a day pack, women's model, university logo patch, the kind a botanist might carry. Marcus approached carefully, scanning the tree line before examining the pack. It was positioned exactly like the beacon had been, too perfectly placed to be accidental. Inside the pack, water bottles half full, energy bars, notebook filled with plant specimens and observations in neat handwriting, camera, GPS unit, turned off, and car keys. Everything a missing person should have with them, organized too neatly to be real. Marcus was studying the notebook when he heard it. A branch snapping, deliberate, heavy footstep on dead wood. He looked up, scanning the tree line, and that's when he saw movement in his peripheral vision. Not a person, just a shadow shifting behind the thick trunk of an old hemlock about 40 yards away. "Dr. Chen?" he called. No response. Marcus closed the notebook, slipped it into his own pack, and called out again. "This is Marcus Reed, search and rescue. If you can hear me, please respond." Still nothing. But the feeling of being watched intensified. Not the paranoid sensation of imagined threats, but the specific certainty that comes from actual experience. Someone was observing him, studying him, evaluating him. Marcus made a decision that went against every protocol he'd learned during his ranger years. Instead of calling for backup or retreating to get help, he stepped toward the tree line where he'd seen movement. "I know you're there," he said, voice carrying clearly in the still air. "If you're Dr. Chen, you're safe now. If you're someone else..." He paused. "Then we need to talk." The forest remained silent for nearly a minute. Then, from somewhere in the thick undergrowth beyond the hemlock came a slow clapping sound. 3 claps. Pause. 3 more claps. Someone was applauding. "Very good, Mr. Reed." The voice came from a different direction than the clapping, about 20 yards to Marcus's left. Male voice, educated tone, completely calm. "Your reputation is well deserved." Marcus turned toward the voice but saw nothing. Dense undergrowth and massive tree trunks provided perfect concealment for someone who knew how to use them. "Where is Dr. Chen?" "Safe for the moment, though I suspect her current situation would challenge her botanical expertise. She's discovering that some environments are more hostile than others." "What do you want?" A pause. Then, "To see if the stories about you are true. They say you can track anything, find anyone, read the forest like other people read newspapers. I'm curious about such claims." Marcus felt his heart rate increase but kept his voice steady. "You've seen enough. Release Dr. Chen and walk away." "Walk away?" The voice held genuine amusement. "Mr. Reed, I've spent months planning this encounter. Months studying your methods, your cases, your remarkable success rate in finding people who don't want to be found. Do you really think I'd walk away just when things are getting interesting?" The voice had moved again. This time it came from behind Marcus. Impossible given the timing and distance involved. Either there were multiple people or whoever he was dealing with was moving through the forest with skills that matched his own. "You're military," Marcus said, turning slowly to face the new position. "The way you move, the discipline in your voice. Special Forces, probably." "Former Captain David Kellerman, Army Psychological Operations, though I prefer to think of myself as retired." Another pause. "Like you, I left my previous profession due to philosophical differences with my superiors." "Psychological operations." Marcus processed that information. "You manipulate people professionally." "I study human behavior under stress. I identify weaknesses in decision-making processes. I find ways to make intelligent people make stupid choices." The voice was moving again, circling. "It's fascinating work, really. Most people think they're rational, that they make decisions based on logic and evidence, but put them under enough pressure, threaten something they care about, and they revert to pure instinct." Marcus understood now. This wasn't a random kidnapping or even a typical predator situation. This was an experiment, with him as the test subject. Dr. Chen is bait. Dr. Chen is motivation. I needed you to come here to engage with this situation personally, rather than simply calling for backup and waiting for the cavalry. I needed to see how the famous Marcus Reed operates when the stakes are real. And if I don't play your game, then Dr. Chen becomes a statistic, another academic who ventured too far into the wilderness and never came back. The forest is remarkably good at hiding bodies, as I'm sure you know. Marcus closed his eyes for a moment, using another technique from his ranger days, filtering out emotional responses and focusing purely on tactical assessment. He was dealing with someone who had military training, psychological expertise, and months of preparation time. Someone who had studied him specifically and planned this encounter carefully. But everyone had weaknesses, even former psychological operations specialists. "You made a mistake," Marcus said. "Really? Do tell." "You assumed I'd care more about one person's life than about stopping someone like you." For the first time, there was a pause before the response. "Explain." "You're not going to kill Dr. Chen regardless of what I do. If you wanted her dead, she'd already be dead. You need her alive to maintain leverage over me, which means this isn't about her at all. It's about proving something to yourself." Another, longer pause. "Continue. You've convinced yourself that intelligence and planning always defeat instinct and experience. Probably because something happened to you where instinct failed and people died. Now you need to prove that your way is superior, that raw intellect beats intuitive skill. Very perceptive. The voice had shifted again, but this time Marcus caught a glimpse of movement, a figure in dark clothing about 30 yards away, partially concealed behind a massive cedar. Though your psychological profile of me changes nothing about your current situation. Actually, it changes everything, because now I know you're not going to kill me either. You need me alive to validate your victory, which means I can take risks you don't expect. Marcus started walking toward the cedar tree. I wouldn't recommend that, Mr. Reed. See, that's your first real mistake. You're trying to control the situation through psychological manipulation instead of direct action. If you were serious about the threat, you'd have already demonstrated consequences. Marcus kept walking. 20 yards from the tree. 15. Stop. 10 yards. Mr. Reed, I strongly advise... Marcus broke into a run, covering the last 10 yards in seconds. But when he reached the cedar, no one was there. Just a small digital speaker attached to the trunk, still transmitting. Clever, came the voice from the speaker. But predictable. You assumed I was speaking from concealment nearby. Actually, I'm quite comfortable about a quarter mile from your current position, watching you through a rifle scope. Marcus stepped back from the tree, scanning the forest around him. With a good scope and proper concealment, someone could observe this clearing from any of a dozen different elevated positions. Now you're beginning to understand the nature of our game, the voice continued. I have advantages you lack. Technology, preparation time, advanced knowledge of the terrain. You have advantages I lack. Wilderness skills, tracking ability, intuitive pattern recognition. What's the point of this? The point, Mr. Reed, is to determine which set of advantages proves superior. I've created a scenario that will test your abilities against mine. Dr. Chen is currently secured in a location that only your particular skills can discover. I've left clues, but they require the kind of interpretation that GPS units and thermal imaging can't provide. The speaker went silent for a moment, then continued. You have until sunset to find her. That gives you approximately 8 hours. If you succeed, both of you are free to leave. If you fail... The voice paused. Well, let's just say that Dr. Chen's current environment becomes increasingly hostile as darkness falls. And if I bring backup, any additional people in this area will be considered a violation of the parameters. Dr. Chen will be moved to a location that even you couldn't find in time. Marcus considered his options. He could hike back to the trailhead, call for a full search and rescue deployment, bring in helicopters and tracking dogs. But if Kellerman was serious about the time limit and the threat to move Dr. Chen, that approach might fail. Or he could play the game, trust his abilities against Kellerman's planning, and try to find Dr. Chen before dark. One more thing, the voice said. I should mention that I'm genuinely impressed by your performance so far. The speed with which you identified the artificial nature of the clues, the accuracy of your psychological assessment, your tactical decision to challenge my position directly. It's exactly what I hoped for. Glad I could entertain you. This isn't entertainment, Mr. Reed. This is research. I'm studying the limits of human intuition when confronted with superior preparation and technology. You represent the pinnacle of intuitive forest skills. I represent the pinnacle of analytical planning. This encounter will demonstrate which approach proves more effective. Marcus realized something that Kellerman probably hadn't intended to reveal. This wasn't the first time. The level of preparation, the sophistication of the setup, the confidence in his voice. Kellerman had done this before. How many people have you tested this theory on? Silence. How many, Kellerman? You're the first to ask that question, which wasn't an answer but was information. Marcus filed it away for later consideration. The timer starts now, Kellerman said. Dr. Chen's location can be determined by following the clues I've left, but only if you interpret them correctly. Traditional search methods won't work. You'll need to use those famous instincts of yours. The speaker went dead. Marcus stood alone in the clearing, surrounded by thousands of acres of wilderness, with 8 hours to find a woman whose life depended on his success, against an opponent who had spent months preparing for this exact scenario. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and began to think like a predator instead of a rescuer. Kellerman had said the clues required interpretation that technology couldn't provide. That meant they weren't GPS coordinates or compass bearings, but something more subtle. Environmental signs that only someone with deep wilderness experience would recognize. Marcus began a second, more careful examination of the clearing. This time he wasn't looking for obvious evidence like footprints or disturbed ground. He was looking for patterns that didn't belong. It took him 20 minutes to find the first real clue. On the eastern edge of the clearing, a small Douglas fir had several branches arranged in an unnatural configuration. Someone had carefully bent them without breaking them, creating a pattern that looked almost natural, unless you understood how these trees normally grew. The branches pointed northeast, toward a ridge that rose above the tree line about 2 miles away. Marcus found the second clue 100 yards along the trail that led toward the ridge. A series of small stones arranged in a pattern that mimicked natural formation, but included one element that didn't belong. A piece of white quartz that wasn't indigenous to this area. The quartz was positioned to catch sunlight and reflect it toward a specific direction. Not northeast anymore, but due north toward a different section of the ridge. Kellerman was creating a trail that only someone with extensive wilderness experience would recognize. Each clue required understanding of how natural formations should look versus how they actually appeared. By the time Marcus found the fourth clue, a pattern of broken twigs that suggested animal passage but included details that no animal would create, he realized he was being led toward Tunnel Creek, a drainage that cut deep into the ridge about 3 miles from the main trail. Tunnel Creek was perfect for Kellerman's purposes. The drainage included several small caves and overhangs where someone could be concealed. It was far enough from marked trails that casual hikers never found it, and the terrain was difficult enough that conventional search methods would be ineffective. But Marcus knew Tunnel Creek. He'd explored it thoroughly during his ranger years, mapped every cave and overhang for search and rescue purposes. If Kellerman had Dr. Chen hidden somewhere in that drainage, Marcus could find her. He picked up his pace, following the faint trail that led toward the creek. The terrain became increasingly steep as he gained elevation, and the forest changed from the thick undergrowth of the river valley to the sparser vegetation of higher altitudes. At 11:30 a.m., Marcus reached the mouth of Tunnel Creek drainage. The creek itself was small this time of year, barely 3 feet wide, but the canyon it had carved was impressive, nearly 50 feet deep in places, with rock walls that created numerous concealment opportunities. He paused at the canyon rim, studying the terrain below. Somewhere down there, Dr. Chen was hidden in a location that Kellerman believed only superior planning could have chosen. Marcus smiled grimly. Kellerman's psychological profile was accurate in some ways, but flawed in others. He had assumed that Marcus would rely purely on instinct and wilderness skills. He hadn't considered that a good tracker also learns to think like his quarry. Instead of descending into the canyon immediately, Marcus spent 30 minutes studying the drainage from above, looking for signs of recent activity. Kellerman would have needed to access the hiding place at least twice. Once to prepare it, once to bring Dr. Chen there. Even someone with military training would leave traces. He found what he was looking for near a section where the canyon wall included a natural chimney formation that provided easy access to the bottom. Fresh scuff marks on the rock, a few fibers from dark clothing caught on a sharp edge, and most importantly, a single clear boot print in soft earth at the top of the descent route. Size 11, same lug pattern he'd seen in the clearing where Dr. Chen's beacon was found. Marcus descended into the canyon, moving carefully to avoid making noise that would carry in the confined space. At the bottom, Tunnel Creek was a series of pools connected by small rapids, with numerous alcoves and overhangs carved into the rock walls. He began a systematic search, checking each potential hiding place. Most were too small or too exposed to serve Kellerman's purposes, but 3 locations offered both concealment and defensible positions. Marcus found Dr. Chen in the second location he checked. She was in a natural cave about 8 feet deep and 5 feet high, hands secured behind her back with zip ties, mouth covered with duct tape, but alive and alert. When she saw him, her eyes widened with relief, and she made muffled sounds through the tape. Marcus approached carefully, scanning the area for any signs that Kellerman might be nearby. The cave showed evidence of preparation: a sleeping bag, water bottles, even a small camp stove. Kellerman had planned for Dr. Chen to survive here for some time if necessary. Dr. Chen, I'm Marcus Reed, search and rescue. You're safe now. He removed the tape from her mouth carefully, then cut the zip ties with his pocket knife. Thank God, she said, voice hoarse. He said no one would find me. Said the forest would keep me forever. Are you injured? No, just scared. He didn't hurt me. Just kept talking about proving something. Said he was conducting an experiment. She rubbed her wrists where the zip ties had been. Is he gone? I don't know. We need to get you out of here, but carefully. He might still be watching. Marcus helped Dr. Chen to her feet, noted that she seemed steady despite her ordeal. Did he say anything specific about his plans? He talked constantly. Said he was proving that planning and intelligence always defeat instinct and luck. Kept mentioning someone named Marcus Reed. Said he was going to demonstrate that even the famous tracker could be outmaneuvered by superior strategy. How long have you been here? Since yesterday afternoon. He made me walk here from the clearing where I was collecting samples. Said he'd studied my research schedule, knew exactly when and where to find me. Marcus led Dr. Chen toward the cave entrance, but stopped before stepping into the open. Something felt wrong. This had been too easy. Kellerman had spent months planning this scenario, had demonstrated sophisticated understanding of both psychology and wilderness tactics. Would he really hide Dr. Chen in the first location Marcus would think to check? Dr. Chen, did he ever leave you alone here? No, he stayed nearby. I could hear him moving around, sometimes talking on a radio or phone. Why? Marcus realized his mistake just as Kellerman's voice echoed from somewhere above them in the canyon. Excellent work, Mr. Reed. 4 hours and 23 minutes to locate Dr. Chen. Faster than I anticipated, but not fast enough. Marcus pushed Dr. Chen back into the cave and stepped protectively in front of her. We found her. Game over. Actually, the game is just beginning. You see, locating Dr. Chen was only the first phase. Now you have to get her out of this canyon alive. A metallic sound echoed from the canyon walls, something heavy being dropped or thrown. Then another sound, and another. I took the liberty of preparing the drainage while you were following my trail, Kellerman continued. There are now several small explosive devices positioned at strategic points along your escape route. Nothing dramatic, just enough to seal the chimney you used to descend, block the lower exit, and perhaps cause a small rock slide or two. Marcus felt his heart rate spike. You're willing to kill us both to prove your point? I'm willing to escalate the scenario to test your abilities under genuine pressure. Dr. Chen will survive regardless. I've prepared an alternate exit route that only I know about. But you... Kellerman paused. You'll need to find a way out that your GPS unit and your radio can't provide. You son of a bitch. Language, Mr. Reed. Dr. Chen is a university professor. Marcus checked his phone. No signal in the canyon, as expected. His radio was also useless. The rock walls would block transmission. They were effectively cut off from any possibility of backup or rescue. What exactly do you want? Marcus called. I want to see if Marcus Reed is truly as good as his reputation suggests. Anyone can follow a prepared trail and find a stationary target. But can you navigate unknown terrain under time pressure with a civilian to protect while being actively hunted? Hunted? Phase 2 of our experiment, Mr. Reed. I will now attempt to prevent your escape using the same skills that made me effective in psychological operations. You will attempt to evade me using whatever wilderness expertise you possess. The winner is determined by whether you and Dr. Chen reach safety before nightfall. A small explosion echoed from the direction of the chimney route. Marcus knew without looking that their intended exit was now blocked. Dr. Chen, he said quietly, are you familiar with rock climbing? Some. I've done indoor climbing, a little outdoor sport climbing. How do you feel about free climbing in a potentially hostile environment? Before she could answer, Kellerman's voice echoed again from somewhere above them. One more thing, Mr. Reed. I should mention that I'm not alone anymore. Dr. Chen provided me with interesting information about your methods during our conversations yesterday. Based on her descriptions, I've adjusted my tactics accordingly. Marcus felt cold understanding wash over him. What did you tell him? Dr. Chen looked confused. I don't understand. I told him you were coming to rescue me. I explained how famous you are for finding missing people, how you never give up, how you can track anything. Her face went pale. Was I not supposed to? It's not your fault, Marcus said quickly, but internally, he realized that Kellerman now knew not just his general reputation, but specific details about his methods and psychology. The ex-military man had spent hours interrogating Dr. Chen about Marcus's likely responses to various scenarios. Dr. Chen told me about your tendency to take personal responsibility for civilian safety, Kellerman continued. She mentioned your reputation for never leaving anyone behind, never taking the easy escape route if it means abandoning someone in danger. Fascinating psychology, really. It creates entirely predictable behavior patterns. Marcus realized he was dealing with an opponent who had not only studied his professional methods, but also understood his personal psychology well enough to manipulate his decision-making process. She also mentioned your famous intuition about reading terrain and finding hidden routes, Kellerman added. I'm curious to see if that intuition remains effective when the terrain has been deliberately modified. Another small explosion, this time from the lower end of the canyon. Their second most obvious exit route was now blocked as well. Marcus studied the canyon walls, looking for alternative routes. The rock was solid sandstone, with enough holds for experienced climbers, but several sections looked unstable. Kellerman had obviously spent time identifying the most dangerous climbing routes and the safest ones. Dr. Chen, I need to ask you something important. When you were talking to Kellerman yesterday, did you mention anything about my background? Military experience, specific training, anything like that? I told him you were former Forest Service, that you'd been involved in several famous rescues. I mentioned that people said you had an almost supernatural ability to find hidden routes through difficult terrain. She paused. Why? Because Kellerman was using her information to predict his moves, and Marcus needed to start thinking in ways that would surprise someone who thought he understood Marcus Reed's psychology. How's your endurance? He asked. Can you handle several hours of difficult hiking? I'm in good shape. I spend a lot of time in the field. Marcus made his decision. Instead of trying to climb out of the canyon, which is what Kellerman would expect based on Dr. Chen's description of his methods, he was going to follow Tunnel Creek downstream, deeper into wilderness that Kellerman wouldn't have had time to prepare. We're going downstream, he told Dr. Chen. It's going to mean several miles of difficult terrain, including some technical rock scrambling, but it should take us away from whatever traps Kellerman has prepared. Downstream leads into the Olympic Wilderness area, Dr. Chen said. There are no trails, no roads. We could get lost. Getting lost is better than getting dead. And I know this area. They began moving downstream, following the creek as it wound deeper into the canyon. The terrain was challenging, constant boulder hopping, occasional short climbs around waterfalls, dense vegetation that obscured their path. But Marcus felt confident in his choice. This route would require wilderness skills that no amount of military training and psychological manipulation could overcome. Kellerman might understand human behavior, but Marcus understood this specific landscape. After an hour of steady progress, they reached a section where Tunnel Creek joined a larger drainage that Marcus recognized. They were now in terrain he knew intimately, following routes he'd mapped during his ranger years. Mr. Reed. Kellerman's voice carried clearly despite the sound of rushing water. He was closer than Marcus had expected, probably following them downstream. Excellent tactical decision. Most people would have attempted to climb out immediately. Your choice to go deeper into wilderness terrain shows exactly the kind of counterintuitive thinking that made you successful as a ranger. Marcus motioned for Dr. Chen to keep moving while he paused to listen for Kellerman's position. However, the voice continued, you're now leading Dr. Chen into terrain that becomes increasingly difficult as it approaches the Quinault River drainage. Technical rock climbing, River crossings, several places where a single mistake could be fatal. The voice was coming from above them, probably from the canyon rim. Kellerman was paralleling their route but staying in position where he could observe without being seen. "I know this drainage," Marcus called back. "I've guided rescues through here before." "Yes." Dr. Chen mentioned your intimate knowledge of Olympic terrain, but she also mentioned something else interesting. Your absolute refusal to put civilians at unnecessary risk. How far are you willing to push a university professor through dangerous terrain to avoid confronting me directly? Marcus realized this was another psychological manipulation. Kellerman was trying to make him feel guilty about the route choice, trying to create internal conflict between his desire to protect Dr. Chen and his need to evade capture. "Keep moving," he told Dr. Chen quietly. "Don't listen to him." They continued downstream for another hour, making good progress despite the difficult terrain. Marcus found himself impressed with Dr. Chen's hiking ability and her composure under stress. She followed his route instructions precisely, never complained about the difficulty, and moved with the sure-footed confidence of someone who spent serious time in outdoor environments. But as they descended further into the drainage, the terrain became increasingly technical. They reached a section where Tunnel Creek dropped down a series of rock shelves, creating a natural staircase that required careful climbing to navigate safely. Marcus went first, finding handholds and testing each move before committing his weight. Dr. Chen followed, moving more slowly but competently. They made it down the first two shelves without incident. On the third shelf, Marcus heard the sound he'd been dreading. Rockfall from above. Not natural erosion, but rocks being deliberately thrown or dislodged. "Move!" he shouted to Dr. Chen. She pressed herself against the rock wall, just as a basketball-sized stone bounced off the shelf where she'd been standing seconds before. "Sorry about that," Kellerman called from somewhere above. "Unstable terrain. You really should be more careful about route selection." Marcus looked up, trying to spot Kellerman's position, but saw nothing. The man was staying well concealed while maintaining the ability to harass them with thrown rocks. "This is what I meant about escalation," Kellerman continued. "I'm not trying to hit you, just encourage you to move faster than is entirely safe. Psychological pressure applied through environmental modification." Another rock bounced down the cliff face, smaller this time but still dangerous. Marcus realized they couldn't continue this route with Kellerman shadowing them from above. Every technical section would become a potential death trap as long as their opponent maintained high ground advantage. "Dr. Chen, there's a side canyon about 100 yards downstream. We're going to make a run for it." They moved as quickly as safety allowed, with Marcus leading and checking each step before Dr. Chen followed. More rocks fell around them, but Kellerman seemed more interested in creating stress than causing actual injury. The side canyon provided the concealment Marcus was looking for: steep walls that blocked observation from above, and a route that led away from Tunnel Creek toward terrain he knew even better. But as they entered the side canyon, Marcus heard something that made his blood run cold. The sound of rappelling equipment, metal on rock, rope running through hardware. Kellerman wasn't just following them from the canyon rim, he was descending to their level. "Phase 3, Mr. Reed," came the voice, much closer now. "Direct pursuit. Let's see how well your wilderness skills work when you're being actively hunted by someone with comparable training." Marcus had been thinking of Kellerman as a psychological operations specialist who happened to have some outdoor skills, but the confidence in his voice, the ease with which he was moving through technical terrain, suggested more extensive training. "What's your actual background?" Marcus called. "Army Rangers before psychological operations. 2 tours in Afghanistan, 1 in Iraq. Specialized in deep reconnaissance and target acquisition in hostile terrain," which meant Marcus was dealing with someone who combined wilderness skills, military training, and psychological expertise, someone who might actually be better equipped for this kind of pursuit than Marcus had anticipated. "Why are you doing this?" Dr. Chen called out. "What do you want to prove?" "I want to prove that systematic preparation and superior planning always defeat intuition and improvisation," Kellerman replied. "Mr. Reed represents the pinnacle of intuitive wilderness skills. I represent the pinnacle of analytical tactical planning. This encounter will demonstrate which approach is truly superior. Marcus led Dr. Chen deeper into the side canyon, looking for terrain that would favor evasion over pursuit. The canyon narrowed as they climbed, eventually becoming a slot that was barely 6 feet wide in places. Perfect. Kellerman's military training would favor open terrain where he could use his equipment and observe his targets. In confined spaces, Marcus's intimate knowledge of the landscape would become more important than tactical training. "You made another mistake," Marcus called back toward Kellerman. "Explain." "You assumed I'd try to escape with Dr. Chen. You didn't consider that I might decide to hunt you instead." Marcus stopped moving and motioned for Dr. Chen to continue up the slot canyon. "Keep going," he whispered. "Stay in the narrow sections where he can't get a clear view. I'll catch up." "What are you doing?" Something he won't expect. Marcus began retracing his steps back down the slot canyon, moving silently on rock surfaces that wouldn't leave tracks. He'd spent the last several hours being reactive, responding to Kellerman's initiative. Time to change the dynamic. The slot canyon had several places where side passages led to hidden alcoves. Marcus chose one that provided concealment while offering a view of the main passage. Then he waited. Kellerman appeared within 10 minutes, moving carefully up the canyon with military precision. He was wearing dark hiking clothes and carrying a day pack that probably contained technical equipment. Medium build, maybe 5'10", moving with the controlled confidence of someone who'd done this type of pursuit professionally. Marcus let him pass, then slipped out of concealment and began following from behind. For the first time since this encounter began, Marcus felt like he was operating from a position of strength. This was what he'd done during his ranger years: track people through difficult terrain, often people who didn't want to be found. Kellerman was good, but he was operating in Marcus's environment now. Marcus followed for nearly a quarter mile, staying far enough back to avoid detection, but close enough to observe Kellerman's methods. The man moved well, but he was focused on following Dr. Chen's tracks up the canyon. He wasn't expecting pursuit from behind. When Kellerman stopped to examine a section where Dr. Chen's footprints were unclear, Marcus made his move. "Looking for something?" Kellerman spun around, hand reaching automatically for something in his pack, but stopped when he saw Marcus standing 10 feet away, with hands visible and non-threatening. "Mr. Reed, I have to admit I didn't anticipate this tactical reversal." "That's your fundamental error," Marcus said. "You've been treating this like a psychology experiment instead of recognizing that you're dealing with someone who might have his own agenda." "And what agenda is that?" "I've been hunting people like you for 15 years. People who think wilderness areas are playgrounds for their private games. People who put civilians at risk to prove philosophical points." Kellerman studied Marcus with genuine interest. "You're angry." "I'm focused. There's a difference. Dr. Chen described you as someone who never loses his temper, who approaches every situation with professional calm. But you're clearly feeling personal animosity toward me." Marcus realized Kellerman was still trying to manipulate the psychological dynamic, still treating this as an opportunity to analyze behavior under stress. "You're right. This is personal, because you've crossed a line that professional Forest Service doesn't prepare you for. You've made this about proving intellectual superiority instead of about Dr. Chen's safety. And yet Dr. Chen is perfectly safe. I've taken great care to ensure she comes to no harm. She's safe because I found her. Your plan depended on my success, not your restraint." Kellerman nodded slowly. "Fair point, though I should mention that my contingency planning included several scenarios where you failed to locate her within the time limit. Such as, I would have found her myself tomorrow morning and become the hero of the story. Lone hiker discovers missing professor, leads her to safety. My psychological experiment would remain completely undetected." Marcus felt a chill of understanding. "How many times have you done this?" "You're the first person to ask that question intelligently." Dr. Chen asked it, but in a way that suggested she expected a simple numerical answer. "You're asking it because you've realized this methodology could be applied repeatedly." "How many?" 4 previous subjects over the past 2 years. All successful rescues, all grateful families, all cases that enhanced my reputation as a skilled wilderness volunteer." and all experiments in proving your theory about analytical planning versus intuitive skill. Exactly. Though you're the first subject who presented a genuinely challenging test case. The others were competent but not legendary. Marcus processed this information. 5 kidnappings over 2 years, all disguised as successful rescue operations. Kellerman had been operating a long-term research project using real people as test subjects. Where are the others now? Alive and well, as far as I know. None of them ever realized they'd been part of an experiment. They remember being lost, being frightened, and being found by a skilled volunteer searcher. You drugged them. Mild sedative during the initial contact, just enough to create temporary amnesia about the kidnapping phase. By the time they were fully conscious, they were genuinely lost in terrain where I could find them heroically. Marcus understood now why Kellerman had been so confident about this encounter. He'd practiced his methodology 4 times, refined his techniques, learned from each experience. But you didn't drug Dr. Chen. Dr. Chen was never intended to be a simple test subject. She was bait for the real experiment, you. I needed her conscious and articulate so she could provide detailed information about your methods in psychology. Which meant Kellerman had been planning this specific encounter for months, possibly years. Marcus was dealing with someone who had made him a long-term target of study. What happens now? Marcus asked. That depends on you. I've proven my point about analytical planning versus intuitive skill. You found Dr. Chen faster than I expected, but you're now in a position where I control the tactical situation. Kellerman reached into his pack and withdrew a small device that Marcus recognized as a satellite GPS messenger. One button activates a distress beacon that will bring search and rescue helicopters to our exact location within 2 hours. Dr. Chen is retrieved safely. I'm credited with another successful rescue operation, and this encounter ends with my reputation enhanced. And if I don't agree to that scenario, then we continue the experiment under increasingly dangerous conditions. I have additional equipment cached in this area. Night vision, technical climbing gear, even some items that could make Dr. Chen's situation considerably more threatening. Marcus realized he was at a decision point that Kellerman had carefully orchestrated. Accept the face-saving resolution where Kellerman emerged as a hero, or escalate to a level of danger that might result in Dr. Chen being seriously injured. You've thought this through very carefully. I've had 2 years to perfect the methodology. You represent the culminating test case. Marcus looked up the slot canyon where Dr. Chen was hidden, then back at Kellerman. One problem with your analysis. Which is? You're still thinking like this is a psychology experiment, but I'm thinking like this is a criminal investigation. Marcus pulled out his phone and held it up so Kellerman could see the screen. No signal down here, Kellerman said. True, but these phones have other functions besides making calls. Marcus showed Kellerman the screen, which displayed a voice recording app that had been running for the past 20 minutes. Everything you've said about your 4 previous victims, your methodology, your long-term planning, it's all recorded. When we get back to civilization, this recording goes to the FBI. For the first time since this encounter began, Kellerman looked genuinely surprised. You've been recording our conversation. I started recording when I realized this was more than a simple rescue situation. I've got your confession to multiple kidnappings, your detailed description of your methods, and your admission that Dr. Chen was used as bait. Kellerman stared at the phone for several seconds, processing this development. He paused. That's actually brilliant. I focused so intently on the tactical and psychological aspects of our encounter that I completely overlooked the legal implications. Your mistake was treating this like a game, instead of recognizing it as a crime scene. Yes, I see that now. Kellerman looked up the canyon toward where Dr. Chen was hidden, then back at Marcus. This creates an entirely different set of parameters for resolution. It means your escape scenarios all depend on my cooperation, which you're not going to get. Kellerman was quiet for nearly a minute, obviously recalculating his options based on this new information. Mr. Reed, I have to say, I'm genuinely impressed. Your tactical reversal was unexpected, but this legal maneuvering is inspired. You've transformed a situation where I held all the advantages into one where you control the outcome. Dr. Chen and I are walking out of here. You can come with us and surrender to the authorities, or you can run and become a fugitive. But your experiment is over. Actually, Kellerman said, there's a third option. He reached into his pack again, this time withdrawing something that made Marcus's heart race. A pistol. I should have mentioned that my contingency planning included scenarios where subjects proved more formidable than anticipated. Marcus stepped back, calculating distances and cover options. The slot canyon was too narrow for evasive maneuvers, and Kellerman was positioned to block the only exit route. You shoot me and Dr. Chen becomes a witness to murder. Dr. Chen is currently hidden in terrain where her body might never be found. 2 hikers lost in Olympic wilderness. Tragic accident. Another reminder of how dangerous these mountains can be. Marcus felt the tactical situation shifting back in Kellerman's favor. But he also noticed something that Kellerman might have missed. The echo. Their voices had been carrying clearly through the slot canyon, which meant Dr. Chen had probably heard everything, including Kellerman's current threats. Dr. Chen, Marcus called loudly. If you can hear me, activate your GPS emergency beacon. She doesn't have a beacon, Kellerman said. I removed it yesterday. Check your assumptions, Marcus replied. Dr. Chen's voice echoed from up the canyon. Already done. Signal activated 5 minutes ago. Kellerman's face went pale. That's impossible. I personally removed her emergency equipment. You removed her primary beacon, Dr. Chen called back. But I carry a backup personal locator in my boot. Standard safety protocol for solo researchers. Marcus smiled. Dr. Chen knows her safety procedures better than you researched them. The sound of helicopters was already audible in the distance. Kellerman looked at the pistol in his hand, then at Marcus, then up the canyon toward the approaching sound of rotors. 2 years of planning, he said quietly. Months of specific preparation for this encounter. Detailed psychological profiles, carefully chosen terrain, multiple contingency scenarios. And you lost to a backup GPS unit in a hiking boot. Kellerman laughed, actually laughed, with what sounded like genuine appreciation. Mr. Reed, you and Dr. Chen have provided me with the most educational experience of my career. I've learned more about the limitations of analytical planning in the past hour than in 2 years of previous experiments. He placed the pistol on a rock ledge and stepped back with his hands visible. I surrender to your superior tactics. The helicopters were getting closer. One question, Marcus said. Why did you really do this? The experiments, the kidnappings, the need to prove intellectual superiority over intuitive skill? Kellerman was quiet for a moment, listening to the approaching helicopters. Afghanistan, 2018. I was leading a patrol through mountain terrain similar to this. We had detailed satellite imagery, GPS coordinates, sophisticated intelligence about enemy positions. Everything planned perfectly. He paused. But our Afghan guide, illiterate man who'd never seen a computer, kept insisting we should take a different route. Said the terrain felt wrong, that the ridgeline above us was dangerous. I overruled him based on our superior intelligence and technological resources. Marcus waited. The ridgeline was an ambush. Half my unit was killed because I trusted technology and analysis over local knowledge and intuitive understanding. I've spent the past 4 years trying to prove that my decision was correct, that intelligence and planning should always override gut feelings and primitive instincts. And now? Now I realize I've been conducting these experiments to avoid accepting that I was wrong. That sometimes intuition and experience are superior to analysis and preparation. The helicopters were directly overhead now, probably landing in the wider canyon below. Mr. Reed, Dr. Chen, Kellerman called up the canyon. I want you to know that despite the criminal nature of my methods, this experience has provided me with insights that will help me become a better person. You've taught me something important about the limits of intellectual arrogance. Marcus heard voices and footsteps approaching from down the canyon. Search and rescue teams, probably followed closely by law enforcement. One more thing, Kellerman said. For what it's worth, your reputation is completely justified. You are exactly as skilled as the stories claim. Marcus nodded. Thank you. But next time you want to test a theory about human behavior, try using volunteers. The first search and rescue team appeared at the bottom of the slot canyon, followed immediately by sheriff's deputies with weapons drawn. "Doctor, Sarah Chen?" one of the deputies called. "Up here," Dr. Chen replied. "Safe. Marcus Reed?" "Here. Suspect is in custody. No weapons. Ready to surrender." Kellerman raised his hands as the deputies approached. "Captain David Kellerman, retired," he said formally. "I surrender myself to legal custody and confess to multiple counts of kidnapping and endangering civilians." As the deputies secured Kellerman and began the process of escorting everyone back to safety, Marcus found himself thinking about the psychological profile that had driven this entire encounter. Kellerman had been right about one thing. The encounter had tested Marcus's abilities against sophisticated preparation and planning. But he'd been wrong about the fundamental premise. This hadn't been a contest between intuition and intelligence. It had been a demonstration that the best solutions often combine both approaches. Marcus's wilderness skills had gotten them through the technical terrain and evasion sequences. But Dr. Chen's analytical thinking and emergency preparedness had actually saved them, and Marcus's legal awareness and tactical adaptability had prevented the situation from escalating to genuine violence. By the time they reached the helicopters, Marcus had reached a conclusion that he thought Kellerman would appreciate. Human beings are at their best when they combine intuitive wisdom with analytical intelligence, not when they try to prove one approach superior to the other. The sun was setting over the Olympic Mountains as they lifted off toward civilization. Dr. Chen was safe, Kellerman was in custody, and 4 previous victims would finally learn the truth about their rescue experiences. Marcus looked down at the wilderness below and felt something he hadn't experienced in the 3 years since leaving the Forest Service. Satisfaction with a job well done. Maybe it was time to stop running from what he was good at. Maybe it was time to come home to the mountains. Connor Walsh checked his watch. 6:47 a.m. The October air bit through his jacket as he loaded his pack into the truck, each piece of equipment finding its familiar place through muscle memory. 5 years since he'd left the Forest Service, but some habits died hard. GPS unit, first aid kit, emergency radio, water purification tablets, backup compass. The ranger station had called him at dawn about a missing hiker in Glacier National Park's northern sector. Sarah Chen, 28, environmental scientist, last seen 2 days ago near Hidden Lake Trail. "Just like old times," he muttered, testing his radio one last time before heading out. The drive to the trailhead took 40 minutes through winding mountain roads, autumn maples bleeding red against the gray morning sky. Connor parked next to 2 Park Service vehicles and found Ranger Martinez waiting with a thermos of coffee and a worried expression. "Thanks for coming, Connor. We've got teams working the main trails, but Sarah's professor says she was researching off-trail water sources. That's your territory." Connor studied the topographical map, his eyes automatically tracing elevation changes and water patterns. "Any sign of her equipment?" "Her car, fully stocked. No note, no indication of her planned route." Martinez handed him a photo. "Smart girl. PhD candidate, experienced hiker. Not the type to make rookie mistakes." Connor pocketed the photo and shouldered his pack. "I'll start where the others left off. Check the drainage patterns east of Hidden Lake." The trail began normally enough. Well-worn path, occasional markers, the steady crunch of fallen leaves under his boots. Connor moved at his practiced pace, scanning automatically for signs others might miss. 30 minutes in, he stopped. Something felt wrong. Not the kind of wrong that came from obvious danger, but the subtle wrongness that had kept him alive during 5 years of solo backcountry work. The morning was too quiet. No bird calls, no squirrel chatter. Even the wind seemed muted. He knelt beside the trail and found it. A partial boot print in soft earth, Nike running shoe, women's size 7. Fresh, within the last 12 hours. "Sarah?" he whispered, photographing the print with his phone. The track led northeast, away from the marked trail and into thick timber. Connor followed, marking his route with orange flagging tape. The ground told its story clearly. Purposeful stride, no hesitation, someone who knew exactly where they were going, except the direction made no sense. Connor stopped again, studying the topographical features around him. Sarah's track was leading directly toward a series of cliff bands and box canyons, terrain that would dead end within 2 miles. No experienced hiker would choose this route, unless they weren't choosing. He knelt beside another clear print and felt his chest tighten. Beside Sarah's Nike track was the partial outline of a larger boot, military-style deep tread, size 11 or 12. The spacing suggested someone walking deliberately close behind her. Connor reached for his radio. Static. He tried different channels, adjusted the antenna. Nothing but white noise. The radio had worked perfectly an hour ago. Standing slowly, he scanned the forest around him. Still that unnatural quiet, but now something else. The feeling of being watched. Not paranoia, not imagination. A decade of backcountry experience had honed his senses to razor sharpness. Someone was out there. He continued following the tracks, moving more cautiously now, staying off the obvious trail they'd left. Every 50 yards he tried the radio. Dead silence. The tracks led uphill through increasingly rough terrain. Connor found broken branches at head height, scuffed rocks, small tiers of fabric on thorny bushes. Signs of passage, but also signs of struggle. At 9:30 a.m., he found Sarah's water bottle. It lay beside a fallen log, cap missing, contents spilled. But the placement looked wrong, too visible, too convenient. Connor approached carefully, studying the ground around it without disturbing anything. The boot prints here told a different story. Multiple impressions, deeper than before. Sarah's tracks showed heel-to-toe drag marks. The military boot prints circled the area in a deliberate pattern. Someone had wanted the water bottle to be found. Connor photographed everything from multiple angles, then continued following the trail. His internal GPS told him they were heading toward Thunderbolt Canyon, a narrow gorge that would provide natural containment for... what? The answer came 20 minutes later. Connor crested a small ridge and looked down into a natural amphitheater of stone and timber. At the center, clearly visible from his position, stood Sarah Chen. Alive, apparently uninjured, sitting on a fallen tree with her hands in her lap. Waiting. Connor's instincts screamed danger. The setup was too perfect, too exposed. Anyone approaching Sarah would be completely visible from at least 6 different vantage points around the amphitheater's rim. He settled behind a large boulder and studied the scene through his binoculars. Sarah appeared calm, almost relaxed. No signs of restraint. No obvious distress. She was looking around occasionally, but not frantically. Not like someone who'd been lost for 2 days. Like someone who was waiting for something to happen. Connor tried his radio again. Still dead. He checked his GPS unit. Weak signal, coordinates drifting. His phone showed no service. All his communication equipment was being jammed. That realization hit him like cold water. This wasn't a simple missing person case. Someone with sophisticated equipment and detailed knowledge of the terrain had orchestrated this entire situation. And Connor was part of it now. He studied the amphitheater more carefully, looking for signs of the watcher he knew was there. The military boot tracks had disappeared on rocky ground, but Connor's experience read the landscape differently. Small disturbances in lichen patterns, microscopic scratches on stone surfaces, areas where pine needles lay just slightly wrong. There, a position at 2 o'clock from Sarah's location, elevated with clear fields of fire and multiple escape routes. Connor settled in to wait. His opponent was intelligent, patient, well-equipped, but Connor had advantages too. This was his territory, his element, and whoever was down there had just made a mistake. They'd revealed they knew he was coming. The question was, how? At 11:15 a.m., Sarah stood up. Connor watched through his binoculars as she walked to a specific tree, reached behind it, and pulled out a backpack. Not her pack. This one was military surplus, olive drab, much larger than anything a day hiker would carry. She opened it, removed something Connor couldn't identify from his distance and held it up toward the tree line, toward Connor's general position. A mirror. She was signaling with a mirror, but not to Connor, to someone else. The return signal came from exactly where Connor had pinpointed the watcher's position. 3 quick flashes of reflected sunlight. Sarah nodded, replaced the mirror, and sat back down. Connor felt genuine fear for the first time in years. This wasn't a rescue situation. This was a trap, and Sarah was bait. But more than that, it was a trap specifically designed for him. Someone had studied his methods, predicted his response patterns, and orchestrated this entire scenario to bring him to this exact spot at this exact time. The only question now was why. He got his answer at 12:30 p.m. Connor was repositioning for a better view when he found the note. Pinned to a tree at eye level, directly in his path, was a piece of paper in a waterproof bag. Connor Walsh, former Forest Service Ranger, Glacier National Park, 2015-2020, backcountry specialist, search and rescue coordinator, 47 successful rescues, 0 fatalities. Your reputation precedes you. Sarah Chen is alive and unharmed. She will remain so if you follow instructions precisely. Any deviation will result in her immediate death. You are being tested. Proceed to coordinates 48.7596 degree on, 113.7204 degree W. Come alone. Bring only standard day hiking equipment. No weapons, no communication devices. You have 2 hours. Dr. Marcus Thorne Connor stared at the coordinates. He didn't need his GPS. The location was burned into his memory. Avalanche Creek Overlook, a narrow promontory with steep drops on 3 sides. Only one way in or out. The perfect kill box. But something else nagged at him. The name. Dr. Marcus Thorne. He'd heard it before, years ago, but couldn't place it. Connor cached his radio and GPS in a tree hollow, keeping only his basic hiking gear and emergency supplies. As he moved toward the coordinates, his mind worked the problem. Thorne knew who he was, knew his service record, had somehow accessed detailed information about his capabilities. This wasn't random. This was personal. But Connor had never heard of Marcus Thorne in any professional context. The answer came as he approached the overlook. Dr. Marcus Thorne, forensic psychologist, expert witness in the Blackfoot River murders, 2019. Connor remembered now. Thorne had testified that the suspect was stable, low risk, recommended minimum security placement. 3 weeks later, the suspect had escaped and killed a family of 4 before taking his own life. Connor had been part of the search team that found the bodies. The overlook appeared ahead through the trees, a rocky promontory extending over Avalanche Creek Gorge. Connor approached carefully, every sense alert. The natural acoustics of the location would make it impossible to approach unseen, which meant Thorne was confident in his position. Connor stepped into the clearing. Mr. Walsh, punctual. I appreciate that in a professional. The voice came from behind a large boulder at the overlook's far end. Calm, educated, no trace of stress or emotion. Connor estimated the distance at 40 feet. Too far to rush, too close to run. Dr. Thorne, I presume. Indeed. A figure emerged from behind the boulder, mid-50s, medium height, athletic build, wearing expensive hiking gear. He carried no visible weapons, but Connor noticed the tactical arrangement of his equipment and the calculated way he positioned himself. Where's Sarah? Safe. Approximately 1 mile from here, sleeping peacefully. She consumed a mild sedative with her lunch. Voluntary, I assure you. She believes she's participating in a psychological research study on stress response. Which, in a way, she is. Connor studied Thorne's posture, looking for tells, weaknesses, opportunities. The man radiated confidence bordering on arrogance, but there was something else. Genuine intellectual curiosity. What do you want? Thorne smiled. To answer a question that's plagued me for years. Are your abilities genuine or simply the result of experience and training? My abilities? Please, Mr. Walsh, Your reputation in certain circles is quite remarkable. Tracking skills that border on supernatural, the ability to find people when electronic equipment fails, intuition that consistently outperforms statistical analysis. Connor remained silent, calculating distances, angles, escape routes. The Jameson child, 2017, Thorne continued. Lost for 4 days. Search teams combing 100 square miles. You found him in 6 hours, following tracks that 3 other rangers missed entirely. Lucky guess. The Morrison climbing accident, 2018. You located their position despite GPS failure and radio blackout, navigating 7 miles of unmapped terrain in complete darkness. Experience. The Chen family avalanche, 2019. You predicted the slide zone 2 hours before the official forecast, evacuated 12 people from the danger area. Connor felt cold settling in his chest. Thorne had done his homework. That was the same weekend, Thorne continued, that I was testifying about David Garrett's psychological profile, assuring the court he posed minimal public risk. The name hit Connor like a physical blow. David Garrett, the Blackfoot River killer. 3 weeks later, Thorne's voice dropped. Garrett escaped minimum security and murdered Rebecca Morrison, age 6, her parents, James and Linda, her baby brother, Thomas, 18 months old. Connor remembered. The search, the bodies, the systematic brutality. Because I trusted psychology over instinct, Thorne said. Because I believed data analysis was superior to human intuition. Because I was wrong. The pieces clicked together. This isn't about Sarah. It's about testing your theory. Exactly. Thorne's eyes gleamed. I've spent 4 years studying people like you. Individuals who consistently outperform logical analysis through apparent intuition. Sarah Chen was selected because her research pattern suggested she'd draw attention if she disappeared. Specifically, your attention. Connor felt the trap closing around him. And if I don't pass your test? Then you weren't worthy of study in the first place. Thorne reached into his pack and withdrew a tablet computer. Your equipment failures weren't accidental. I've been jamming your communications, spoofing your GPS, monitoring your every move. But here's what fascinates me. You compensated perfectly. You navigated using landmarks, tracked by reading ground sign, found Sarah's location through pure deduction. Basic ranger skills. No, Mr. Walsh. Something much more interesting. Thorne activated the tablet, and Connor saw a real-time satellite view of the area. Multiple red dots moved across the display. Search teams, Connor realized. 12 experienced search and rescue personnel, Thorne said. Some with decades of experience, all equipped with the latest technology. None of them found Sarah's actual position. You did, using methods that shouldn't work in the modern age. Connor's mind raced. Thorne was too confident, too relaxed, which meant, you're not planning to kill me. Kill you? Mr. Walsh, you're the most valuable test subject I've encountered. Killing you would be wasteful. Then what? Thorne smiled, and for the first time, Connor saw the madness behind the intelligence. I'm going to break you. Systematically, scientifically, completely. I'm going to strip away your confidence, your instincts, your connection to whatever source provides your abilities, and then I'm going to study what remains. Connor moved, not toward Thorne. That was expected, planned for. Instead, Connor dove sideways toward the overlook's edge, rolling behind a cluster of boulders. The move bought him 5 seconds in cover from whatever weapons Thorne might deploy. Interesting choice, Thorne called out. Most people would have attacked directly. Connor peered around the boulder. Thorne hadn't moved, hadn't drawn a weapon. He was simply watching like a scientist observing a lab rat, but predictable in its way. You've identified this as a tactical problem requiring unconventional solutions. Your mind is working exactly as I hoped it would. Connor studied the terrain around him. The overlook was a natural trap, but it was also unstable ground. Avalanche Creek had undercut the promontory for decades. The entire structure was essentially a shelf of rock held in place by geological tension, and Connor remembered exactly where the weak points were. Tell me, Mr. Walsh, are you feeling that sensation yet? The certainty that you're missing something important? Connor froze. He was feeling exactly that. A growing conviction that Thorne's position, his confidence, his entire demeanor was wrong for someone in a tactical situation. You are, aren't you? That's your intuition trying to process information your conscious mind can't quite grasp. Thorne stepped into clear view, hands empty, posture relaxed. Here's what you're sensing. I'm not afraid of you. I should be. You're physically capable, experienced in dangerous situations, desperate to protect an innocent person. But I'm not afraid because I know something you don't. Connor's chest tightened. What? This isn't my first field test. There have been others, Mr. Walsh. 17 others, to be precise. People with unusual abilities, unconventional skills, remarkable intuition. The cold in Connor's chest spread outward. Would you like to know how many passed? Connor didn't answer. 0, Thorne said softly. Because the test isn't about succeeding. It's about understanding the exact point where intuition fails, where instinct becomes liability, where the human mind breaks under sufficient pressure. Thorne reached into his pack again, this time withdrawing a small device Connor recognized. A satellite communication unit, military grade. Sarah Chen was never in danger, Mr. Walsh. She's been safely sedated in a research facility 90 miles from here since yesterday morning. The woman you've been tracking, the bait you followed so skillfully, that was Dr. Jennifer Parks, my research partner. Connor's world tilted. Then who? No one is in immediate danger, but someone will be, very soon, unless you make the correct choice. Thorne activated the communication device, and Connor heard voices. Search team radio chatter. Team 3, we've got a lead on the missing hiker, heading toward Avalanche Creek Overlook. Copy that. ETA 15 minutes. Thorne smiled. 12 good people, Mr. Walsh. Experienced, well-intentioned, completely unprepared for what they're walking into. Connor felt the trap closing completely now. What are you talking about? Simple. The Overlook has been rigged with explosives. Carefully placed, precisely calculated. When the search team reaches this position, the entire promontory will collapse into the gorge below. Connor looked at the rock formation beneath his feet with new understanding. The slight vibrations he'd attributed to wind, the subtle shifting sounds. Unless, Thorne continued, you choose to save them. How? The detonation is triggered by a simple motion sensor. If someone moves into the blast zone, this entire overlook, the charges activate automatically. The only way to prevent the explosion is to ensure the sensor is activated before the search team arrives. Connor stared at him. You want me to trigger it myself? I want you to choose, Mr. Walsh. Trust your intuition about the nature of this situation, or trust the logical evidence I've presented. Act on instinct, or act on information. That's not a choice. That's murder. Is it? Perhaps I'm lying about the explosives. Perhaps the search team isn't real. Perhaps this entire scenario is an elaborate psychological experiment with no actual danger to anyone. Thorne held up the communication device again. Voices crackled through clearly. Team 3, confirm your position. We show you approximately 8 minutes from Overlook. Confirmed. Moving fast. Weather's turning, want to finish this grid before dark. Or perhaps, Thorne said, everything I've told you is absolutely true. And 12 people are about to die because you can't bring yourself to trust the evidence of your own senses. Connor felt his mind fragmenting. Everything he thought he knew about the situation had been systematically undermined. His instincts screamed that Thorne was lying, manipulating, playing psychological games. But the evidence, the voices, the satellite imagery, the careful orchestration of events suggested otherwise. What do you really want? Connor asked. To understand the exact moment when intuition becomes paralysis. When someone like you, faced with impossible choices and contradictory information, simply stops functioning. Thorne checked his watch. 6 minutes, Mr. Walsh. If the explosives are real, if the search team is real, if any of this is real, how will you decide? Connor closed his eyes, trying to center himself, to access whatever source had guided him through a decade of impossible situations. But for the first time in his adult life, he felt nothing. No guidance, no certainty, no clear path forward. Thorne had found his breaking point. 4 minutes. Connor opened his eyes and looked at Thorne with new understanding. "You're not studying me. You're studying yourself." Thorne's confidence flickered for the first time. "You want to know if someone with real intuitive abilities would make the same choice you made 6 years ago? Whether they'd trust instinct over evidence, even when the stakes were this high." "Mr. Walsh, you had a feeling about David Garrett, a gut instinct that he was dangerous, that your psychological evaluation was missing something important. But you ignored it because the data said otherwise." Thorne's hand tightened on the communication device. "And now you need to know if someone else, someone with proven intuitive abilities, would make the same mistake. Whether the failure was yours personally, or just human nature." 3 minutes, Thorne said, but his voice had lost its calm authority. Connor stood up, stepping fully into view. "There's just one problem with your experiment, Doctor." "What?" "You're not studying intuition, you're studying trauma." Connor began walking toward Thorne, slowly, hands visible. "Everything you've told me, the explosives, the search team, the elaborate setup, it's all designed to recreate the psychological pressure you felt when you made your recommendation about Garrett." "Stop moving, Mr. Walsh. But here's what you missed. Real intuition isn't about choosing between evidence and instinct. It's about reading the whole situation, including the people in it." Connor was 20 feet away now, close enough to see the sweat on Thorne's forehead despite the cold air. "And what I'm reading from you, Doctor, is a man who spent 4 years trying to prove that his failure was inevitable, that anyone with his abilities would have made the same choice. The explosives are real. Maybe, but you know what? It doesn't matter." Connor continued walking, "Because the one thing you can't simulate, the one element you can't control in your experiment is this. I'm not you." 10 feet. "I didn't fail to trust my instincts when it mattered. I didn't let 4 people die because I ignored what I knew to be true." 5 feet. "And I'm not going to let anyone else die while you work through your guilt." Connor reached for Thorne's wrist, and the doctor stumbled backward, directly into the motion sensor he'd positioned behind the boulder. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then the overlook exploded. Connor felt the ground give way beneath his feet, felt himself falling toward the gorge below. But even as he fell, he was thinking, calculating, remembering the terrain he'd studied so carefully over the years. Avalanche Creek ran deep and fast below the overlook, fed by glacial melt and autumn rains. The water would be shockingly cold but survivable if he hit it right. Connor twisted in the air, positioning himself for impact, and struck the water with brutal force. The cold drove the air from his lungs instantly. The current caught him, tumbling him downstream over rocks and fallen logs. He fought to the surface, gasping, struggling to stay conscious as hypothermia began setting in. But he was alive. Connor dragged himself onto a gravel bar 200 yards downstream, shaking uncontrollably from cold and shock. Above him, smoke rose from the collapsed overlook. No sign of Thorne. His radio, cached in the tree hollow a mile away, would still be functional. The real search teams, if they existed, would need to know what had happened. Connor forced himself to stand, to start moving. Hypothermia was a bigger immediate threat than any psychological games. He needed shelter, warmth, and medical attention. But as he began the long hike back to civilization, Connor realized something had changed. The intuitive connection that had guided him for years felt different now, not weaker but clearer. As if Thorne's systematic assault on his confidence had somehow burned away layers of doubt and second-guessing. He thought about Sarah Chen, sedated in a research facility somewhere, believing she was part of a legitimate study. About the other 17 test subjects Thorne had mentioned. About the thin line between intuition and paranoia, between confidence and arrogance. 3 hours later, Connor reached the ranger station. Martinez took one look at him and called for medical evacuation. "Jesus, Connor, what happened? We lost your radio signal." Found explosives residue at Avalanche Creek. Long story. Is Sarah Chen safe? Sarah Chen? The missing hiker? We found her at the university this morning. Never left town. Apparently there was some confusion about her research schedule. Connor closed his eyes, feeling the last pieces click into place. Any word on a Dr. Marcus Thorne? Martinez checked his computer. Nothing current. But there's an old file. Dr. Marcus Thorne, forensic psychologist, reported missing 4 years ago. Disappeared after the Blackfoot River trial. Presumed suicide. Contact the FBI, Connor said quietly. Tell them we found him. 2 weeks later, Connor sat in a conference room at the FBI field office in Helena, answering questions for the final time. The investigation had uncovered Thorne's elaborate research facility, his detailed files on 17 previous victims, and evidence of a systematic study of human intuition under extreme stress. Sarah Chen and the other victims had survived, but Thorne's body was never recovered from Avalanche Creek. One more question, Mr. Walsh, Agent Morrison said. How did you know? About the explosives, the deception, Thorne's psychological state? Connor considered the question carefully. How did he explain the complex interplay of evidence and instinct that had guided his decisions? The way small details, Thorne's positioning, his emotional state, the artificial quality of the radio transmissions, had combined with deeper intuitive knowledge about human nature and trauma? Experience, he said finally, and the understanding that real intuition isn't about ignoring evidence. It's about seeing patterns that pure logic misses. Morrison nodded. Would you consider consulting on similar cases? Connor thought about the question for a long moment, about the responsibility that came with unusual abilities, about the danger of letting those abilities make him arrogant or careless, about the difference between trusting instinct and using it wisely. Maybe, he said, if you really need me. That night, Connor sat on his back porch, looking out over the valley below. The October air carried the scent of snow from the high country. Winter was coming early this year. His phone buzzed with a text message from Martinez. New missing person case. Experienced climber disappeared near Glacier Point. Could use your help. Connor studied the message, then looked back at the mountains. Somewhere out there, someone needed help. Someone was lost, scared, possibly injured. And Connor Walsh had work to do. He picked up his pack and began checking his equipment. GPS unit, first aid kit, emergency radio, water purification tablets, backup compass. Some habits, Connor reflected, were worth keeping. So, Marcus always thought he knew every inch of that forest, until he found the cabin that didn't exist on any maps, and realized someone was watching him discover it. He stood there on what should have been a familiar trail, staring at a wooden structure that simply shouldn't exist. Not in the official records of Glacier National Park. Not on the topographical maps he'd memorized during his 3 years as a forest ranger. And definitely not there, in that specific spot where he was certain he'd passed at least a dozen times before. If you're into this kind of real account, hit subscribe because there's way more disturbing stuff coming. The feeling of being watched came like a wave of cold running down his spine. It wasn't paranoia. Marcus had learned to trust that kind of instinct during his years patrolling the Montana mountains. It was October 2021, and he was searching for Stella Hartman, a 24-year-old biology student who had disappeared 3 days earlier. But now, looking at that impossible cabin, Marcus began to suspect that Stella wasn't simply lost. 6 hours earlier, everything seemed routine. Marcus was sitting at the park headquarters drinking what was probably his 5th coffee of the day when he got the call. A student had lost contact with her university. Last known location, Logan Pass Trail. Equipment found, none. Clues, 0. Another tourist who thought Montana was a theme park, he had thought, grabbing the standard search and rescue gear, radio, GPS, first aid kit, ropes, and his favorite tactical flashlight. Nothing indicated this would be different from other cases. Marcus had a reputation in the park, not just for being efficient, but for finding things other rangers couldn't. It was kind of his personal superpower. He noticed footprints where others saw only dirt, detected tracks that seemed to have been erased by time or weather. His colleagues joked that he had eagle eyes, but Marcus knew it was more than that. It was like his mind processed microscopic details that went unnoticed by any normal person. Stella Hartman was different from most lost visitors. PhD student in botany, experienced with trails, proper equipment. Her advisor at the university said Stella was collecting alpine plant samples for her dissertation on plant adaptations at extreme altitudes. A serious researcher, not a reckless tourist. The first sign something was wrong appeared on the third day of searching. Marcus was examining the area around Logan Pass when he found footprints. Not Stella's. He had already memorized her boot pattern from photos provided by her family. These were different. Military boots, size 11, with a wear pattern indicating tactical training. Weird, Marcus had muttered, kneeling for a closer look. The prints followed parallel to the main trail, but keeping distance, as if someone was watching. That's when he noticed the tree markings. Deliberate cuts in the bark, made with a sharp knife. They weren't official trail markers. They were something else entirely. Marcus followed the markings deeper into the forest, moving farther and farther from known trails. This was where his special ability became crucial. Where others would see only fallen leaves and branches broken by wind, he could identify the pattern of human passage. Nearly imperceptible footprints in moist earth. Fabric fibers caught on thorns. A drop of dried blood on a leaf, so small it could be mistaken for sap. The trail led Marcus straight to that impossible cabin. Now, standing before the wooden structure, Marcus felt his training conflict with his instincts. Protocol said to call backup, report the discovery, await instruction. But something about how the cabin was positioned, partially hidden by a rock formation with clear view of the main trail, screamed, "Danger!" He grabbed his radio. Static. Tried again. More static. "What the hell?" he muttered, checking the battery. It was full. The signal simply didn't exist. Marcus approached the cabin carefully, noting details that confirmed his growing suspicions. The wood was weathered but not abandoned. There were recent signs of occupation, fresh ashes near what looked like an improvised fire pit, a pile of empty cans organized too neatly to be casual trash. And then he saw the photos. They were nailed to the inside of the door, visible through a gap in the wood. Marcus felt his stomach drop as he recognized some of the faces, missing persons from the last 2 years, cases that had gone cold, cases where the bodies were never found. Stella Hartman's university ID photo was pinned right in the center. "Jesus Christ," Marcus whispered, instinctively reaching for his radio again. Still nothing but static. That's when he heard the voice behind him. "You know, most people would have turned around by now." Marcus spun around, his hand automatically going to the bear spray on his belt. A man emerged from the tree line, tall, probably in his 40s, wearing military-style clothing that had seen better days. His smile was the kind that never reached his eyes. "You must be the ranger they sent to find little Stella," the man continued, his tone casual, almost conversational. "I'm Clay, Clayton Mercer. And you, my friend, just made this whole thing a lot more interesting." Marcus's mind raced through his options. Run? Fight? Try to talk his way out? Clay looked like he knew exactly what Marcus was thinking and found it amusing. "Oh, don't worry about running," Clay said, as if reading his mind. "See, I've been watching you for the last hour. Very impressive tracking skills, by the way. Most people would never have found this place, but you've got a gift, don't you?" The way Clay said gift made Marcus's skin crawl. This wasn't a chance encounter. Clay had been waiting for him. "Where's Stella?" Marcus managed to ask, surprised by how steady his voice sounded. "Stella's fine. For now." Clay's smile widened. "She's part of a little game I like to play. See, I used to hunt animals, big game mostly, but after a while that got boring. Predictable. Animals are driven by pure instinct, but humans, Humans are interesting. They can think. They can plan. They can truly fear. Marcus felt a chill that had nothing to do with the October air. You're hunting people. I prefer to think of it as elevated hunting, Clay said, taking a step closer. And here's the thing. I've gotten very good at it. 3 years, 12 successful hunts, and not one person has ever gotten close to figuring out my methods. Until you. The arrogance in Clay's voice was unmistakable. He was proud of himself, confident in his superiority, and that, Marcus realized, might be his only advantage. You think you're clever, finding my little hideout, Clay continued. But what you don't understand is that this is exactly what I wanted. You see, I've been watching you Rangers for months, learning your patterns, your protocols, your weaknesses. And you, Marcus, yes, I know your name. You're the best tracker in this park, which makes you the perfect final challenge. Marcus's hand slowly moved toward his radio again, hoping Clay wouldn't notice. Oh, don't bother with that, Clay said with a laugh. I've got a signal jammer running. Military grade. No one's coming to help you. It's just you, me, and the forest, the way hunting should be. What did you do to Stella? She's alive. Scared, but alive. I like to let them run first, you see. Give them hope. Makes the chase more satisfying. Clay's eyes gleamed with something that made Marcus's blood run cold. But here's where it gets interesting. I'm going to give you a choice. Marcus said nothing, waiting. You can try to run, like all the others did. I'll give you a 10-minute head start, and then I'll come after you. If you survive until dawn, I'll let both you and Stella go free. But here's the thing. No one's ever made it past the first hour. The casual confidence in Clay's voice was terrifying. He wasn't just arrogant, he was completely convinced of his own invincibility. Or, Clay continued, you can try to be a hero. Try to find and save little Stella first. But that means no head start. I start hunting you immediately. Your choice. Marcus felt time slowing down as his mind processed the situation. Clay was giving him options because he was certain the outcome would be the same either way. The killer had turned hunting into a science, and Marcus was just another test subject. But Clay had made one crucial mistake. He had underestimated exactly how good Marcus was at tracking. I choose option 3, Marcus said quietly. Clay's smile faltered slightly. There is no option 3. Sure there is. Marcus took a step back, his eyes scanning the ground around Clay's feet. I find Stella, get us both out of here, and make sure you never hunt anyone again. Clay threw back his head and laughed. You? You think you can outmaneuver me? Kid, I was hunting targets in Afghanistan before you even knew what a compass was. I've turned this forest into my personal hunting ground. I know every trail, every hiding spot, every... You left Stella somewhere close, Marcus interrupted, his special ability kicking into overdrive as he studied the subtle signs around them. Within an hour's walk, based on the wear pattern on your boots, and you came from... He pointed northeast, that direction. There's mud on your left boot that only comes from the creek bed near the old mining trail. Clay's expression shifted from amusement to interest. Go on. You're keeping her somewhere she can't easily escape, but where you can get to her quickly when you're ready to start the real hunt. My guess? The old mining cave's about 2 miles from here. Easy to secure, multiple escape routes for you, and acoustic properties that would muffle any screams. For the first time, Clay looked genuinely impressed. Very good. But knowing where she is and getting there alive are two very different things. Here's what you don't understand about me, Marcus said, backing toward the tree line. Everyone always focused on my tracking skills, but tracking isn't just about following, it's about understanding. And I understand something about you, Clay. Oh yeah? What's that? You're so confident in your abilities that you've gotten sloppy. Look at this cabin. You left it exactly where your vanity wanted it. High ground, good view, impressive to anyone who found it. But tactically, it's stupid. One way in, one way out, and you just revealed your position to your target. Clay's smile disappeared entirely. You little shit. You think you're... But Marcus was already moving. disappearing into the forest with a speed that caught Clay off guard. The killer stood there for a moment, staring at the spot where Marcus had been, his expression shifting from surprise to anger to something that looked almost like excitement. Well, well, Clay said to himself, pulling a hunting knife from his belt. This might actually be fun. Marcus moved through the forest like a ghost, every step calculated to minimize noise and maximize speed. His special ability was working overtime now, processing dozens of environmental details simultaneously. Broken twigs indicated Clay had indeed been moving toward the northeast repeatedly. Disturbed moss patterns showed heavy equipment had been transported in that direction. Even the way certain plants were trampled suggested a regular path to and from the mining trail. But Marcus also noticed something else, something that Clay's arrogance had blinded him to. The killer was good, but he was also predictable. All his movements followed logical tactical patterns. Military training was an asset, but it was also a limitation. Clay thought like a soldier, which meant Marcus could anticipate his next moves. The forest seemed different now that Marcus knew he was being hunted. Every shadow could hide a threat. Every sound could be Clay approaching. But instead of panic, Marcus felt a strange kind of clarity. This was what he'd been training for his entire career, even if he'd never realized it. He reached the mining trail in 23 minutes, using paths that weren't on any official map. The old mining operation had been abandoned for decades, leaving behind a network of caves and tunnels that most park visitors didn't even know existed. It was the perfect place to hide someone. Marcus found the first cave entrance and immediately knew he was right. Fresh footprints in the mud outside, recently disturbed rocks arranged to camouflage the opening. And something else. A faint sound from inside that made his blood run cold. Crying. "Stella?" he called softly into the cave entrance. The crying stopped immediately. Then a weak voice. "Help me. Please. Someone help me." Marcus felt his heart racing as he pulled out his flashlight. "Stella, my name is Marcus. I'm a park ranger. I'm going to get you out of here." He said no one would find me. He said he was going to... Stella's voice broke off in a sob. "I know. But I found you and we're leaving. Right now." Marcus entered the cave, his flashlight beam revealing a horrifying scene. Stella was chained to a support beam, looking dehydrated and terrified but alive. Around the cave were scattered the belongings of previous victims: hiking boots, backpacks, personal items that painted a grim picture of Clay's hunting history. "How did you find me?" Stella asked as Marcus examined the chain around her ankle. "I'm really good at finding things," Marcus said, pulling out his multi-tool. "And Clay made the mistake of underestimating me." The chain was secured with a military-grade lock, but Marcus noticed something Clay's arrogance had caused him to overlook. The beam Stella was chained to was old mining equipment, weakened by decades of moisture and rust. Marcus could break it. "This is going to be loud," he warned Stella. "As soon as I break this, we run. Can you walk?" Stella nodded, though Marcus could see she was weak. Marcus positioned himself and kicked the beam with all his strength. The old wood splintered with a crack that echoed through the cave. Stella's chain came free, and Marcus helped her to her feet. "Which way?" Stella asked as they reached the cave entrance. Marcus paused, his tracking ability working frantically. Clay would have heard that sound. He'd be coming, and he'd expect them to head back toward the main trails. But Marcus had noticed something during his approach. Another path, older and less obvious, that led toward a different section of the park. "This way," he said, leading Stella away from the obvious escape route. They had been moving for maybe 10 minutes when Marcus heard it, the sound of someone crashing through the forest behind them. Clay wasn't being subtle anymore. He was angry, and he was moving fast. "He's coming," Stella whispered, panic in her voice. "I know," Marcus said calmly, "but he's doing exactly what I expected him to do." Marcus had been leading them along a route that took advantage of every bit of natural cover available. More importantly, he'd been leaving a false trail, subtle signs that would suggest they were heading toward the park's main road. Meanwhile, their actual path was taking them toward something Clay couldn't possibly expect. The old fire lookout tower. It had been abandoned for years, but Marcus knew it still had one crucial feature: a functioning emergency radio system, hardwired to park headquarters, and immune to Clay's jamming equipment. They reached the base of the tower just as the sun was beginning to set. Marcus could hear Clay in the distance following the false trail he'd left. They had maybe 15 minutes before the killer realized he'd been fooled. "Can you climb?" Marcus asked Stella, looking up at the tower's ladder. "I think so." "Good. Get to the top and use the emergency radio. Tell them we're at the North Fire Tower and we need immediate backup. Tell them we have an active shooter situation." "What about you?" Marcus smiled grimly. "I'm going to do something Clay won't expect. I'm going to hunt the hunter." Stella started climbing and Marcus began preparing. Clay's military training was impressive, but it came with assumptions. Soldiers were taught to think tactically, to control territory, to use superior firepower. But Marcus wasn't a soldier. He was a tracker, and trackers had different advantages. Marcus moved away from the tower, creating another false trail that would lead Clay in circles. But this time he wasn't trying to escape. He was setting up an ambush. He found the perfect spot, a cluster of rocks that provided cover while giving him a clear view of the approach to the tower. Then he settled in to wait, every sense focused on the forest around him. Clay arrived exactly where Marcus expected him to, following the trail like a textbook pursuit. But instead of the desperate ranger he expected to find, Clay walked straight into Marcus's trap. "You know," Marcus called out from his hiding spot, "for someone who thinks he's such a great hunter, you're pretty predictable." Clay spun around, his knife ready, but he couldn't see where the voice was coming from. "All those years of military training and you never learned the most important lesson about hunting," Marcus continued, moving silently to a new position. "The prey sometimes fights back." "Come out and face me," Clay shouted, his earlier confidence replaced by frustration. "Why would I do that? You've got a knife and you're bigger than me. That would be stupid." Marcus was behind a different rock now, watching Clay spin around frantically. "But here's the thing about being a tracker. I don't just find things, I understand them, and I understand you, Clay. You don't understand shit. I understand that you chose victims who were alone and scared. I understand that you relied on them being too panicked to think clearly. I understand that your whole system falls apart when someone fights back intelligently." Clay was getting more agitated by the second, which was exactly what Marcus wanted. Angry people made mistakes, and I understand something else, Marcus continued. "You're not as good as you think you are. You left evidence everywhere. DNA on Stella's chains, fingerprints on that cabin, a whole cave full of victim belongings. Even if you kill me tonight, you're done." "I'll disappear," Clay screamed. "I'll find new hunting grounds." "No, you won't, because I already called it in." Clay went silent, and Marcus knew he had him. "That's right," Marcus said. "Before I found your cabin, I managed to get one message through. Told them I was investigating a possible serial killer in the area. Gave them your description, your location, everything. Even if you kill me, they know exactly who you are and where to find you." It was a complete lie, but Clay didn't know that. "You're bluffing," Clay said, but his voice had lost its earlier confidence. "Am I? Tell me, Clay. In all your planning, did you ever consider what would happen if your victim was smarter than you expected? If they could track better than you could hide? If they could think faster than you could hunt?" That's when Marcus heard it, the beautiful sound of helicopters in the distance. Stella had made it to the radio. Clay heard it too, and for the first time since Marcus had met him, the killer looked genuinely afraid. "Game over," Marcus said, stepping out from behind his cover. "Your move, Clay." Clay raised his knife, but the fight had gone out of him. He could hear the helicopters getting closer, could see the searchlights beginning to sweep the forest. His hunting ground was about to become a crime scene. "You think you've won?" Clay said desperately. "I know I have," Marcus replied. "Because I learned something tonight that you never figured out. The difference between hunting and murder is that hunters respect their prey. You never respected anyone, you just killed them. The helicopters were almost overhead now, and Clay made one last desperate decision. Instead of surrendering, he turned and ran deeper into the forest, still clutching his knife. Marcus let him go. Clay was running blind now, panicked and without a plan. The search teams would find him within hours. But more importantly, he was no longer a threat. Stella was safe. The authorities knew everything, and Clay's hunting days were over. Marcus made his way back to the tower, where he found Stella being checked over by paramedics. She looked up when she saw him approaching. He's done, Marcus said simply. He can't hurt anyone else. They found Clay's body 3 days later at the bottom of a ravine about 2 miles from the tower. Apparently, running through unfamiliar forest in the dark while panicked wasn't the best survival strategy. The official cause of death was listed as accidental fall, but Marcus suspected Clay had realized he was cornered and made a final choice. The investigation that followed was massive. Clay's cabin yielded evidence connecting him to 14 murders across 3 states. His hunting journal detailed methods that would have made profilers sick, but most importantly, it led to the recovery of several other victims who were still alive, hidden in various locations across Clay's territory. Marcus stayed long enough to give his testimony and help with the investigation, but when it was over, he turned in his resignation. The brass tried to talk him out of it. After all, he'd just solved the biggest serial killer case in the park's history. But Marcus was done. He couldn't look at the forest the same way anymore. Every shadow reminded him of that night. Every sound made him think of Clay's voice. The mountains that had once been his sanctuary now felt like a hunting ground, where he'd always be looking over his shoulder. So Marcus packed up his life in Montana and moved to Texas. Different climate, different landscape, different memories. He found work as a private investigator, specializing in missing persons cases. Turned out his tracking skills translated well to urban environments. But the real reason he kept working cases like this wasn't about the skills. It was about the lesson he'd learned in those Montana mountains. Sometimes the most dangerous predator isn't the one with claws and teeth. Sometimes it's the one that looks human, but has forgotten how to be one. Marcus never went back to Glacier National Park, but he kept in touch with Stella, who finished her dissertation and became a professor. She sometimes sent him articles about plant adaptations in extreme environments, and he'd send back updates on cases he'd solved. They both understood something now that most people never learn. Survival isn't just about being strong or fast or smart. Sometimes survival is about refusing to let the monsters turn you into something you're not. And sometimes, when you're really lucky, it's about discovering that you're stronger than you ever knew you were. Marcus had spent years thinking his special ability was just about finding things. But that night in the forest, he learned it was about something much more important. It was about understanding the difference between hunting and being hunted, and knowing exactly which one you choose to be. If you know someone who works in remote areas, share this story with them. And if you want to hear more accounts like this one, don't forget to subscribe to the channel, because unfortunately, there are more predators out there than most people realize. And sometimes the best defense is knowing that they exist. The recording lasted 47 seconds. Jennifer Nakamura had listened to it 6 times in the ranger station parking lot, her hand shaking so badly the phone nearly slipped from her grip each time Megan Price's voice dissolved into that wet, choking sound that wasn't screaming. Wasn't anything human vocal cords could produce. Dispatch had sent it as an attachment with a single-line email. Found on backup server. Time-stamped 0347 this morning. Thought you should hear before heading out. The last 19 seconds were the worst. Megan still breathing, but something else breathing with her, through her. A doubled rhythm like 2 hearts beating in one chest. Jennifer sat in her Jeep with the engine running, heat blasting against the October chill seeping through the windows. Rain hammered the windshield in sheets, typical for the Hoh rainforest even in early fall. The digital clock read 0647. Her daughter Kayla would be waking up soon, 300 miles away in Tacoma, expecting her usual morning call. Jennifer's mother would make breakfast, walk her to the bus stop, help with homework. The same routine they'd maintained for the past 8 months since Jennifer took this posting at Olympic National Park. Good pay, federal benefits, a chance to dig out from under the mortgage payments she'd been drowning in since the divorce. She pressed play again. 7th time. Megan's voice strained but controlled. Jennifer, if you get this, something's wrong with the Faulkner Creek Junction. The trail markers, they're all... Static burst across the recording, but underneath it, something else. A whisper in a language Jennifer didn't recognize, syllables that slid together like water over stones. Then Megan again, but different now, her words overlapping with themselves. Don't come, don't come, don't come, please come, please. The wet sound, the doubled breathing, silence. Jennifer had worked with Megan Price for 7 months. Competent, thorough, maybe a bit too eager to take solo assignments in the backcountry. 26 years old, recent graduate from University of Washington's forestry program, engaged to a software engineer in Seattle. She'd been assigned to investigate reports of trail damage along the upper Hoh River Trail, specifically around Faulkner Creek, where a small footbridge had supposedly collapsed. Routine assessment, maybe 2 days maximum in the field. She'd left the Sol Duke Ranger Station 3 days ago. The email from dispatch included coordinates: 47893 DN, 123.8467 W, 12 miles into the rainforest, past the maintained trail system, into old growth that predated European contact by centuries. Sitka spruce rising 300 feet into permanent mist, western hemlock dense enough to turn noon into twilight. Jennifer had hiked that area twice, both times feeling something fundamentally wrong about the silence there. No birdsong, no squirrel chatter, just the constant drip of moisture and the groan of ancient wood. She checked her pack one final time. Garmin Oregon 450 GPS with fresh batteries, Motorola XPR 7550 radio, Benchmade bushcrafter knife, wilderness first aid kit, water purification tablets, emergency shelter, 3 days of food she probably wouldn't need. Her personal phone went into a waterproof case, though coverage would die within 2 miles. The GPS had the coordinates pre-programmed. 12 miles in, however many hours of daylight she could squeeze from the October sky, and the growing certainty that she wouldn't like what she found. Jennifer locked the Jeep and shouldered her pack, 52 pounds of gear that felt heavier than it should. The trailhead marker for the Hoh River Trail looked freshly painted, cheerful yellow letters promising a moderate difficulty hike through pristine temperate rainforest. The National Park Service didn't mention that the forest swallowed hikers sometimes, that search and rescue operations occasionally ended with empty sleeping bags and equipment scattered in patterns that suggested the occupant had simply stood up and walked away mid-sleep. The trail started wide and well-maintained, wooden boardwalks over the wettest sections, informational placards describing the ecosystem in enthusiastic detail. Jennifer passed the Hall of Mosses Junction without pausing. Tourists loved that loop. The Sitka spruce dripping with club moss like frozen green waterfalls. Everything soft and ethereal and completely safe within sight of the parking lot. She'd taken Kayla there last spring during a visit, her daughter's small hand warm in hers as they walked under trees that had been ancient when the Mayflower landed. 3 miles in, the boardwalks ended. The trail narrowed to packed earth, then to something more suggestion than path. Root systems and fallen logs creating natural obstacles. The rainforest closed in with almost aggressive intimacy, branches touching overhead. Light filtered through so many layers of canopy that the world took on a greenish underwater quality. Water dripped constantly, a million separate sounds merging into white noise that could hide anything. Jennifer's radio crackled at mile marker 5. Ranger Nakamura, this is Sol Duke Base, radio check. She keyed the transmit button. Sol Duke, this is Nakamura, signal clear, approximately 5 miles in. Maintaining course to coordinates. Copy that. Weather Service is calling for heavy rain this afternoon. You've got maybe 4 hours before the creek crossings become impassable. 4 hours to hike 12 miles through increasingly difficult terrain, locate Megan, and hike back out. Jennifer did the math and felt her stomach clench. Understood. We'll advise if situation changes. Be careful out there, Jennifer. We've been getting weird reports from that sector. Define weird. Static filled the pause. When the dispatcher's voice returned, it carried an uncertainty that Jennifer had never heard from the usually unflappable Rebecca Santos. Hikers reporting voices in languages nobody recognizes, seeing figures that disappear when they look directly at them. One guy swears he saw the same woman 3 times in one day, miles apart, wearing what he described as a white burial shroud. Park psychiatrist thinks it's mass hysteria from some online urban legend. What do you think? I think Megan's been out of contact for 68 hours, and that recording sounds like someone having a psychotic break. I think you should have backup. No time to wait for a team. I'll stay in radio contact as long as I can. Your call. Saul Duke out. The trail climbed along a ridgeline, the Hoh River visible through gaps in the trees. A dark ribbon of glacial melt, perpetually gray with suspended sediment. Jennifer's GPS showed 7 miles completed, coordinates getting closer. Her boots had stopped being waterproof somewhere around mile 3, each step producing a squelch that seemed obscenely loud in the muffled quiet. At mile 8, she found the first marker. Not a trail marker, a piece of surveyor's tape, bright pink tied around a western hemlock trunk at exactly eye level. Jennifer stopped, studying it. The knot was recent, the tape unstained by the constant moisture. Megan's pack would have carried surveyor's tape for marking damaged trail sections. 30 feet further, another pink marker, then another. They led off the main trail, descending into a section of forest so dense with ferns that the ground disappeared under layers of vegetation. Jennifer hesitated, checking her GPS. The coordinates lay 3 miles northeast, not in this direction. But Megan had left these markers for a reason. The decision took approximately 4 seconds, which was 3 seconds longer than it should have. Every moment away from the planned route was a moment not getting closer to extraction. But Megan had marked this path deliberately, and Jennifer had already committed to finding her. She followed the pink tape into the ferns. The forest changed within 50 yards. The trees grew differently here. Their trunks curved in ways that suggested some fundamental wrongness in their growth patterns. Branches reaching down instead of up. Root systems exposed above ground in configurations that looked almost deliberate. The dripping stopped. Not gradually. It simply ceased between one step and the next, as if Jennifer had crossed some invisible threshold where the laws governing precipitation no longer applied. Her inner ear insisted she was descending, but the GPS showed her elevation holding steady. The contradiction created a vertigo that made each step uncertain. She focused on the pink markers, following them through increasingly surreal landscape. A fallen log hollow enough to walk through, its interior carved with what looked like kanji characters, deep gouges in wood that should have rotted away decades ago. A clearing where every tree grew in a perfect circle, their canopies intertwined so completely they formed a solid roof. The ground underneath carpeted in moss, soft enough to look comfortable. The 14th marker hung from a branch above a creek that shouldn't exist according to her topographic map. The water ran perfectly clear, which was wrong. Every waterway in the Hoh watershed carried glacial silt. This creek looked like liquid glass, so transparent that Jennifer could see individual pebbles 15 feet down, could count the rings in the stone. On the opposite bank, a structure. Not natural, definitely not Park Service construction. Someone had built a small shrine using weathered cedar, gray with age. The joinery so precise it required no nails or modern fasteners. The roof peaked in a style Jennifer recognized from pictures her grandmother had shown her. A miniature torii gate, Shinto architecture completely incongruous in the Olympic wilderness. In front of the shrine sat a bundle wrapped in white cloth, compact and rectangular, bound with cord that might have been red once but had faded to brown. Jennifer's radio chose that moment to emit a burst of static so violent she flinched. When she keyed the transmit button, nothing happened. The display showed full battery, good signal strength, but the channel remained dead. She tried her phone. No coverage, which was expected, but the screen itself looked wrong. The time displayed as 3:47 a.m., which was impossible. She'd been hiking for hours. She crossed the creek by stepping on stones that felt warmer than they should, their surface unnaturally dry despite the omnipresent moisture. Up close, the shrine showed signs of recent maintenance. Someone had swept the small platform clean, had placed offerings. A bottle of sake, now empty. A bowl of rice, now moldy. And a photograph in a plastic sleeve, protected from the elements. The photograph showed a young woman, Asian features, early 20s, wearing a white dress that might have been a wedding gown or might have been something else. She stood in front of what looked like this exact shrine, her expression impossible to read, not smiling, not frowning, utterly blank. Written on the back in permanent marker, Keiko Yamada, 1987, 24 years ago. Jennifer felt something cold settle in her stomach that had nothing to do with the October temperature. The bundle wrapped in white cloth sat precisely centered on the shrine's platform. Some instinct older than thought screamed at Jennifer not to touch it, but her training overrode instinct. She photographed it from multiple angles with her phone, documenting position and condition, then carefully unwrapped the cord. Inside, a journal, its pages swollen with moisture but still legible, and a small wooden box containing strands of black hair, impossibly long, tied with thread that looked like it had been woven from more hair. Jennifer opened the journal to the last entry, dated September 15th, 2011, 3 weeks ago. The handwriting was precise, almost mechanical. Found the shrine today. The locals in Forks warned me not to hike this section, said there's bad history here. A Japanese woman named Keiko Yamada came to Olympic in 1987, some kind of exchange student program with the Forestry Service. She fell in love with an American ranger, got pregnant, and he abandoned her. She walked into the Hoh rainforest and was never seen again. They found her effects at a campsite, but no body. The Quinault tribe has stories about this area, calls it a thin place where the world of the living touches something else. The shrine is hers. Someone maintains it, leaves offerings. I've seen a woman in white 3 times now, always at a distance, always watching. She matches the description from Keiko's photograph. This should scare me more than it does. Instead, I feel drawn to her, like she's trying to tell me something, like she needs help. I'm going to stay another night, see if she appears again. I think she's lonely. The handwriting changed in the final paragraph, becoming erratic, letters bleeding into each other. She's not lonely, she's hungry. I can feel her in my head. She wants. Jennifer closed the journal, her hands suddenly numb. The photograph of Keiko Yamada stared up at her from the shrine, that blank expression now looking less blank and more expectant, like someone waiting for a door to open. A branch snapped behind her. Jennifer spun, hand instinctively dropping to the canister of bear spray on her hip. 30 feet away, partially obscured by a massive Sitka spruce, stood Megan Price. Relief flooded through Jennifer with such intensity that her knees actually weakened. Megan! Jesus Christ, we've been looking everywhere. Are you hurt? We got your transmission. Dispatch sent. She stopped. Something about Megan's posture was wrong. She stood perfectly still, arms hanging loose at her sides, head tilted at an angle that suggested every vertebra in her neck had been removed and replaced with something more flexible. Her ranger uniform was soaked through, but not with rain. The fabric looked stained with creek water, with the kind of saturation that came from full submersion. Megan? Jennifer took a step forward. Can you hear me? Megan's head rotated further, impossible degrees, until she faced Jennifer despite her body still oriented in the original direction. When she spoke, her voice carried that same doubled quality from the recording. 2 people speaking in imperfect synchronization. Jennifer Nakamura. You came. We knew you knew we would. The temperature dropped 20 degrees in the space between heartbeats. Jennifer's breath emerged as visible vapor. Ice formed on the shrine behind her, crackling as it spread across the wood. What's happening to you? Jennifer forced her voice to stay level, professional. Megan, you need medical attention. We need to get you back to the ranger station. Megan went into the creek. The doubled voice spoke with terrible patience, like explaining something to a child. Megan tried to help, wanted to release us, broke the binding cords. But we needed her more, needed her voice, her body, her warm warmth. Megan's body took a step forward, joints bending in sequences that didn't match human anatomy. Another step. Her face remained completely expressionless, but her eyes... Jennifer finally looked directly at her eyes and felt her gorge rise. They were filmed over with something that looked like cataract but moved, swirling patterns of gray and white that suggested depth, suggested something looking out from very far away. We were abandoned here. The voice came from Megan's mouth but originated somewhere deeper, somewhere that made Jennifer's teeth ache. Left alone in the forest, pregnant with child that would never be born. Walked until the creek took us, held stones until the water filled lungs, until the cold made everything stop. But stopping was not ending. The forest kept us. The thin place trapped us. 24 years waiting for someone to hear us. Jennifer's hand closed around her radio, uselessly dead. Her phone showed 3:47 a.m., frozen. The GPS screen had developed a crack she didn't remember. The coordinates replaced by symbols that might have been kanji or might have been something older. Megan heard us. Another step closer. Megan felt sorry for us, wanted to help release us from the shrine. Foolish kind girl. But her warmth felt good, her living body such relief from cold. We wear her now. We might keep her, unless... The doubled voice paused, Megan's head tilted impossibly far, studying Jennifer with those filmed-over eyes. Unless you offer exchange. You have child, yes? We smell her on you, the love scent, the protection need. You would do anything for daughter. We understand. We died with daughter still inside, never born, never held. You could bring us your child. Let us hold warmth again. Then we release this one. Jennifer felt something fundamental shift in her chest. A protective rage so intense it bordered on physical pain. You're not touching my daughter. Then we keep this one. Megan's body swayed, boneless. Keep her until she rots around us, until we wear her bones. Then we wait for the next hiker, the next warm body. The forest gives us many chances. The thing wearing Megan smiled, and the expression was so wrong on her young face that Jennifer's vision actually grayed at the edges. Behind Megan, barely visible through the trees, other figures appeared. Women in white, their clothing old-fashioned, their faces blank. Not ghosts, too solid for that, too present. They moved with the same jointless fluidity as Megan, circling closer. Jennifer's training had covered bear attacks, hypothermia, broken bones, cardiac events. Nothing in the Park Service manual addressed demonic possession by the vengeful ghost of a woman dead for 24 years. Her hand moved to the Benchmade knife, which felt ludicrous. What would she do, stab a spirit? But the journal had mentioned binding cords. The shrine contained something that mattered. And Megan was still in there somewhere, still breathing, even if something else breathed with her. What do you really want? Jennifer asked, buying time she didn't have. Not my daughter. You said you wanted release. The smile faded from Megan's face. We want him. The ranger who promised love, promised future, then left us alone when Belly grew large. Robert Fitzgerald. He lives still, in town called Forks, fat and old and happy with wife and children who grew to adulthood. We want him to know what Cold Creek feels like. Want him to hold stones until lungs fill. Want him to understand what alone forever means. Robert Fitzgerald. Jennifer knew the name. Retired ranger, had to be in his 60s now. Ran a guide service out of Forks, pillar of the community, coached Little League, donated to the library fund. She'd met him once at a regional meeting, remembered kind eyes and easy laugh. The thing in Megan's body moved closer still, near enough that Jennifer could smell the creek water, could see the moss beginning to grow in Megan's hair. Bring us Fitzgerald. We step out of this warm girl, step into him instead. Justice for abandonment, justice for dying alone. Then we rest. And if I refuse, then we feast. One by one we take hikers, take rangers, take everyone who enters our forest until the thin place spreads, until Olympic itself becomes our shrine. We have patience. We have nothing but time. The women in white had completed their circle. 8 of them. No. 10. More appearing every moment. Jennifer wasn't looking directly at them. All with that same blank expression. All wearing variations of wedding dresses or burial shrouds. The fabric distinction unclear. All dead. All waiting. Jennifer's mind raced through options, discarding each immediately. She couldn't fight spirits. Couldn't outrun something that existed partially outside physical space. Couldn't negotiate when the entity held every advantage. The only leverage she had was knowledge. She knew what Keiko wanted, understood the source of her rage. And she had a daughter waiting 300 miles away who needed her mother to come home. "I need time," Jennifer said. "I need to find Fitzgerald, convince him to come here 24 hours. The thing wearing Megan cocked its head, considering. 12 hours. When darkness comes, if you haven't returned, we push deeper into this warm body. We find the places where herself hides, we consume them. By dawn, she will be only meat, and we will wear her to the ranger station. We'll smile with her mouth. We'll touch others with her hands. We'll spread. 12 hours. I'll bring him. We will know if you lie." Megan's filmed-over eyes fixed on Jennifer with terrible intensity. "We taste truth in living blood. You believe you can convince the old man. You believe he might come. Barely believe, thread-thin hope, but enough. If hope breaks, we will know. We'll take this girl immediately." Jennifer nodded once sharply, then turned and ran. The forest had changed again. The trees seemed to lean toward her as she crashed through undergrowth, their branches reaching with almost animate hunger. The pink surveyor's tape was gone. She retraced her path by instinct and desperation. GPS worthless, radio dead, phone showing 3:47 a.m. in permanent loop. Twice she heard footsteps behind her, that boneless, fluid gait. But when she looked back, nothing was there except the women in white, standing motionless between the trees, watching. She reached the main trail, gasping, her lungs burning. The transition was abrupt. One moment in the twisted nightmare forest, the next on maintained Park Service trail with afternoon light slanting through normal trees at normal angles. Her phone's clock suddenly lurched forward, correcting itself. 2:17 p.m. The radio crackled to life mid-transmission. "Kimura, respond. You've been dark for 3 hours. Respond." "Sol Duke, this is Nakamura." Jennifer's voice came out ragged. "I'm on trail, heading back to base. I found Megan. Situation is complicated. I need you to locate Robert Fitzgerald in Forks and get him to the ranger station immediately." "Say again? You found her? Is she injured?" "Get Fitzgerald. Tell him..." Jennifer paused, calculating what would work. "Tell him someone from his past needs to speak with him. Tell him it's about Keiko Yamada. He'll know the name." The pause that followed stretched long enough that Jennifer wondered if the signal had dropped. Then, "Copy. I'll make the call." "ETA to station?" Jennifer checked her GPS. 12 miles, but downhill now, adrenaline driving her muscles. 4 hours maximum. "Roger. Be advised. Weather's deteriorating. Heavy rain moving in." As if on cue, the first drops hit Jennifer's face. Within minutes, it became a deluge, the trail transforming into a creek, water flowing ankle-deep over roots and stones. She pushed through it, half running, half stumbling. The image of Megan's filmed-over eyes burned into her retinas. The hike back took 3 hours and 47 minutes. Jennifer emerged at the trailhead as full darkness settled, her headlamp carving a cone of light through rain so heavy it looked solid. The ranger station glowed like a sanctuary, windows bright. Rebecca's car in the lot alongside an unfamiliar pickup truck. Inside, warmth hit her like a physical force. Rebecca stood up from the desk, concern evident. "Jesus, Jennifer, you look like death. Sit down before you fall down." "Fitzgerald?" Jennifer managed. "In the conference room. Wasn't happy about being summoned, but when I mentioned Keiko Yamada, his whole attitude changed." "Who is she?" "Someone he killed." Jennifer stripped off her soaked jacket, her hands shaking with cold and adrenaline crash. "Not directly, but he killed her anyway." The man waiting in the conference room had aged well. Silver hair neatly trimmed, weathered face suggesting decades outdoors, sturdy build going soft around the middle. He stood when Jennifer entered, extending a hand she didn't take. Robert Fitzgerald. Rebecca said this was urgent, mentioned a name I haven't heard in years. Keiko Yamada. How do you know about her? Jennifer sat down hard in the nearest chair. She's in the Hoh rainforest. She's been there since 1987, and she wants to see you. Fitzgerald's expression went carefully neutral. I don't understand. Keiko disappeared in 1987. They searched for weeks, found her campsite abandoned but no body. The assumption was she got lost, succumbed to exposure. It was tragic. She drowned herself in a creek. She was pregnant with your child. You abandoned her. The color drained from Fitzgerald's face so quickly that for a moment Jennifer thought he might faint. He sat down heavily. How could you possibly... I never told anyone about... He stopped, mouth working soundlessly. She's showing me, Jennifer said flatly. She's possessing another ranger right now, a 26-year-old woman named Megan Price. She says if you don't come face her, if you don't accept responsibility, she'll take Megan permanently. We'll start taking others. She's been waiting 24 years for this. That's insane. Possession? You expect me to believe... Jennifer pulled out her phone, found the photo of the shrine, showed him the picture of Keiko Yamada. Fitzgerald's hand trembled as he took the phone, staring at the image. Oh God, he whispered. Oh God, she was so young. I was married. My wife was pregnant with our second child. When Keiko told me she was pregnant too, I panicked. Told her it was a mistake, that it couldn't continue. I offered to help her get home to Japan, gave her money. I thought she left. I didn't know. If I'd known she was going to... But you didn't check, didn't follow up. Just let her disappear and told yourself it wasn't your problem. Fitzgerald's face crumpled. I was 28 years old and terrified, and I made a choice that's haunted me every day since. When they found her campsite empty, I knew. In my gut, I knew she'd killed herself because of me. But I couldn't say anything without destroying my marriage, my career. So I stayed silent. Let them think it was an accident. She wants justice, Jennifer said. She wants you to understand what she experienced. The fear, the abandonment, the cold. She wants you in that creek with her. And if I refuse, then Megan Price dies slowly, possessed by something that will wear her body until it rots. Then other hikers, other rangers. The thing that used to be Keiko doesn't just want revenge anymore. She wants to spread her pain until the entire park becomes her grave. Fitzgerald sat silent for a long moment, his breathing ragged. Finally, what happens if I go to her, if I face this? I don't know. Maybe she takes you instead of Megan. Maybe having you acknowledge what you did releases her. Maybe we both die and she gets stronger. I have no fucking idea how any of this works. But you're asking me to go anyway. Jennifer thought of her daughter, 8 years old, waiting in Tacoma for a mother who might not come home. Thought of Megan Price, barely older than a kid herself, dying by degrees while something ancient and furious hollowed her out from inside. Thought of every hiker who would follow them into the Hoh rainforest unknowing and innocent. Yes, she said, I'm asking you to go. Fitzgerald closed his eyes. 30 seconds passed. When he opened them again, something had changed in his expression. Acceptance, maybe. Or the bone-deep exhaustion of carrying a secret for 24 years. All right, he said. I'll go. They left the ranger station at 9:47 p.m., against every protocol, in terrain that had intensified to the point where the headlamps barely penetrated 5 feet. Rebecca had tried to argue, wanted to call in a full SAR team, wait for daylight. Jennifer overruled her. The 12-hour deadline was 8 hours gone. They had maybe 4 hours before Keiko's patience ran out. Fitzgerald followed her into the darkness without complaint, moving with the easy competence of someone who'd spent his life in wilderness. They didn't speak. The rain and exertion made conversation impossible anyway, breath needed for the brutal pace Jennifer set. 4 hours to hike 12 miles in conditions that would make experienced climbers hesitate. Jennifer's legs burned, her wet boots raising blisters that burst and bled and kept walking. Behind her, Fitzgerald kept up with grim determination. The man had to be 65, but whatever guilt drove him provided fuel enough. At the 2-hour mark, Jennifer's headlamp found the pink surveyor's tape. It had returned, the markers glowing in the LED light like runway lights guiding them in. She left the main trail without pausing, Fitzgerald following. The forest transition happened faster this time, reality peeling away like wet paper. One moment hiking through normal rain-soaked Olympic wilderness, the next in that twisted otherworld where the trees grew wrong and the dripping stopped and something vast and cold watched from the spaces between heartbeats. The shrine appeared ahead, its miniature torii gate perfectly dry despite the storm that raged everywhere else. The women in white stood in a semicircle around it, 10 of them, 12, 15, all perfectly still, all watching with eyes that filmed over with swirling gray and white. In the center, Megan Price knelt before the shrine, hands folded in her lap, posture rigid. The thing inside her turned Megan's head as Jennifer and Fitzgerald approached, and that doubled voice spoke with terrible satisfaction. "You brought him, the old man who ran. We smell guilt on him like rotting flowers." "Good, good." Fitzgerald stepped forward, and Jennifer saw him truly see what had become of Megan. The filmed eyes, the moss growing in her hair, the way her joints bent wrong. He made a sound low in his throat, choked and horrified. "Keiko," he said, "if you're in there, if any part of you remains, I'm sorry. I'm so desperately sorry for what I did to you, for abandoning you, for being a coward. I've lived with that guilt every day, but I know that means nothing compared to what you suffered. If you need someone to punish, punish me. Let this girl go. She's innocent. Please." The thing in Megan's body stood with that boneless fluidity, moving close enough to Fitzgerald that he flinched. When it spoke, Keiko's voice emerged more clearly from beneath Megan's, a third layer adding to the chorus. "Sorry. Such small word for such large harm. You were sorry then too, when you gave money and told me to go away. Sorry did not warm me when I walked into creek. Sorry did not fill my lungs with air when I chose water instead. Sorry did not birth the child I carried, did not give her name, did not let her live." "I know," Fitzgerald whispered. "I know, and there's nothing I can do to fix it. But please, don't punish this girl for my sins. If you want justice, take it from me." The women in white moved closer, forming a tighter circle. Jennifer's hand dropped to the useless radio on her hip, then to the Benchmade knife, knowing it would do nothing against spirits, but needing something solid to hold. The thing wearing Megan reached out and touched Fitzgerald's face with hands that looked human, but moved like water. Fingers too flexible, too cold. Fitzgerald held still, though tears streamed down his weathered cheeks. "We could take you," the voices said. "Push into your old man body, wear your flesh until it fails. But you are not warm enough, not young enough, not enough punishment for the years you stole. We want..." The voices paused and something shifted in Megan's filmed eyes. A flicker, a brief clearing of the white swirls. "Want to rest." Megan's own voice, weak but present. "Jennifer, she's so tired, so lonely. She doesn't want more bodies. She wants to stop being cold." "Quiet." The other voices drowned out Megan immediately. "We do not tire. We do not forgive. We consume." But Jennifer had heard it. The crack in Keiko's certainty, the exhaustion underneath the rage. 24 years of fury was still 24 years of isolation, of existing in the thin place between life and death with no release. "Keiko," Jennifer said carefully, "what happened to you was evil, unforgivable. But becoming what you've become, possessing innocent people, threatening to spread your pain, that's not justice. That's just more evil. More loneliness. Is this really what you want? Another 24 years of cold, of watching hikers from between the trees, of waiting?" The women in white began to flicker, their forms becoming less solid. Keiko's voices spoke from Megan's mouth, but with less certainty now. "What else remains? We cannot live. We cannot leave. The forest keeps us in the thin place, in the cold, forever." "Let me help you leave," Jennifer said. "Tell me what you need. Real release, not possession, not spreading the curse. Tell me how to end this properly." The silence stretched. Rain continued to hammer the forest beyond their protected bubble. Fitzgerald stood frozen, hardly breathing. The women in white wavered like flames in wind. Finally, Keiko's voice emerged alone, without the doubled chorus. "The shrine binds us, the offerings, the hair, the photograph. They anchor us to this world because we could not let go, could not release the hate. Burn them, burn the shrine. Free us from the tether. And you'll release Megan? If the shrine burns, we burn with it. The thin place will close. We will go wherever the dead go when they stop clinging to the living world." Fitzgerald stepped forward, his voice rough. "Before you go, I need you to know. I named my daughter Keiko. My second daughter, born 3 months after you disappeared. My wife never knew why I insisted on that name. She's 37 now, has 2 children of her own. Every time I see her, every time I say her name, I remember you. I remember what I did. It's not enough, I know it's not, but I need you to know that you weren't forgotten, that I've carried you all these years." The thing in Megan's body went very still. When Keiko's voice spoke again, it sounded smaller, more human. "You named her Keiko." "Yes. The daughter I abandoned before she was born, I gave her name to the daughter I raised. I tried to honor you the only way I could without destroying my family. It was selfish and insufficient, but it was all I had." The women in white began to fade, their forms becoming transparent. Jennifer could see through them now to the twisted trees beyond. Megan's body swayed, and when she spoke again, it was only her voice, cracking with strain. "She's letting go. She says burn it. Burn it now before she changes her mind, before the cold makes her forget how tired she is." Jennifer didn't hesitate. She pulled the emergency lighter from her pack, approached the shrine. The wood was ancient and dry despite the moisture everywhere else. The photograph of Keiko Yamada watched her with that blank expression as Jennifer touched flame to the cedar. It caught immediately, fire spreading with impossible speed, consuming the shrine in seconds. The white cloth bundle with its burden of hair writhed in the flames as if alive. The photograph curled, blackened, Keiko's face distorting in the heat until it became something else entirely. A smile, maybe, or a scream, or both. Megan collapsed. Jennifer lunged forward, catching her before she hit the ground. The young woman's eyes had cleared, the filmed-over swirls vanishing like they'd never existed. She was breathing normally now, a single rhythm, her own. "Jennifer?" Megan's voice was hoarse, but entirely her own. "What? How long was I?" "You're safe now. You're back." The women in white were gone. The shrine burned to ash in seconds, the flames dying as quickly as they'd risen. The forest around them shuddered once, like something massive taking a final breath, then went still, normal still. The rain found them again, cold and real and entirely natural. Jennifer's radio crackled to life. "Nakamura, this is Sol Duke base. Do you copy? Your emergency beacon just activated." Emergency beacon. Jennifer hadn't triggered it, but as the thin place closed, as Keiko's presence finally released its grip on this section of forest, perhaps reality had noticed their distress and reached back. "Solduke, I copy. 3 souls. Mobile. Requesting extraction at..." She checked her GPS, which suddenly showed correct coordinates again. "Faulkner Creek Junction. 1 injured party. Needs medical evaluation." "Copy that. SAR team is already en route to your beacon. ETA 40 minutes. Jennifer looked at Fitzgerald, who stood staring at the ashes of the shrine with an expression she couldn't read. Then at Megan, who was crying softly, shaking with cold and shock and relief. "It's over," Jennifer said, as much to herself as to them. "It's really over." But even as she said it, even as the forest settled back into its normal patterns of dripping moisture and distant bird calls, even as the women in white faded into memory, Jennifer knew that wasn't entirely true. The thin place had closed. Keiko Yamada had found her rest. But Jennifer had seen what existed in those spaces between life and death, had felt the cold that persisted beyond the grave. had learned that some wrongs created ghosts that could possess the living. She would go home to Kayla in 3 days after the paperwork and the medical evaluations and the debriefings, where she would tell a carefully edited version that omitted possession and spirits and shrines that burned with supernatural fire. She would hold her daughter and smell her shampoo and be grateful for warmth and life and the simple fact of a heartbeat. But she would also remember, would know that the Olympic rainforest held thin places still, that rage and abandonment could birth something that persisted beyond death, that the line between the living world and whatever lay beyond was thinner than anyone wanted to believe. The SAR team found them 47 minutes later, LED headlamps cutting through the rain like small suns. They wrapped Megan in thermal blankets, checked her vitals, radioed ahead to Olympic Medical Center. Fitzgerald went with them quietly, an old man who looked older still, carrying a confession he would never voice but would never forget. Jennifer hiked out last, moving slowly through the forest that had become ordinary again. Her phone showed the correct time, 2:34 a.m. She had 1 bar of signal. She called her mother. "Jennifer, do you know what time it is?" "I know, Mom, sorry. Is Kayla asleep?" "Of course she is. Are you all right? You sound strange." "I'm fine. I'm coming home in a few days. Tell Kayla I love her. Tell her I'll be there for her 6th grade graduation, for every birthday, for everything. I'm not going anywhere." "Jennifer, what happened out there?" "Just a hard rescue. Made me remember what's important. Go back to sleep, Mom. I'll call tomorrow." She ended the call before her mother could press further. Overhead, the rain had finally stopped. Through gaps in the canopy, stars appeared, cold, distant, indifferent to human suffering or the ghosts that suffering could create. Jennifer thought of Keiko Yamada, 22 years old and pregnant and terrified, walking into a creek with pockets full of stones. Thought of 24 years of cold, of rage that could possess the living, of loneliness so complete it became malevolent. And she thought of her daughter, safe and warm 300 miles away, unaware of how close she'd come to losing her mother to the thin place, to the spaces where the dead waited for the living to make mistakes. The forest had taken Keiko Yamada in 1987, had kept her spirit trapped in rage and isolation until 2011, until a kind-hearted ranger tried to help and became a vessel instead. Had almost taken Megan Price permanently, had almost taken Jennifer too, had almost spread its curse to everyone who entered the Hoh Wilderness. But not tonight. Tonight the thin place had closed, the shrine had burned, and the cold had released its grip on 3 living souls. Jennifer reached the trailhead as false dawn began to gray the eastern sky. Her Jeep sat exactly where she'd left it 31 hours ago. She climbed in, started the engine, let the heat blast until feeling returned to her fingers. On the passenger seat, her phone buzzed with a message. From Rebecca. "Megan stable, no physical injuries, severe dehydration and hypothermia but recovering. What the hell happened out there?" Jennifer typed a response. "Long story. Tell you over coffee when I'm back." But she wouldn't. Not the real story. Some things lived better as silence, as private knowledge, as scars carried quietly so others could sleep peacefully. She put the Jeep in gear and drove away from the Hoh rainforest, away from the thin place, toward home and daughter, and the illusion of safety she would never quite believe in again. Behind her in the forest, morning mist rose from the creeks and streams. The trees dripped with normal moisture. Birds began their dawn chorus. Everything looked peaceful, ordinary, completely benign. But Jennifer knew better now, would always know better. The forest kept its secrets, and some of those secrets had teeth. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened. Robert Fitzgerald had been staring at the photographs for 20 minutes before he noticed the trees were bleeding. Not sap. The birches surrounding Taylor Armstrong's abandoned camp wept something darker, thicker, freezing in black rivulets down white bark. His camera had captured what his eyes had refused to process. Every tree within 50 yards bore the same carved symbol, some Nordic rune he didn't recognize, cut deep enough to reach heartwood. The wind had died completely. In 60 miles of Alaskan wilderness, nothing made a sound. He'd been with Alaska's backcountry Sayar for 8 months now. Long enough to recognize wrong when he saw it, short enough that people still whispered about Colorado behind his back. Emily's name followed him like a shadow, even here, even 3,000 miles from the mountain that had taken her. The transfer to Denali was supposed to be a fresh start. Remote. Quiet. A place where the past couldn't find him in the vastness. Taylor Armstrong's emergency beacon had activated 48 hours ago at coordinates deep in the Toklat River Valley. 23 years old, experienced backpacker, solo permit for a 2-week circuit through some of the park's most isolated terrain. The beacon signal had transmitted for exactly 14 minutes before going silent. Standard protocol suggested equipment malfunction, maybe a fall, possibly a bear encounter, though it was late September and most grizzlies were focused on final feeding before denning. Robert had volunteered immediately for the search. Always did. Something about the missing gnawed at him in ways he couldn't explain to the therapist he'd stopped seeing. The helicopter had dropped him at the coordinates that morning, rotors beating against autumn air that tasted of coming snow. Pilot said he'd be back in 72 hours unless Robert called for emergency extraction. The Garmin Montana 650 on his belt showed the return flight path highlighted in blue, a technological lifeline back to civilization. His Motorola radio crackled once, routine check-in with Wonder Lake Ranger Station, then settled into the white noise of distance and mountains. Taylor's camp sat in a clearing beside a nameless tributary, tent still standing but the fly sheet torn in long vertical slashes. Not bare damage, too precise, too deliberate. The spacing suggested fingers, if fingers were strong enough to shred ripstop nylon like tissue paper. Robert's first thought was vandalism, maybe other hikers, but the location made that unlikely. This was country that saw maybe a dozen people a year. The park's visitor statistics for this drainage: 0 recorded parties in the past 5 years. The Nikon D90 had been Robert's suggestion from the department, documenting evidence for later analysis. 47 photographs so far. The camp laid out like an archaeological site. Everything precisely where Taylor had left it, except the sleeping bag, which was gone entirely. Backpack still hanging from the bare pole. Food cache undisturbed. Water filter on the ground beside a half-full Nalgene bottle. And everywhere carved into trees, scratched into the permafrost soil, even scraped across flat river stones, that symbol. Robert wasn't an expert on Norse runes, but he'd seen enough History Channel documentaries to recognize the general style. This one looked like an R bisected by a vertical line with 2 diagonal branches, something that might mean protection or warning or death depending on context. The cuts were fresh, wood still pale and weeping. Someone had carved dozens of them, maybe hundreds, working in expanding circles from Taylor's tent as the center point. His bench-made bushcrafter knife came out automatically, fingers finding the familiar weight. 3 years ago, he'd carried it into the Rockies searching for Emily. Hadn't helped then either. He knelt beside the nearest carved tree, photographing the symbol from multiple angles, noting the depth and precision of the cuts. Not done with a pocket knife. Something heavier, sharper, wielded with considerable force. The bark surrounding each carving showed signs of impact trauma, like someone had struck the tree repeatedly rather than carefully etching. The silence pressed against his eardrums. September in interior. Alaska should still have birdsong, squirrels chattering in the spruce, maybe the distant bugle of a bull moose. Instead, nothing. The tributary ran soundlessly over stones, as if the water had forgotten how to speak. Robert's breath misted in air that had dropped 10 degrees in the past hour, temperature plummeting toward freezing despite the afternoon sun still visible above the Alaska range peaks. He found the first blood at the tree line. Not much. A spray pattern on the underside of a devil's club leaf, rusty brown against green, already oxidized. The chemical test strip from his SAR pack turned positive for human hemoglobin. Robert photographed it, marked the location on his GPS, and followed the obvious trail deeper into the spruce forest. The trees here were old growth, some with trunks 4 feet across, their canopy blocking most direct sunlight and creating a permanent twilight at ground level. Permafrost kept roots shallow, and fallen giants lay everywhere in various stages of decay, nurse logs sprouting new life from dead wood. The blood trail led north, away from the river, up a gradual slope toward higher elevation. Every 20 meters, another carved symbol, another marker in a language Robert didn't understand but increasingly suspected he should. His radio hissed with static. He pulled it from his belt, thumbed the transmit button. Wonder Lake, this is Fitzgerald. Radio check, over. More static, no response. The Montana 650 showed full satellite coverage, 5 bars, position locked. Communication failure didn't make sense given the clear line of sight to the relay tower on Mount Healy. Robert tried again. Got the same white noise that wasn't quite random, that almost sounded like breathing if breathing came from something with lungs full of gravel. Wonderful, he muttered, clipping the radio back. The satellite phone in his pack remained as backup, though he'd need to reach higher ground for reliable signal. Something to remember if this went bad. The blood trail ended at a stone. Not a stone, a standing stone, a menhir, rising 8 feet from the forest floor and covered entirely in carved runes. This wasn't fresh work. These symbols had been here for centuries, weathered by time and acid rain, moss filling the deeper cuts. Robert circled it slowly, photographing every angle. The granite was wrong for this area, transported from somewhere else, deliberately placed in a clearing that shouldn't exist given the density of surrounding forest. At the stone's base, Taylor Armstrong's sleeping bag, laid out carefully, almost ceremonially. Empty, zipped completely closed from the inside. Robert's heart rate spiked, that familiar tightness in his chest that the therapist called hypervigilance and he called survival instinct. He knelt, pulled on nitrile gloves and carefully opened the sleeping bag. More blood inside, saturated through the down insulation. Too much for survivability. If Taylor had bled this much, she was already dead. The smell hit him a moment later. Copper and rot, but under that something else. Something that reminded him of the decomp training scenarios, except accelerated, concentrated, fundamentally wrong. Behind the standing stone, the ground dropped away. A valley opened before him, steep-sided and narrow, invisible from any approach except this exact angle. The topographic maps on his GPS showed nothing. Blank space between contour lines, as if the cartographers had simply skipped this drainage. Impossible, given modern satellite imaging, but there it was, a void in the data. The valley floor lay maybe 300 feet down, accessible via a game trail that switched back through broken talus, and at the valley's center, clearly visible even from this distance, stood structures. Not modern structures. Stone walls, partially collapsed, arranged in rectangular patterns that suggested longhouses or burial halls. Robert had seen photographs of Viking settlements in Newfoundland, Lonceau Meadows, the only confirmed Norse site in North America. This looked similar but larger, more permanent, as if someone had built not a temporary camp but an actual colony deep in interior Alaska where no Vikings should have ever been. The academic part of his brain, the part that still worked despite 3 years of grief and guilt, recognized the historical impossibility. Vikings reached North America around 1000 CE, established brief settlements in Newfoundland, possibly explored further south along the Atlantic coast. But interior Alaska, 4,000 miles from the nearest documented Norse presence, archaeologically impossible. The structures existed anyway. Robert activated the Montana 650's track log, marking this location as a critical waypoint. Whatever had happened to Taylor Armstrong, it connected to that valley and those impossible buildings. He started down the game trail, bench-made knife in one hand, bear spray in the other, knowing neither would help if he was right about what he was walking into. The descent took 40 minutes through increasingly difficult terrain. The temperature dropped with each switchback, far beyond what elevation change alone could explain. By the time Robert reached the valley floor, his breath came in thick clouds, and frost rimed the rocks around him. The Montana showed 28 degree O, Impossible for mid-afternoon in September. But the GPS didn't lie about temperature any more than it lied about coordinates. The structures were ruins, but recent ruins. Stone walls still stood to shoulder height in places, mortared with what looked like clay mixed with something organic. Peat, maybe, or animal fat. The construction technique matched descriptions of Norse building methods: dry-stacked stone foundation, turf walls above, long rectangular footprint. 3 main buildings arranged in a U-shape around a central courtyard, with several smaller outbuildings behind. And in the courtyard, arranged in a perfect circle, bodies. Not skeletons. Bodies. Preserved by permafrost and something else. Something Robert didn't have a name for. 37 individuals by his quick count, all dressed in clothing that belonged to a museum. Wool and leather and primitive weaving. Most sat upright, frozen in positions of attention or prayer or supplication. Their skin had the leathery texture of natural mummification, lips pulled back from yellowed teeth, eyes sunken but somehow still present, watching. Robert documented everything with the Nikon, hands shaking enough that he had to brace against a wall for stable shots. This was impossible. This was a find that would rewrite American archaeology. This was also deeply, fundamentally wrong in ways that made his hindbrain scream warnings his conscious mind tried to rationalize away. At the circle's center stood one figure different from the rest, taller, broader, dressed in what might have once been armor, leather, and iron fragments still clinging to the massive frame. This one didn't sit. It stood, arms crossed over its chest, head tilted back as if frozen mid-roar. The preservation here was perfect, too perfect. Skin still showing faint color, muscles still suggesting bulk and power. Around its neck, a massive iron collar, inscribed with runes identical to those on the standing stone above. Robert circled the courtyard, staying well back from the bodies, photographing everything. His radio hissed constantly now, that breathing sound louder, more insistent. The satellite phone showed no signal despite clear sky overhead. The Montana 650 continued tracking his position with perfect accuracy, but couldn't find the cellular network that should have been accessible from this elevation. He found Taylor Armstrong in the largest building. The longhouse's interior was dark, preserved by stone walls and collapsed turf roof. Robert's Petzl headlamp cut through shadows, revealing more impossibilities. The Vikings who'd lived here hadn't just survived. They'd thrived. Storage areas still contained artifacts, iron tools, carved whalebone, what looked like primitive scientific instruments, and along the back wall, carved into the stone itself, a massive genealogical tree, names in runic script extending down through what must have been generations. Taylor lay at the tree's base, positioned carefully, almost lovingly, still alive, barely. Robert was beside her in an instant, fingers finding her carotid pulse. Weak, thready. Her skin was ice against his gloves. The sleeping bag blood made sense now. Defensive wounds across both forearms, deep parallel gashes that had soaked through her jacket and base layers. Her eyes opened, pupils blown wide with shock and something else, something that looked like understanding. "Don't," she whispered, vocal cords barely working. "Don't. Let it." "Taylor, I'm Robert Fitzgerald, Alaska SAR. I'm getting you out of here." Standard response, calm voice, hands already assessing her injuries. The wounds were bad but not immediately fatal. With treatment, IV fluids, warmth, she might make it. He reached for his satellite phone. Her hand caught his wrist with surprising strength. "Guardian," she managed. "Draugr, don't disturb." The word meant nothing to Robert. Old Norse, maybe. Viking terminology. Didn't matter. What mattered was the emergency medical protocols flooding back through 3 years of trying to forget. Pressure on the wounds, emergency blanket from his pack, satellite phone to call for immediate helicopter extraction even if he had to hike to high ground for signal. Behind him, stone scraped against stone. Robert turned. The doorway framed against afternoon light showed the central courtyard. The standing figure, the one in armor, had moved. Not much. Just a slight shift of weight. Head tilted forward instead of back. But movement where there should be none. Animation where there should be only preserved death. It wakes at sunset, Taylor breathed. Every sunset has to complete the circle. 37 souls bound. Needs 38. The temperature plummeted. Robert's breath now came in dense fog, ice crystals forming in the air itself. The Petzl headlamp flickered despite fresh batteries installed that morning. Shadows lengthened in ways that ignored the sun's actual position, reaching across the courtyard like fingers. The figure in the center took a step forward, not shambling, not the slow shuffle of movie zombies. This moved with purpose, with power, joints flexing impossibly after however many centuries. The leathery skin split across massive shoulders, revealing something underneath that wasn't muscle or bone, but something that looked carved from frozen midnight. The iron collar around its neck blazed with sudden heat, runes glowing red against black metal. Robert pulled Taylor to her feet, got her weight against his shoulder. "We're leaving. Now." "Can't outrun it," she said. "Can't. It's faster than anything. Stronger than anything. I tried. The Benchmade knife was laughable against that thing. Bear spray designed for grizzlies wouldn't slow something that had been dead for centuries. Robert's mind raced through options, training, protocols that didn't cover Viking undead awakening in Alaskan wilderness. The emergency blanket went around Taylor, his arms supporting most of her weight, and he started for the doorway. The figure stepped into their path. Up close, the wrongness was total. What Robert had taken for preserved flesh was something else. Permafrost packed around a frame of bone and something darker, something that suggested occupation rather than resurrection. The eyes opened, revealing not sockets but depths, abyssal spaces that went down and down into nothing. The mouth opened, and the sound that emerged wasn't breath or voice but the grinding of continental plates, the boom of calving glaciers, every sound of deep earth and ancient cold compressed into something approximating language. Gravrova, it said. The word echoed in Robert's skull, bypassing his ears entirely. Vuktu. Binda. Taylor whimpered. Grave. Grave robber. Guardian. Binding. The creature's hand moved faster than Robert could track. Fingers that should have been stiff with death closed around his throat with crushing strength, lifting him clear off the ground. The Benchmade clattered away, bear spray useless. His vision tunneled, oxygen cut off, legs kicking uselessly. Emily's face flooded his thoughts. Not the Emily he'd lost, but the Emily who'd smiled at him over coffee, who'd trusted him to lead that last climb, who'd looked at him with absolute faith before the anchor failed, and she'd fallen, and the rope had. The grip released. Robert collapsed, gasping, throat bruised but functional. Taylor had pulled herself upright despite her wounds, blood-soaked hands pressing against the creature's armored back, voice hoarse but determined. "Lida! Frieder!" The thing paused. That massive head swiveled, regarding Taylor with something that might have been recognition. She continued in broken Norse, words Robert didn't understand but that clearly carried meaning. The creature responded, that grinding voice forming syllables that hurt to hear. And Robert understood with sudden terrible clarity that this was a conversation. That Taylor somehow spoke its language. That she'd been here long enough to learn more than just how to survive. "It wants completion," Taylor translated, never breaking eye contact with the Guardian. 37 souls bound to protect this place. Need 38 for the circle, for the binding to hold. It thinks we're grave robbers, disturbing the settlement. "We're not robbers," Robert croaked, voice damaged. "We're rescuers. She's injured. I need to get her medical attention," Taylor translated. The creature's response was immediate and final, one word that resonated through the valley. "Nay." "It says we disturbed the barrier, broke the runes. By entering, we accepted the terms. One of us joins the circle. One of us can leave." The arithmetic was simple. Emily had died because Robert made a bad call. Wouldn't make the same mistake twice. Couldn't. The therapy sessions flashed through his mind. Survivor's guilt, PTSD, the tendency to seek redemption through self-sacrifice. All true. Didn't matter. "Take her," Robert said. "I'll stay. Join your circle. Complete the binding. She goes free." Taylor grabbed his arm. "No, you don't understand what it means. Not just death. Consciousness preserved. Awareness eternal. Guarding this place forever. It's not mercy. It's hell. Tell it I accept." The creature's hand descended, not grabbing, but almost gentle, pressing against Robert's chest directly over his heart. The cold that radiated from that touch went beyond physical, beyond temperature, into something fundamental. His heartbeat slowed, synchronized with something ancient and terrible. Frost spread across his jacket, crystallizing moisture, and Robert understood that acceptance had consequences he couldn't imagine. But Taylor would live. That was enough. She was screaming something, fighting against the Guardian's grip, and Robert couldn't hear her anymore because the cold had reached his ears, his eyes, his thoughts. The valley spun, permafrost rising to meet him, and the last thing he saw before the ice claimed his vision was Emily's face, not falling but smiling, not dead but alive, telling him it was okay. He could rest now. He could finally rest. He woke standing in the circle. Time had passed. Minutes or days, impossible to tell. His body didn't respond to thought anymore, frozen in place. But his mind remained completely agonizingly aware. The other 37 figures surrounded him, and he could feel them now, consciousnesses pressed against his own. Viking souls bound for centuries to protect their settlement from desecration. They screamed without voices, wept without tears, begged for release without words. Robert tried to scream, and couldn't. The Guardian stood in the center as always, arms crossed, but now Robert understood its purpose. Not malevolent, not evil. Bound by the same curse it enforced, the leader who'd accepted eternal service to protect his people's bones, who'd volunteered for this hell when some ancient shaman offered the choice. The iron collar wasn't decoration. It was a leash, linking the Guardian to this place until the settlement crumbled to nothing or someone completed whatever ritual might break the binding. Taylor Armstrong was gone. The Petzl headlamp lay abandoned in the courtyard, batteries dead, plastic cracked from cold. Robert's pack sat beside it, ransacked, emergency supplies scattered. She'd taken what she could carry, satellite phone, GPS, first aid kit, and fled. Smart. Survivor. She'd make it out, call for extraction, tell a story no one would believe about ancient Vikings and walking corpses. Would she mention Robert? Probably not. Easier to say he died in the rescue attempt, fell or hypothermia or bear attack. Anything but the truth. Sunset came and went. The Guardian walked the perimeter, checking each carved rune, each binding symbol. The ritual repeated, and Robert understood it would repeat every day forever, until the sun consumed the earth or the mountains wore to sand. His consciousness remained perfect, pristine, aware of every passing second. He tried to count, lost track after 10,000, tried to sleep, couldn't. Tried to think of Emily, happy memories to sustain him, but the binding didn't allow comfort, only service, only watchfulness, only the eternal preservation of duty. The winter came. Snow buried the valley, drifted against the stone walls, covered the circle of Guardians. Robert stood through it all, ice forming on his frozen skin, awareness undimmed. Spring melt revealed him unchanged, and the cycle continued. A year might have passed. A decade. Time lost meaning when every moment was identical. Every sunset triggering the Guardian's walk. Every dawn finding the circle unbroken. He saw them sometimes. Hikers, researchers, adventurers who somehow found the valley, despite GPS coordinates that shouldn't exist. The Guardian took them all. The circle expanded. 38, 39, 40 souls bound to protect stone ruins that no one remembered, defending a settlement that history had forgotten. Robert Fitzgerald tried to remember his name. Couldn't. Tried to remember why he'd come here. The answer dissolved like snow in sunlight. Tried to remember what he'd sacrificed for. A girl. Taylor. No. Emily. Both. Neither. The only constant was the cold and the awareness and the eternal vigil. Years became decades, became centuries, and still he stood, conscious and screaming in a body that couldn't scream. Part of a circle protecting something that no longer mattered to anyone but the dead who guarded it. The mountains eroded. The forest grew and died and grew again. The longhouses collapsed entirely, stones scattered by frost, heave, and time. The circle remained, and Robert Fitzgerald, who'd come to Alaska to escape his past, discovered that some burdens last forever, that some debts can't be paid, that choosing redemption is easy, but living it, truly living it, conscious and aware and eternal, is the real price no one warns you about. The Guardian walked. Robert stood. The circle held. And in the silence of endless service, he finally understood. This was never about Taylor Armstrong or Viking ruins or even Emily's ghost. This was about discovering that death might be mercy, but awareness is forever. The sun set. The sun rose. The Guardian walked. Robert stood. Forever. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore, consider following for more stories. Which moment scared you most? Share your theory about what happened. Robert Fitzgerald had been staring at the search grid map for 20 minutes before he noticed the dates. Not the current date, October 23, 2013, but the penciled annotations in the margins of the decades-old map he'd found in the Ranger Station archives. 9/15/87, J. Martinez experienced. 10/8/94, K. Thompson, solo backpacker. 9/22/01, D. Winters, former guide. 7 names total, 7 disappearances, all within a 2-mile radius of where Ashley Nguyen's tent had been found that morning, all during new moon phases. And tonight the sky would be completely dark again. Fitzgerald pressed his knuckles against his temples, trying to force away the headache that had been building since dawn. 2 years at Olympic National Park, 2 years of deliberately choosing the quietest post he could find after what happened in Kentucky. The Hoh rainforest was supposed to be peaceful, just moss and ancient trees and the constant whisper of rain. No caves, no confined spaces, no partners to lose. The Garmin eTrex 20 on his desk showed the coordinates where a day hiker had found Nguyen's camp at first light. 47.8394 to Gren, 123.9347 to Grau W, elevation 872 feet, roughly 4 miles up the Hoh River Trail, where it forked toward the Seven Lakes Basin. The tent had been properly staked, her pack inside with food still sealed in bear canisters. Her permits indicated she was an experienced backpacker, 32 years old, a biology teacher from Portland, who'd hiked the Pacific Crest Trail twice, the kind of person who didn't just wander off. Fitzgerald's Motorola XPR radio crackled. "Fitzgerald, this is dispatch. Search teams assembling. Chen wants to know if you're coordinating or just observing." He picked up the radio, thumb hesitating over the transmit button. District Ranger Chen knew his history, knew why Fitzgerald had transferred from Kentucky, knew about the sealed incident report that used words like severe trauma and extended leave. For 18 months, Chen had kept him on light duties, trail maintenance, permit checks, educational programs. No search and rescue, no coordination, until this morning, when Chen had specifically requested him for the briefing. "Tell Chen I'll coordinate," Fitzgerald said into the radio. His voice came out steadier than he felt. "I'm reviewing the historical data now. There's something he needs to see." He spread the archived map across his desk alongside the current topographical chart. The disappearances formed a rough circle, maybe 1.5 miles in diameter, centered on an area the old map labeled Fisher's Clearing, abandoned 1962. His computer showed nothing about why it had been abandoned. The area wasn't restricted, wasn't marked as hazardous. Just a gap in the records. Fitzgerald pulled up the incident reports on the disappearances he could access digitally. The 3 most recent ones from 1994, 2001, and 2008 all shared similar elements: experienced hikers, solo or separated from groups, vanished during new moon periods, minimal trace evidence. One report from 2001 mentioned unusual markings on nearby trees, but included no photographs or descriptions. The 2008 report noted that the missing person's tent had been found arranged as if the occupant intended to return momentarily, just like Ashley Nguyen's tent. His cell phone buzzed. No signal, just the 7:30 a.m. alarm he'd forgotten to cancel. Through the ranger station window, the rainforest looked the way it always did in late October. Perpetually green, perpetually wet. The morning light filtering through layers of Sitka spruce and western hemlock in diffuse gray-green columns. Moss covered everything. Nurse logs, standing trunks, even the lower branches. During his first month here, the overwhelming greenness had seemed peaceful. Now it felt like camouflage. Fitzgerald loaded his pack with methodical precision, each item a ritual against the tightness in his chest. Bench-made bushcrafter knife, Leatherman Wave multi-tool, wilderness first aid kit, 3 extra radio batteries, waterproof matches, emergency beacon, 6 protein bars, 2 liters of water. His hands remembered the motions from hundreds of searches before Kentucky, before Elena. He forced the thought away and added paper maps to the pack. The Garmin was reliable, but the rainforest's canopy could scatter GPS signals into uselessness. He'd learned not to trust technology alone. The search team gathered in the parking lot at 8:15 a.m. 6 rangers, 2 volunteers from the local SAR unit, and District Ranger Chen, a compact woman in her 50s who'd spent 30 years in the Park Service. She nodded to Fitzgerald as he approached. "Glad you're taking point on this," Chen said quietly. "I know it's been a while. I've reviewed the case file," Fitzgerald said, not meeting her eyes, "and the historical data. We need to talk about the pattern." He spread the archived map on the hood of Chen's truck, pointing to the penciled annotations. 7 disappearances since 1987, all within this area, all during new moon phases. Ashley Nguyen makes 8. One of the SAR volunteers, a lean man named Porter with a graying beard, leaned closer. "New moon? That's some kind of cult thing?" "I don't know what it is," Fitzgerald admitted, "but the pattern's clear, and tonight's the new moon." Chen studied the map, her expression unreadable. "You're saying we have until nightfall?" "I'm saying we should assume time matters." The team divided into 3 pairs, each taking a sector radiating from Nguyen's campsite. Fitzgerald partnered with Porter, who'd been doing SR work in Olympic for 15 years. They headed up the Ho River Trail as the morning rain began. Not a downpour, just the constant misting drizzle that defined the rainforest. The trail followed the Ho River through old-growth forest. Trees that had been standing for 500 years rose like cathedral pillars, their trunks 10 feet across, their canopy so dense the understory existed in permanent twilight. Moss hung in curtains from branches. Sword ferns grew waist-high between nurse logs where hemlock seedlings sprouted from the decomposing wood of fallen giants. Fitzgerald had always found the biomass density unsettling, the sheer volume of life and death happening simultaneously. Every fallen tree became a nursery. Every living tree stood on the bones of its predecessors. The whole forest was a graveyard and a nursery at once. Porter moved with the easy confidence of someone who knew these trails intimately. "You really think there's a pattern?" he asked as they hiked. "Could just be coincidence. People get lost out here." "People get lost everywhere," Fitzgerald said. "But experienced hikers don't usually vanish from properly set camps with all their gear intact." They reached Nguyen's campsite at 9:47 a.m. The tent stood in a small clearing 30 feet from the trail, a quality REI 2-person model, rain fly properly secured, no visible damage. Crime scene tape marked the perimeter. Fitzgerald ducked under it, noting that the ground around the tent showed no signs of struggle. The tent's interior was visible through the open flap. Sleeping bag neatly rolled, camp stove assembled as if Nguyen had been preparing breakfast, her pack leaning against the tent's corner with a water bottle in the side pocket. "This is what bothers me," Fitzgerald said, crouching by the tent entrance. Everything suggests she stepped away for a minute, maybe to go to the bathroom, maybe to get water from the river. But her headlamp's still in the tent. Who walks into this forest before dawn without a light? Porter circled the campsite slowly, studying the ground. Could have had a second light. Lots of people carry backups. Maybe. Fitzgerald pulled on nitrile gloves and carefully examined the tent's interior. Nguyen's permit and ID were in a waterproof pouch attached to her pack. Her cell phone sat in the tent's mesh pocket. Dead battery, but that was normal out here. No signal anyway. A paperback novel lay spine up beside the sleeping bag. The Terror by Dan Simmons. Fitzgerald felt his stomach tighten at the title. He backed out of the tent and stood looking at the surrounding forest. The trees here were massive, their trunks disappearing into the canopy 70 feet overhead. Moss covered the ground in a thick carpet that muffled sound. The constant drip of condensation from the canopy created a rhythm like whispered breathing. "Let's establish a search radius," Fitzgerald said. "Standard protocol, concentric circles from the point last seen, focus on water sources and natural corridors." They spent the next 3 hours working outward from the campsite in careful sweeps, calling Nguyen's name, looking for any trace. The Ho River ran about 100 yards west, its water gray-green and cold from glacier melt higher in the Olympics. They checked the riverbank for signs she might have gone for water and slipped. Nothing. At 1:15 p.m., Porter found the first marker. "Fitzgerald, you need to see this." Porter stood beside a massive Sitka spruce about 200 yards northeast of the camp. The tree's trunk was easily 12 feet in diameter, its bark thick and rough. Carved into the bark at chest height was a symbol. 3 parallel lines, each about 6 inches long, cut deep enough to expose the lighter wood beneath. The cuts looked recent. No weathering, no sap oxidation. Fitzgerald photographed the symbol with his digital camera, then pulled out his knife and carefully scraped a small sample of the exposed wood into an evidence bag. "This wasn't in any of the reports I read." "Looks like claw marks," Porter said, "but the spacing's wrong for bear and too high for cougar." Fitzgerald studied the cuts. Porter was right. The spacing suggested something with a wider grip than any animal in these forests. And the depth was uniform, as if made with tools rather than claws. The 2001 report mentioned unusual markings on trees, no details about what kind. They continued the search pattern, and within 30 minutes found 3 more marked trees, all within a quarter-mile radius of Nguyen's camp, all with the same 3-line symbol at approximately the same height. Fitzgerald marked each location on his GPS and added them to the paper map. The marks formed a rough diamond shape with the campsite near the center. Porter noticed it too. "That's deliberate. Someone's marking territory. Or marking something else," Fitzgerald said quietly. His radio crackled with check-ins from the other search teams. No traces found, no response to calls. The forest swallowed sound like it swallowed light. At 3:30 p.m., with daylight already starting to fade under the thick canopy, Fitzgerald called for the teams to regroup at Nguyen's camp. The temperature had dropped and the mist had thickened into proper rain. Water dripped from every surface, turning the forest into a maze of gray-green shadows. Chen arrived with her team, both looking frustrated. "Nothing, it's like she evaporated." Fitzgerald showed her the photographs of the tree markings. "These are recent, all within a quarter-mile of the camp, and they form a pattern." Chen studied the images, her expression troubled. "Could be another hiker. Some kind of trail marker system." "At chest height? Cut that deep?" Fitzgerald shook his head. "And why only around this specific area?" The third team arrived, 2 rangers named Morrison and Blake. Morrison looked pale despite the hike. "We found something. About a half-mile north, there's a clearing. Old foundation, looks like it might be the abandoned site from your map. And there's..." He hesitated. "There's more of those markings. A lot more." The teams hiked to the clearing together, arriving as the already dim forest light began failing toward evening. The clearing was roughly circular, maybe 60 feet across. The forest canopy broken enough to allow actual sky visibility, a rarity in the Ho rainforest. Concrete foundation blocks emerged from the moss like broken teeth, arranged in a rectangle that suggested a structure roughly 20 by 30 feet. Rotted wood beams lay collapsed among the blocks, and every tree surrounding the clearing bore the 3-line markings. Dozens of them, all at the same height, all facing inward toward the clearing's center. Jesus, Porter whispered. How long would this take? Fitzgerald approached the nearest marked tree slowly, his boots squelching in the saturated moss. Up close, the cuts looked even stranger, too clean, too precise, as if made with surgical instruments rather than tools. He touched the exposed wood and found it cold, far colder than the ambient temperature justified. In the clearing's center, the moss had been disturbed recently. Someone or something had scraped away the thick green carpet to expose the dark soil beneath. The exposed area formed a circle about 6 feet in diameter, and in the center of that circle, driven point down into the earth, stood an arrow. Not a modern arrow. The shaft was wood, hand-carved, the fletching made from what looked like bird feathers. The arrowhead was stone, napped flint or obsidian, its edges sharp enough to catch the dying light. The arrow stood perfectly vertical, as if it had been placed rather than shot. No one approached it. The entire team stood at the clearing's edge, staring. That's not recreational, Chen said finally. That's ceremonial. Fitzgerald felt his pulse hammering in his temples. The arrow triggered something in his memory. Not from Kentucky, but from earlier, from training. He'd taken a cultural awareness course during his first year with the Park Service, learning about the indigenous history of various park regions. The Olympic Peninsula had been home to multiple tribes, the Quileute, the Hoh, the Quinault, and the arrow looked like artifacts he'd seen in museum photographs. We need to document this and get out, Fitzgerald said. His voice came out tight. It's going to be full dark in 30 minutes. We can't leave Nguyen out here, Morrison protested. We also can't search effectively in darkness in this terrain, Chen said. We'll set up a base camp at the trailhead, rotate teams through the night for listening posts. If she calls out, we'll hear her. Fitzgerald photographed the arrow in the clearing from multiple angles, while the others marked the location on their GPS units. As he worked, the forest around them seemed to grow quieter. The constant drip of rain continued, but the small sounds, birds, insects, the rustle of small animals, faded into silence. Porter noticed it too. Where'd all the noise go? The team retreated from the clearing as darkness fell, hiking back down the trail with headlamps cutting narrow tunnels through the blackness. The forest at night felt fundamentally different from the forest in daylight. The moss-covered trees became grotesque shapes. Every shadow suggested movement, and the silence persisted, broken only by their footsteps and breathing. They reached the trailhead at 6:45 p.m. Chen organized the night rotation while Fitzgerald uploaded his photographs to his laptop in the ranger station. The images of the arrow looked even more disturbing on screen. Ancient and deliberate, a marker for something the concrete foundation blocks had tried to contain or commemorate. He opened a browser and started researching, though his internet connection was slow and spotty. Most results for Olympic Peninsula indigenous history returned tourist information and general cultural overviews. He refined the search. Hoh Tribe Arrows Ceremony. Most results were still generic, but one caught his attention. A scanned academic paper from 1973 titled Mortuary Practices and Spiritual Beliefs of the Coastal Salish Peoples. He skimmed through dense anthropological text until he found a passage that made his hand stop moving on the keyboard. Among certain Quinault and Hoh informants, stories persist of the Baycock, a skeletal spirit borrowed from Ojibwe tradition through intertribal contact, but adapted to local cosmology. This entity was said to hunt at night, particularly during dark moon phases, using invisible arrows to strike down the living. The spirit was associated with warriors who died dishonorably, or with those who violated sacred spaces. Protective rituals involved the placement of marked trees and blessed arrows to contain or redirect the entity's hunting grounds. Fitzgerald read the passage 3 times, his chest growing tight. Baycock. The word felt heavy in his mind, loaded with meanings he didn't fully understand but instinctively feared. He searched for more information, finding fragments across different sources. The Baycock flew through forests, its skeletal body making sounds like rattling bones. It consumed the livers of its victims. It could not be killed by conventional means because it was already dead. A spirit of vengeance and hunger, and it hunted during the darkest nights, when the living could not see it coming. Outside the ranger station, full night had fallen. Through the window, Fitzgerald could see nothing but his own reflection against the darkness. His radio sat silent on the desk. The listening posts hadn't reported any sounds, any signs of Ashley Nguyen. He thought about the pattern of disappearances, all during new moon phases, all in the area around the abandoned clearing, all experienced hikers who should have known better than to wander off. Unless they hadn't wandered, unless something had come for them. Fitzgerald stood and paced the small office, trying to organize his thoughts. This was the trauma speaking, he told himself. The hypervigilance, the pattern seeking, the tendency to see malevolence in random events. This was what the therapist in Kentucky had warned him about. The way a broken mind tries to impose narrative on chaos because chaos is too painful to accept. Elena hadn't died because of ancient spirits or supernatural vengeance. She'd died because a cave ceiling collapsed, because geology was indifferent to human life, because sometimes bad things happened for no reason at all. But the arrow in the clearing had been real. The tree markings had been real. And 7 people had vanished from the same area under identical circumstances. His phone buzzed. A text from Chen, the brief cellular signal reaching the ranger station. Come to the research library. Found something in the old records. Fitzgerald grabbed his jacket and headed across the compound to the small library that housed historical documents from the park's establishment in 1938. Chen was sitting at a table covered with brittle folders and ledgers, a desk lamp casting harsh shadows across her face. Look at this, she said without preamble, pushing a folder toward him. The folder contained handwritten reports from 1962, the year Fisher's clearing had been abandoned. The writing was cramped and formal, the paper yellowed with age. Fitzgerald read slowly, his eyes adjusting to the old script. Recommend immediate closure of the Fisher's clearing area to public access. The deaths of Daniel Fisher and his son Thomas on the night of September 19th cannot be adequately explained by wildlife attack or accident. The condition of the bodies, recovered September 21st, showed evidence of massive trauma inconsistent with known predators. Local Ho tribal representatives have requested the area be treated as sacred ground and prohibited to visitors. Given the disturbing circumstances and ongoing investigations, I support this restriction. The report was signed by a ranger named Howard Mitchell. Chen had another folder open. There's more. Mitchell filed supplementary reports over the next 6 months. Listen to this one from December 1962. Interviewed elder from Ho tribe who requested anonymity. He states the clearing was site of ancient burial ground disturbed when Fisher built his hunting cabin in 1959. He describes traditional beliefs about guardian spirits that punish those who violate sacred spaces. While I do not endorse supernatural explanations, the elder's knowledge of the area and its history deserves consideration. He recommends the arrow and tree markings not be disturbed, as they represent protective measures. Fitzgerald felt his mouth go dry. What happened to the closure recommendation? That's the thing, Chen said. I can't find any follow-up. No official closure order, no continued investigation. It's like they just stopped documenting it. The area's not restricted, not marked, nothing. It's like someone decided to pretend it didn't happen. Or someone decided documentation was more dangerous than ignorance, Fitzgerald said quietly. They sat in silence for a moment. The old papers spread between them like evidence at a trial. Finally, Chen spoke. You don't actually believe in this, do you? Spirits and curses? Fitzgerald thought about Elena, about the moment the ceiling came down, about the 3 hours he'd spent in darkness listening to her breathing become labored and then stop. He thought about the nightmares that still woke him most nights, the hypervigilance that made him check locks 3 times, the way his hands shook when he had to enter any confined space. I believe people disappear, he said. "I believe something in that clearing is dangerous. Whether it's a spirit or a serial killer or some natural phenomenon we don't understand, does the label really matter if people keep dying?" Chen closed the folders carefully. "What do you want to do?" "I want to go back," Fitzgerald said, "tonight during the new moon. If there's a pattern, if something happens during these specific nights, then that's when we'll find evidence." "That's insane," Chen said, but her voice lacked conviction. "We don't do nighttime searches in this terrain without extraordinary circumstances." 8 people are extraordinary circumstances, Fitzgerald said. "And if the pattern holds, tonight's when it happens. When whatever it is hunts." Chen studied him for a long moment. "You know I can't authorize this officially. If something happens to you, then it's my choice," Fitzgerald interrupted. "I'm not asking for backup. Just give me until dawn. If I'm not back by first light, send the full team. You're really going to hike into the rainforest at night, alone, looking for a spirit that probably doesn't exist because of a pattern that might be coincidence?" Fitzgerald thought about Ashley Nguyen, 32 years old, biology teacher, experienced backpacker. He thought about the 7 names penciled in the margins of the old map. He thought about Elena, and about the fact that he'd been the coordinator, the one who decided to enter the cave despite the weather warnings. "I have to," he said simply. At 11:30 p.m., Fitzgerald stood at the Ho River trailhead, alone. His pack held emergency gear, 3 days of food, medical supplies, and his Motorola radio. His Benchmade knife hung on his belt. His headlamp cast a narrow beam into the forest, illuminating moss and darkness and nothing beyond. The night was utterly black. No moon, no stars visible through the canopy. Just the sound of rain and the distant rush of the river, and his own breathing too loud in his ears. He started walking. The trail during the day had seemed peaceful, cathedral-like. At night it became a tunnel through hostile territory. His headlamp beam bounced off wet tree trunks and hanging moss, creating shadows that moved when he moved. The sound of his boots on the muddy trail seemed impossibly loud. Every few steps he stopped to listen, hearing nothing but rain and river and his hammering pulse. He'd hiked at night before, many times during search operations, but those had been with teams, with multiple lights, with radio chatter providing human connection. This was different. This was isolation that felt deliberate, as if the forest wanted him alone. At mile 2, his headlamp flickered. Fitzgerald stopped, tapping the light with his palm. It steadied, then flickered again. He checked the batteries. Fresh that morning, should last 8 hours minimum. But the light continued to pulse irregularly, growing dimmer. He pulled out his backup flashlight. It worked for 30 seconds before it too began flickering. Fitzgerald stood very still, forcing himself to breathe slowly despite the panic building in his chest. Light failure could be explained. Moisture, faulty connections, cheap batteries. It didn't mean anything supernatural. It didn't. Then he heard the sound, distant at first, barely audible over the rain. A clicking, rattling noise, like stones shaken in a bag, or bones knocking together. The sound came from ahead, somewhere up the trail toward the clearing. Fitzgerald switched off his failing headlamp, plunging himself into absolute darkness. He stood frozen, listening. The rattling continued, growing slowly closer, and beneath it, another sound. A dry rushing like wind through dead branches. But there was no wind. The rainforest air was still and heavy. Fitzgerald's hand found the radio on his belt. He lifted it, pressed the transmit button. "Chen, this is Fitzgerald. I'm at mile 2. I'm hearing..." Static exploded from the radio, loud and harsh, making him flinch. He released the button, tried again. Same result. Nothing but white noise interference. The rattling was closer now. Close enough that Fitzgerald could tell it was moving, pacing parallel to the trail somewhere to his right, 20 or 30 yards into the forest. He fumbled his headlamp back on. It flickered weakly, casting a dying yellow glow that barely penetrated 10 feet. In that limited circle of light, he could see the trail ahead, the massive tree trunks on either side, the thick carpet of moss and ferns, and movement in his peripheral vision. Fitzgerald spun, swinging the headlamp beam toward the movement. Nothing. Just trees and shadows and moss. But when he turned back to the trail, he caught movement again, always at the edge of his vision, always vanishing when he looked directly at it. The rattling stopped. In the sudden silence, Fitzgerald heard his own ragged breathing, the drip of rain, the distant river. His hands shook as he drew his knife, the blade catching the headlamp's weak glow. The weapon felt absurd. What good was a knife against something he couldn't even see? A new sound emerged from the darkness ahead, a voice calling his name. Robert. The voice was Elena's. Fitzgerald's knife hand dropped. His legs went weak. That was impossible. Elena had been dead for 2 years. Her body recovered from the collapsed cave, her funeral attended by over 100 people. She couldn't be here. Couldn't be calling his name in the Olympic rainforest at midnight. Robert, I'm here. I found the way out. It was exactly how she'd sounded in the cave, in those 3 hours before she died. Weak, but trying to stay calm. Trying to keep him from panicking. Help me, Robert. It's so dark. Every rational part of Fitzgerald's mind screamed that this was wrong, impossible, a hallucination brought on by stress and trauma and hypervigilance. But his body moved anyway, stumbling forward off the trail, pushing through sword ferns toward the source of the voice. Elena. His own voice came out cracked, desperate. I'm scared, Robert. Please don't leave me alone. He crashed through the undergrowth, headlamp beam swinging wildly. Branches caught at his jacket. Moss-covered logs appeared suddenly in his path, making him stumble. But he kept moving toward the voice, toward the impossible possibility that she was here, that she'd somehow survived, that he could save her this time. Robert. The voice was closer, just ahead. Fitzgerald pushed through a thick curtain of moss and found himself in a small clearing. His headlamp illuminated a figure standing with its back to him, wearing a jacket identical to the one Elena had worn in the cave. Elena, he whispered. The figure turned. It had Elena's jacket but not her face. Instead, where the face should have been, there was darkness. Not shadow, but absence. A void where features should exist. And as Fitzgerald stared in horror, the darkness peeled back to reveal bone. A skull, yellow-white in the headlamp beam, eye sockets empty and black, jaw hanging open. The skeleton raised one arm, pointing at Fitzgerald. In its bony hand it held a bow, wood and sinew, ancient and wrong. The other hand drew back an arrow made of darkness itself. Fitzgerald threw himself sideways as the skeleton released the arrow. He felt something pass through the air where he'd been standing, felt a cold, so intense it burned like fire. He hit the ground hard, moss cushioning the impact, and scrambled backward on hands and knees. The skeleton advanced, rattling with each step, its empty eye sockets somehow tracking him. It reached for another arrow from a quiver that hadn't been visible before, drawing back the bowstring with mechanical precision. Fitzgerald ran. He crashed back through the ferns, tearing through moss curtains, his headlamp beam bouncing uselessly as branches whipped his face. Behind him he could hear the rattling pursuit, clicking and scraping like something assembling itself from scattered parts. His foot caught on a root, and he went down hard, driving the air from his lungs. He rolled onto his back, gasping, and saw the skeleton emerge from the undergrowth. It moved wrong, joints bending at angles that defied anatomy, limbs extending beyond human proportion. The skull tilted, examining him with eyeless attention. Then it spoke, and the voice was Elena's again. Why did you leave me in the dark, Robert? You're not real, Fitzgerald gasped. You're not her. I was alone for so long, so cold, and you never came back. The skeleton drew another arrow, this one solid, the arrowhead gleaming stone. It aimed at Fitzgerald's chest. He scrambled backward, hand finding a rock in the moss. He threw it desperately. The rock passed through the skeleton as if through empty air, clattering into the undergrowth beyond. The arrow released. Fitzgerald felt impact, not physical, but a cold that drove into his chest like a spike of ice. His heart stuttered, missing beats. and suddenly he couldn't breathe. The forest spun around him, gravity becoming negotiable. He was falling and standing simultaneously, the ground beneath him both solid and absent. Through graying vision, he saw the skeleton advance, its skull lowered to examine him, so close he could see the fine cracks in the bone, the empty socket somehow conveying satisfaction. Then it raised its skull and looked past Fitzgerald, towards something in the forest. The jaw dropped open in what might have been rage or hunger or recognition. The skeleton released Fitzgerald, the cold spike vanishing from his chest, his lungs filling with air in a desperate gasp, and turned away, moving back into the forest with that wrong, jointed gait. The rattling faded, replaced by other sounds, distant screaming or wind, or something between the two. Fitzgerald lay gasping in the moss, his entire body shaking. His headlamp had gone out completely. Darkness pressed against him from all sides, absolute and suffocating. He fumbled for his backup flashlight with numb fingers, found it, clicked it on. The beam worked, steady and bright. He swept it around the clearing, seeing only normal forest, ferns, moss, trees, no skeleton, no impossible archer, just the rainforest at night. But his chest still ached where the arrow had struck, and when he pressed his hand there, his fingers came away cold enough to hurt. He forced himself to stand, every movement requiring conscious effort. His legs trembled. His vision kept trying to tunnel, but he stayed upright, the flashlight clutched in one hand, his knife in the other. The screaming sound came again from deeper in the forest. Not Elena's voice this time. A woman's voice, unfamiliar, calling for help. Ashley Nguyen. Fitzgerald started walking toward the sound, his body moving on autopilot while his mind tried to process what had just happened. The skeleton had been real. He'd felt the arrow's impact, felt the cold that shouldn't exist. But the voice had been Elena's, and Elena was dead, which meant the entity could access his memories, his grief, use them as weapons. The Baycock. The papers had said it hunted at night, used arrows, consumed livers, but they hadn't mentioned psychological warfare, hadn't said it could weaponize trauma. The screaming grew louder, more desperate. Fitzgerald pushed through the undergrowth, following the sound, even though every survival instinct screamed at him to run the other direction. But he'd already failed Elena. He'd been the coordinator who made the wrong call, who'd gotten his partner killed. He wasn't going to fail Nguyen too. He broke through into the abandoned clearing. His flashlight beam swept across the concrete foundations, the marked trees, the arrow still standing in the clearing's center. And beyond the arrow, at the clearing's far edge, he saw Ashley Nguyen. She hung suspended in the air between two trees 10 feet off the ground, her arms spread wide as if crucified. No ropes, no visible support, just her body floating in violation of gravity, her head hanging forward, long black hair obscuring her face. "Nguyen!" Fitzgerald shouted, starting toward her. She raised her head. In the flashlight beam, Fitzgerald saw her eyes, completely black, no whites, no iris, just darkness that reflected no light. Her mouth opened, but the voice that emerged was wrong, layered, like multiple people speaking in unison. 7 before her, 7 after. The clearing demands its tribute. Nguyen's body jerked, pulled backward by invisible forces. Fitzgerald heard a wet, tearing sound, saw something dark drip from her suspended form. Not blood, something darker, thicker, that splattered on the moss below. Then she dropped, hitting the ground in a boneless heap. Fitzgerald ran to her, sliding to his knees beside her body. She was breathing, shallow, rapid, but breathing. He rolled her over carefully, checking for injuries. Her clothing was intact, no visible wounds, but when he pressed his hand to her chest, he felt wrongness, ribs that moved when they shouldn't, organs that seemed misplaced or missing. Her eyes fluttered open, black fading back to brown. "Robert," she whispered. "I'm here," he said, already pulling out his radio. "I'm getting you out." "It took something," she said. Her hand moved to her torso. "I can feel the empty space where it should be." The radio produced only static. Fitzgerald switched to the emergency frequency, then to backup channels. Nothing but white noise on all of them. The rattling started again, multiple sources now surrounding the clearing. Fitzgerald swept his flashlight around and saw them emerging from the forest. Skeletons, 5 of them, each holding a bow, each moving with that wrong articulation of joints. They formed a rough circle around the clearing, cutting off escape routes, and from the forest behind them a larger shape emerged. It was twice the height of the smaller skeletons, its bones massive and ancient, its skull the size of a bear's but humanoid, its jaw bristling with teeth that no human should possess. Wings extended from its back, not feathered but made of ligament and membrane stretched across bone spars, translucent and veined like a bat's. The wings spread 20 feet across, blocking the gaps between trees. The baycock in its true form. It looked down at Fitzgerald with eye sockets that held cold fire, and when it spoke, its voice was every missing person, every scream in the forest's history, every final thought of the dying. You should not have come. This place remembers violation. This place demands balance. Fitzgerald pulled Nguyen closer, his knife held uselessly in his other hand. I'm taking her. You can't have her. The baycock's laugh was the sound of bones breaking, of wind through empty skulls. She is already taken. The liver consumed. The spirit marked. She walks in the space between already. Nguyen clutched at Fitzgerald's jacket. Don't let it take me, she whispered. Please. I can feel myself disappearing. The smaller skeletons raised their bows as one, arrows nocked, all pointed at Fitzgerald's chest. The baycock's wings rustled, membrane scraping against bone. 7 before, it said again. 7 after. The pattern completes. The clearing's hunger satisfied for another cycle. Fitzgerald's mind raced through impossible options. He couldn't fight spirits with a knife. He couldn't outrun skeletal archers. His radio didn't work. His GPS was useless. His lights were dying. He was alone in the dark with something that shouldn't exist, holding a woman who was already more dead than alive. Then he remembered the arrow in the clearing's center. The protective arrow, the one the Ho elder had said shouldn't be disturbed. You're bound here, Fitzgerald said, the realization arriving with sudden clarity. The arrow, the marked trees, they're not just markers. They're a prison. You can't leave this area. The baycock's wings flared wider, and for the first time Fitzgerald saw something like anger in those burning eye sockets. The violation called me. The Fisher cabin broke the binding. I hunt what enters my domain. Then I'll make sure no one ever enters again, Fitzgerald said. I'll get the area restricted, protected, marked as sacred ground like it should have been 60 years ago. No more victims. The pattern ends. Promises from the living mean nothing, the baycock hissed. The living forget. The living violate. Only death remembers. Then kill me instead of her, Fitzgerald said. The words came out steady, surprising him with their calmness. She's innocent. She didn't know about this place's history. But I came here deliberately, knowing the danger. That's worth more than an accidental trespass. Nguyen's hand tightened on his jacket. No, she whispered. The baycock tilted its massive skull, considering. The smaller skeletons held their drawn bows, waiting. You offer trade, the baycock said finally. Life for life. Spirit for spirit. Yes, Fitzgerald said. He thought about Elena, about the 3 hours in the cave, about the fact that he should have been the one to die in that collapse, about the survivor's guilt that had poisoned every day since. Maybe this was how it balanced. Maybe this was the trade he'd been trying to make all along. Accepted. The baycock moved forward with terrible speed, its wings folding, its massive skeletal hands reaching for Fitzgerald. He had one moment to feel Nguyen being pulled from his arms. One moment to see the smaller skeletons lowering their bows. One moment to think this is it. Then the baycock's hand closed around his chest, and cold beyond imagining drove into his body like a physical thing. He felt his ribs contract, felt something inside him being grasped, pulled, extracted. The pain was transcendent, existing in a space beyond normal sensation, and he screamed without sound, his voice stolen by the emptiness spreading through his torso. The world fragmented into pieces: forest, sky, bone, darkness, all spinning in patterns that had no logic, no order. He was dying and already dead, present and absent, his identity dissolving like sugar in water. In the distance, he heard Nguyen screaming his name, heard the sound of running footsteps, multiple people, voices calling. The search team, finally arriving, finally finding the clearing. Too late for him. But Nguyen would live. The pattern would break. 7 before, but not 7 after. The trade accepted and honored. The Baycock leaned close, its skull filling Fitzgerald's fragmenting vision. When it spoke, the voice was Elena's one final time. Now you know what I felt in the darkness. Now we're together again. Everything went black. Fitzgerald woke to pain. Not the transcendent pain of the Baycock's touch, but normal pain. Aching muscles, bruised ribs, a pounding headache. Sunlight filtered through his closed eyelids, warm and real. He opened his eyes and saw a hospital ceiling. "Easy," a voice said. Chen's voice, familiar and grounding. "You've been out for 16 hours. Fitzgerald turned his head carefully. He was in the medical center at Forks, the small hospital that served the Olympic Peninsula. Chen sat in a chair beside his bed, looking exhausted. "Nguyen?" he managed. "Alive," Chen said. "Hypothermic, dehydrated, some kind of internal injuries we're still trying to understand, but alive. She said you saved her." Memory flooded back. The clearing, the skeletons, the Baycock's hand in his chest. Fitzgerald's hand moved to his torso, pressing against the hospital gown. Everything felt normal. No empty spaces, no missing organs. "What happened?" he asked. Chen exhaled slowly. "We found you both in the clearing around 2 a.m. You were unconscious, vitals so low the EMTs thought you might not make it. Nguyen was conscious but incoherent, kept saying something had you, something was taking you away. And by the time we got you both stabilized and extracted, it was dawn. The clearing looked normal, just old foundations and trees. The arrow you photographed was gone. The tree markings were still there, but they looked weathered, old, like they'd been there for decades." Fitzgerald closed his eyes. "You think I hallucinated it? The trauma, the stress, the darkness. I saw what I expected to see." "I think," Chen said carefully, "that something happened in that clearing. Something we don't have good explanations for. Nguyen's injuries are consistent with massive trauma, but there are no external wounds. You had hypothermia in 40-degree weather, and symptoms of severe cardiac stress despite being in excellent physical condition. And both of you keep talking about things that shouldn't exist. The trade," Fitzgerald whispered. "I offered to trade my life for hers." "And you're both alive," Chen said. "So maybe whatever you bargained with decided differently." Fitzgerald thought about the Baycock's final words in Elena's voice, about the promise he'd made to get the area protected. "The clearing needs to be closed, permanently. Sacred ground designation, full restriction." "Already in process," Chen said. "I pulled the historical documentation, contacted the Ho Tribal Council, submitted the paperwork this morning. It'll take time to make it official, but I'm implementing an interim closure effective immediately. No one goes near that area." "Good," Fitzgerald said. He felt exhausted, hollowed out, but also lighter somehow, as if something that had been pressing on him for 2 years had finally lifted. Chen stood. "Get some rest. We'll talk more when you're stronger." She paused at the door. "For what it's worth, whatever happened out there, you brought her back. That matters." After Chen left, Fitzgerald lay in the sunlit hospital room, listening to the normal sounds of the living world. Footsteps in hallways, distant conversations, the beep of monitoring equipment. Through the window he could see blue sky, mountains, the Olympic Peninsula in daylight. But when he closed his eyes, he saw the clearing at night, the circle of marked trees, the Baycock's burning eye sockets. and he felt the cold spot in his chest where the arrow had struck, where the spirit's hand had reached inside him. He was alive, but he wasn't unchanged. The Baycock had taken something, not his liver, not his life, but something else, some barrier between the world of the living and the world of the dead. He could feel it now, a sensitivity he hadn't had before, an awareness of spaces between spaces. His phone buzzed on the bedside table, a text from an unknown number. He picked it up and read, "Thank you. I'm alive because of you, but I can still feel it sometimes, the empty space where it reached. Do you feel it too? A.N." Fitzgerald typed back, "Yes." 3 dots appeared, then disappeared, then appeared again. Finally, what did we actually see out there? Fitzgerald thought about his answer for a long time. Finally, he typed, "Something that remembers, something that was here before us, and will be here after. Something we were never meant to disturb." The dots appeared and vanished several times before the final message came. "I keep having dreams about the forest, about the rattling sound, about the cold. Does it ever stop?" Fitzgerald looked at the hospital ceiling, feeling the phantom cold in his chest, hearing the echo of rattling bones in his memory. He thought about Elena, about trauma, about the ways the past never fully releases its grip. He typed, "I don't know, but we survived. That has to count for something." Outside his window, the afternoon sun illuminated the Olympic Mountains, their peaks still snow-covered even in October. The forest stretched away toward horizons, ancient and vast, holding its secrets in the spaces between trees. And somewhere in that forest, in a clearing that was now permanently closed, an ancient hunger waited for the pattern to shift again, for the protections to weaken, for the next cycle to begin. 7 before, 7 after. The pattern incomplete. The Baycock patient. 3 weeks later, Fitzgerald sat in his apartment in Port Angeles going through the reports and documentation from the Nguyen case. The official conclusion was environmental exposure complicated by unknown medical factors, a bureaucratic way of saying they had no good explanation. Nguyen had been released from the hospital after a week, returning to Portland with instructions for follow-up care that the doctors admitted wouldn't address the core problem because they didn't understand the core problem. She'd called him twice since then, late at night, both times to ask if he was experiencing the same symptoms. The cold spots that appeared randomly on his body, the sense of being watched in darkness, the dreams of the clearing. Both times he'd said yes. The area around Fisher's clearing was officially closed now, marked with signs warning of dangerous conditions and protected as indigenous sacred ground. Chen had pushed the paperwork through with unusual speed, citing safety concerns and cultural sensitivity. No one would be legally allowed in that section of the Hoh rainforest for the foreseeable future. But Fitzgerald knew it wouldn't last forever. Budgets would change, administrations would shift, memories would fade. Eventually, someone would question why a section of forest remained closed with no clear ongoing threat. Eventually, the protections would weaken, and the Baycock would be waiting. His laptop showed the academic paper he'd been reading, the one from 1973 about coastal Salish mortuary practices. He'd contacted the author, now in her 80s, retired from the University of Washington, and driven to Seattle to meet her. Dr. Patricia Keene had listened to his carefully sanitized version of events, then said, "You saw it, didn't you? The Baycock." He'd nodded. She'd shown him more of her research, unpublished field notes from the 1960s and 70s, interviews with elders who'd spoken about the entity, about the clearing, about the Fisher cabin that had violated sacred ground, about protective rituals that required constant maintenance, annual ceremonies that kept the boundary strong. The tribes knew, she'd said. They maintained the balance for generations. Then we came with our parks and our cabins and our certainty that we knew better. We dismissed their knowledge as superstition, and people died for our arrogance. "How do we fix it?" Fitzgerald had asked. She'd looked at him with sad, knowing eyes. "You can't. Not completely. The old knowledge is mostly lost. The ceremonies aren't performed anymore. The best you can do is keep people away and hope the entity stays contained. Now sitting in his apartment, Fitzgerald pulled up his email and started typing a message to Chen. He'd been thinking about this for 3 weeks, letting the idea form slowly, making sure it wasn't just trauma or guilt or survivor's obligation. I want to transfer to permanent assignment at Olympic, he wrote. Specifically, I want to be the ranger responsible for monitoring the Fisher's Clearing closure. I know it's unusual to have a dedicated position for a closed area, but given the historical significance and ongoing safety concerns, I think it's justified. He explained his reasoning, his qualifications, his willingness to take on the responsibility. He didn't mention the cold spots or the dreams or the way he could now sense wrongness in certain spaces. He didn't mention that he felt obligated to the Baycock, to the trade he'd made, to the living woman who'd walked out of the forest because of his choice. He sent the email and sat back, listening to the rain against his window. Port Angeles was 20 miles from the Hoh rainforest, but he could still feel the forest's presence, could still sense the entity waiting in the darkness between trees. His phone buzzed. A text from Nguyen. Bad night. The dreams are getting worse. I keep seeing the clearing. Keep seeing you offering to trade yourself. Keep seeing that thing reaching into your chest. Tell me again that we survived. Fitzgerald typed back, "We survived. We're alive. The clearing is closed. No one else will disappear." But as he sent the message, he felt the cold spot pulse in his chest, felt the phantom touch of skeletal fingers around his heart. And he knew, with a certainty that went beyond logic, beyond proof, that the Baycock hadn't released them completely. They'd been marked, changed, made aware of things that existed in the spaces normal people couldn't see. 7 before, the pattern incomplete, the trade accepted but not finished. And somewhere in the Olympic rainforest, in a clearing surrounded by marked trees, an ancient hunger waited for the cycle to continue. The new moon would come again in 28 days. Fitzgerald opened his laptop and started making plans for monthly patrols, for monitoring systems, for ways to ensure the closure remained enforced. He would be the guardian now, the watcher, the one who remembered what others would forget. It wasn't redemption. Elena was still dead, the cave collapse still his failure to prevent. But it was purpose. And for someone who'd spent 2 years drowning in survivor's guilt, purpose was enough. Outside, the rain continued to fall on Port Angeles, on the Olympic Mountains, on the vast rainforest that held its secrets in the darkness between ancient trees. And in that darkness, something rattled and waited and remembered. The pattern incomplete, the trade ongoing, the forest patient. Hope you felt genuine terror. If you appreciate authentic horror rooted in real folklore. 3 in the morning. It's always 3 in the morning when I wake up hearing those sounds again. My new house is over 1,000 miles from Olympic National Park, but still, I still hear them. My wife says they're just nightmares. She wasn't there. She didn't see what I saw that October night. My name is Silas Morrow, and I need to tell someone this story. It's been 4 years since I left my job as a forest ranger and moved from Washington to New Mexico. 4 years since I traded the dense, suffocating forests of the Pacific Northwest for the open desert where you can see for miles in every direction, where nothing can hide from you, where the silence is clean, not wrong. I was 28 when it happened, barely 18 months into my ranger career at Olympic National Park. I thought I knew everything. Fresh out of training, full of textbook knowledge about search and rescue protocols, wildlife management, emergency procedures. I could recite the manual backwards. What I couldn't do was trust my gut when it started screaming that something was fundamentally wrong. The call came in on October 15th, 2021, just as the early winter storms were starting to roll in from the Pacific. A missing person report for Evangeline Thorne, Eva, a 19-year-old photography student from Portland State. Her roommate said she'd driven up alone to Olympic for a weekend project. Something about capturing the transition from autumn to winter in the temperate rainforest. She was supposed to check in Saturday night. By Sunday evening, there'd been no contact. Eva's car was found in the Hoh River trailhead parking lot, unlocked with her purse still inside. Her camera bag was missing, along with what appeared to be basic hiking gear. The last photo on her backup memory card, still in the camera, was time-stamped 2:47 p.m. Saturday, a shot of the trail marker at mile 3.2 heading toward the Hoh Lake Junction. I volunteered to take point on the search. My supervisor, Ranger Kowalski, seemed hesitant. Looking back, I think he saw something in my eagerness that worried him. But we were short-staffed, the weather was deteriorating, and I'd scored highest in my SAR training class. He assigned me the primary search sector and told me to radio in every hour. The October air in Olympic has a weight to it that you don't find anywhere else. The Douglas firs and Sitka spruces create this cathedral ceiling hundreds of feet above, but the understory is so dense with ferns and moss that you feel buried alive. Everything drips constantly. Not quite rain, but moisture condensing and falling from every branch, every leaf. Your boots squelch with each step in the perpetually muddy trail. Back then, I found it peaceful. Now, living in New Mexico's desert, I need that vast open sky. I need to see the horizon. I started the search at first light Monday morning, following Eva's likely route toward Hoh Lake. The trail was in rough shape. The first storm of the season had brought down several trees, and the recent rain had washed out sections of the path. But there were still faint boot prints in the mud, size 7 or 8, consistent with Eva's hiking boots. At mile 4.6, I found her first piece of gear, a lens cap from her camera, half buried under wet leaves about 10 feet off the trail. Strange place to drop it. If she'd been changing lenses, she would have stayed on the path. If she'd dropped it accidentally, why hadn't she noticed and retrieved it? I radioed it in. Kowalski's voice crackled back through the static. Copy that, Morrow. Continue following the trail. Weather Service says we've got another storm system moving in around 1800 hours. The next find came at mile 6.1, a protein bar wrapper, the kind serious hikers carry. It was wedged into the bark of a massive cedar about 7 feet up the trunk. Again, wrong location. Why would she stick trash in a tree? Eva's social media showed she was an environmental studies minor, the type who packed out every piece of litter. That's when I first felt it, the sensation of being watched. I stopped listening to the forest sounds, but there weren't any. No bird calls, no rustling of small animals, no buzzing insects. Just the constant drip, drip, drip of moisture and the distant sound of the Hoh River. Even the ever-present ravens were silent. I keyed my radio. Base, this is Morrow. I'm at mile 6.1. Found what appears to be trail litter. Something feels off out here. Wildlife activity is unusual. Static. Then Kowalski's voice, fainter now. Repeat that, Morrow. You're breaking up. I tried again, but got only white noise. Radio dead zones weren't uncommon in Olympic's deep valleys, but my GPS showed I should still have had coverage. I made a note to mention the communication gap in my report and continued north. At mile 7.3, the trail forked. The main path continued toward Hoh Lake, while a smaller, barely maintained side trail branched east toward some old mining claims. According to my map, that eastern trail dead-ended after 2 miles at an abandoned prospector's cabin from the 1920s. There, at the junction, I found Eva's camera strap, not dropped, placed, laid across the trail marker pointing toward the eastern branch, weighted down with a smooth river rock. Deliberate. Someone wanted it to be found. My training said to call for backup. A missing person was now potentially a criminal investigation, but my radio was still dead, and I knew Kowalski would pull me off the search if I hiked back to get cell coverage. This was my case, my chance to prove I belonged in this job. I could handle one college girl's hiking accident. I wish I could go back and slap that arrogant kid across the face. The eastern trail was rougher, clearly not maintained by the Park Service. Fallen logs blocked the path every few hundred yards, and the moss had grown so thick in places that it was like walking on a wet sponge. But there were definitely recent boot prints, and broken branches at head height suggested someone had passed through recently. The deeper I went, the more wrong everything felt. The silence was absolute now, as if every living thing had fled the area, The air itself seemed thicker, harder to breathe. Twice I stopped, certain I'd heard footsteps behind me, but when I turned there was nothing but empty trail and dripping trees. At 1:30 p.m. I reached the prospector's cabin. It sat in a small clearing, partially collapsed but still largely intact. The roof had caved in on one side and blackberry vines had overgrown most of the structure. But someone had been there recently. The door hung open, and I could see scuff marks in the dirt leading inside. I called out, "Ava? Ava Thorne? This is Park Service." No response. But from inside the cabin came a sound that made my blood freeze, a low whimpering, like an injured animal. I drew my flashlight and service pistol, approached the doorway. The smell hit me first, not decay exactly, but something organic and wrong. Unwashed human bodies mixed with urine and fear. Inside, huddled in the far corner, was Ava Thorne. She was alive, but barely recognizable. Her clothes were torn and filthy, her hair matted with dirt and leaves. Her left ankle was clearly broken, swollen to twice its normal size. But it was her eyes that stopped me cold. Wide, staring, completely vacant. She was looking right through me like I wasn't there. "Ava, I'm Ranger Morrow. I'm here to help you." I holstered my weapon and knelt beside her. "Can you hear me?" She opened her mouth and made that whimpering sound again. Then in a voice barely above a whisper, "He's still out there. He's been playing with me." "Who's out there, Ava? Who did this to you?" "The hunter." Her voice was flat, emotionless. "He said I was practice for the real game." I keyed my radio, but still got nothing but static. My GPS was showing an error message I'd never seen before. Signal interference, recalibrating. My cell phone had no bars, which wasn't unusual, but the screen kept flickering on and off. "Ava, I need to get you out of here. Can you walk?" She shook her head violently. No. If we leave, he'll see us. He's always watching. He knows all the trails. He used to work here." "Used to work where? For the Park Service?" "Volunteer, for years. He knows every inch of these woods, every trail, every cabin, every hiding place." She grabbed my arm with surprising strength. "He said the Rangers would come eventually. Said it would make the game more interesting." A chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the October air. "Ava, we're leaving, right now." I got her arm around my shoulder and hauled her upright. She cried out as her broken ankle touched the ground, but I had no choice. Whatever had happened to her, we couldn't stay in this place. We made it maybe 50 yards from the cabin before I realized we were being hunted. The first sign was subtle. A branch cracking somewhere behind us, just beyond the range of visibility in the thick undergrowth. I stopped, listened. Nothing. But Eva had gone rigid against my side. "He's there," she whispered, "behind the big cedar, watching." I looked but saw only forest. Still, every instinct I had was screaming danger. I tried the radio again. Nothing. My GPS was now showing our location as somewhere in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. We continued down the trail, Eva leaning heavily on me, leaving obvious drag marks in the mud. I kept looking over my shoulder, but saw nothing except the endless cathedral of trees and the growing darkness as afternoon shadows deepened. At 3:15 p.m., we reached the first trap. A section of trail had been undermined, creating a pit about 4 feet deep and covered with branches and moss. If I hadn't been moving so slowly with Eva's injured ankle, we would have walked right into it. At the bottom were sharpened stakes, crudely made but effective. Jesus Christ. I stared at the pit, my mind racing. This wasn't random. Someone had prepared this area, turned it into a hunting ground. Eva started laughing, a broken, hysterical sound. He told me about the traps, said they weren't for me, said they were for whoever came looking. I helped her around the pit and continued down the trail, but now I was examining every step, every shadow. How many other traps were there? How long had this psychopath been preparing? The second trap was more sophisticated, a tripwire connected to a deadfall designed to drop a massive log across the trail. I spotted the wire just in time, stepping over it carefully and helping Eva do the same. "He's military," Eva said suddenly. Or was. He told me about Afghanistan, about hunting insurgents in the mountains. Said this was better because the prey was more challenging. Did you see him? Can you describe him? Tall, thin, maybe 50 years old, moves like a ghost through the trees, and his eyes... She shuddered. His eyes are dead, like looking at a shark. By 4 p.m., the storm Kowalski had warned about was arriving. The wind picked up, sending showers of wet leaves cascading down from the canopy. The temperature dropped 10 degrees in as many minutes, and somewhere behind us, barely audible over the storm sounds, came the unmistakable sound of someone following our trail. I tried to move faster, but Eva's ankle was getting worse. She was leaving a blood trail now, and I could hear her breathing becoming labored. At this pace, we'd never make it back to the main trail before dark. That's when I heard the voice. Ranger Morrow. The call came from somewhere off to our left, maybe 100 yards away. Male voice, calm and controlled. I know you can hear me. I froze, pulling Eva behind a massive Douglas fir. My hand went to my service weapon. You're doing well, Ranger. Better than I expected from someone so new. But you're thinking like a rescuer, not like prey. That's going to get you both killed. The voice was moving, circling us. I tried to pinpoint the location, but the acoustics in the dense forest made it impossible. Eva's been telling you about me, hasn't she? About our time together in the cabin. She's a quick learner, adapted to the rules faster than most. Eva was shaking against my side, making small whimpering sounds. Let me explain the game, Ranger. You have 3 choices. 1, leave the girl and walk away. I'll give you a 5-minute head start and you'll never see me again. 2, try to carry her out. You'll both die, but at least you'll die trying to be a hero. 3, stay right where you are and make your stand. Fight me here, one-on-one. Winner takes all. I keyed my radio, hoping against hope for some miracle of communication. Nothing but static. Your equipment isn't going to help you, the voice continued, now coming from a different direction. I've been jamming your signals since you entered my territory. GPS spoofing, radio interference, cell blocking. Amazing what you can buy online these days. My GPS was now showing our location as somewhere in Nevada. My cell phone had died completely, the screen black and unresponsive. You have 30 seconds to decide, Ranger Morrow. After that, the game begins whether you want to play or not. I looked at Eva, saw the terror in her eyes. Whatever this maniac had done to her, whatever psychological torture he'd inflicted, I couldn't leave her, and I couldn't outrun him while carrying an injured person through terrain he knew better than I knew my own backyard. That left option 3. Eva, I whispered, I need you to hide. Get behind those fallen logs over there and don't move, don't make a sound no matter what happens. She nodded, understanding. As quietly as possible, she crawled behind a massive deadfall about 20 feet away. I stepped out from behind the tree, weapon drawn. All right, you sick bastard, let's play. Silence. Then, from directly ahead of me, smart choice, Ranger. Now we find out what you're really made of. He emerged from the tree line like a ghost, exactly as Eva had described. Tall, maybe 6'2", lean but muscular. Dressed in military-style camouflage that blended perfectly with the forest. His face was weathered, scarred, with those dead shark eyes Eva had mentioned. He carried what looked like a military-issued compound bow, an arrow already nocked. Name's Barrett, he said conversationally, as if we were meeting at a coffee shop. Marcus Barrett. I volunteered here for 8 years before they let me go. Personality conflict with the permanent staff. You're under arrest for kidnapping and assault, I said, keeping my weapon trained on his center mass. Drop the bow and get on the ground. He laughed, a sound like breaking glass. Ranger, you're 25 miles from the nearest backup, in terrain I've been studying for almost a decade. Your communications are jammed, your navigation is compromised, and you're responsible for protecting an injured civilian. What exactly do you think is going to happen here? He had a point, but I was trained for this, at least in theory. De-escalation, tactical positioning, use of force protocols. I could handle one unstable individual. Just drop the weapon, Barrett. We can walk out of here together. get you the help you need. Help? His expression shifted, became genuinely curious. Ranger, I don't need help. For the first time in my life, I'm exactly where I belong, doing exactly what I was born to do. 3 tours in Afghanistan taught me that I'm a hunter, a predator. The army tried to civilize me, make me follow rules and protocols. But out here there are no rules except survival. He raised the bow slightly. Tell me, Ranger Morrow, what's the maximum effective range of your service pistol? I didn't answer, but we both knew it was around 50 meters for accurate shots. The distance between us was at least 70. Compound bow's effective range is over 200 meters in the right hands, and I've got very good hands. He drew the bow back in one smooth motion. The arrow was pointed directly at my chest. Here's what's going to happen. I'm going to count to 3. You're going to run. I'm going to hunt you through these woods until I get bored, or you get dead. The girl stays as a trophy either way. Like hell. I dove to the left just as he released the arrow. It whistled past my ear, close enough that I felt the fletching brush my cheek. I rolled behind a tree and came up firing, 3 quick shots center mass. Barrett was already gone. The next 2 hours were the longest of my life. Barrett had turned the forest into his personal killing ground, and I was playing by his rules whether I wanted to or not. He had all the advantages: knowledge of terrain, superior weaponry for forest combat, and no injured civilian to protect. But I had 2 things he didn't expect: desperation and just enough luck to stay alive. He tried to flush me out with a series of hit-and-run attacks, arrows appearing from different directions, forcing me to constantly move and reposition. My return fire was ineffective. By the time I'd identified his location, he was already gone. The storm was getting worse, turning the forest floor into a muddy swamp and reducing visibility to maybe 30 feet. The temperature had dropped another 10 degrees, and Eva was showing signs of hypothermia when I checked on her during a brief lull in the action. "He's playing with us," she whispered through chattering teeth, "like a cat with mice. He could have killed us both by now." She was right. Barrett was enjoying this, extending the hunt for his own amusement, which meant he was making mistakes, taking unnecessary risks for the thrill of it. At 6:30 p.m., as full darkness fell over the forest, Barrett made his first major error. I'd been pinned behind a fallen log for 20 minutes, unable to move without exposing myself to his bow. Eva was hypothermic and semi-conscious, and I was running low on ammunition. In another hour or 2, the cold would do Barrett's work for him. Then I heard it, the unmistakable sound of someone stepping on a branch directly behind my position. Barrett had gotten overconfident, tried to circle around for a kill shot, and given away his location. I spun around and fired twice before he could react. The first shot went wide, but the second caught him in the left shoulder, spinning him around and sending his bow flying into the darkness. He recovered faster than should have been possible, drawing a combat knife and lunging toward me. But desperation made me quicker. I put 2 more rounds center mass, and Marcus Barrett finally went down for good. The silence that followed was deafening. After hours of cat and mouse through the forest, the absence of imminent death felt surreal. I stood over Barrett's body, shaking with adrenaline and cold, hardly believing it was over. That's when I heard Eva screaming. I spun around to find her thrashing against something in the darkness, a wire snare around her ankle, connected to what looked like an improvised alarm system. Barrett's final trap, triggered by her movement during the firefight. But it wasn't just an alarm. As I watched in horror, the wire began to tighten, cutting into her leg. Barrett had rigged a mechanical tourniquet, designed to slowly strangle or amputate whatever got caught in it. I rushed over with my knife, cutting through the wire just as it began to draw blood. Eva collapsed, sobbing with relief and pain and shock. "It's over," I told her, and myself. "It's over. He's dead." I was wrong. When I turned back to where Barrett had fallen, the body was gone. Only a dark stain in the mud and a blood trail leading off into the forest. I followed the trail for maybe 50 feet before it simply vanished, as if Barrett had dematerialized into the night. But I could hear him out there somewhere in the darkness laughing. "Good shot, Ranger." The voice came from everywhere and nowhere, echoing off the trees. "You're better than I thought, but the game's not over yet." I grabbed Eva and started moving, crashing through the underbrush toward what I hoped was the main trail. Barrett could be anywhere, and wounded predators are the most dangerous kind. We stumbled through the forest for another 3 hours, Eva semi-conscious and me navigating by pure instinct. Every shadow could hide Barrett. Every sound could be his footsteps. My remaining ammunition felt like nothing against the vast darkness surrounding us. At 11:47 p.m., we finally reached the main trail. My radio crackled to life as we moved out of Barrett's jamming range. Morrow, do you copy? Ranger Morrow, this is Base. Please respond. Base, this is Morrow. My voice was hoarse from yelling and exhaustion. I have the missing person. We need immediate medical evacuation and law enforcement backup. We have a hostile subject in the area, armed and dangerous. The evacuation team found us at the trailhead 40 minutes later. Eva was rushed to the hospital with severe hypothermia, a broken ankle, and what the doctors delicately called psychological trauma. She recovered physically, but never spoke publicly about what happened in that cabin. Last I heard, she'd transferred to a school in Arizona and changed her major to computer science, something that could be done entirely indoors. They never found Marcus Barrett. The FBI investigation turned up his real identity, Marcus Barrett, 52, former Army Ranger with 3 tours in Afghanistan. Discharged for conduct unbecoming after an incident involving civilian casualties. He'd been volunteering at Olympic National Park for 8 years under a false identity, using forged references and a fake background check. They found his camp, a sophisticated survival setup hidden in an unmapped cave system about 5 miles from the prospector's cabin. Military-grade equipment, surveillance gear, and trophies from at least 6 other victims dating back 4 years. IDs, jewelry, photographs. People who had disappeared in Olympic's backcountry and were never found. The cave showed signs of recent habitation, but Barrett himself had vanished as completely as if he'd never existed. The FBI believes he died of his wounds somewhere in the forest, but they never found a body. I know better. 3 months after the incident, I received a package at my home address. No return address, no postmark. Inside was a single photograph, me, standing outside my house, taken from across the street. On the back, in precise handwriting, "The game continues, Ranger. MB." That's when I put in for transfer to another park system. When that was denied, I resigned from the Park Service entirely. My wife and I packed up everything we owned and moved to New Mexico, about as far from dense forest as you can get in the continental United States. I work for a private security company now, corporate buildings and shopping centers. Clean, well-lit places with good sight lines and multiple exits. I haven't set foot in a forest since October 2021, and I never will again. But sometimes at 3 in the morning, I still hear him out there. The sound of branches breaking under careful footsteps. The whisper of an arrow being nocked. The soft laughter of a predator who knows his prey is trapped. My therapist says it's PTSD, that my mind is replaying the trauma. Maybe she's right. Maybe Marcus Barrett died in those woods 4 years ago, and I'm just haunted by the memory of what he put us through. But every few months I get another photograph in the mail. Different locations, different angles, but always the same message. He's watching, he's waiting, and someday the game will resume. The FBI tells me to report each photo, file each incident. They assure me Barrett is dead, that no one could have survived those injuries in October weather without medical attention. They think some sick copycat is harassing me, feeding off the publicity from the case. I let them think that. It's easier than trying to explain what I really know, that somewhere out there in some dark forest, Marcus Barrett is still hunting, still playing his game, still waiting for the right moment to collect his prizes. I chose New Mexico because it's desert, open space, clear sight lines for miles in every direction. Nothing can approach without being seen. But lately I've been having dreams about trees. Three in the morning. It's always 3 in the morning when I wake up hearing those sounds again. My new house is over 1,000 miles from Olympic National Park, but still, I still hear them. the sound of branches snapping in a pattern too deliberate to be natural, the wet thud of something heavy hitting moss-covered ground. My wife says they're just nightmares. She wasn't there. She didn't see what I saw that October night when everything I thought I knew about predators was turned upside down. My name is Garrett Holbrook. I was a forest ranger for 8 years before I moved here to Arizona. People ask me why I left the Pacific Northwest for the desert, and I tell them I needed a change of scenery. That's not the whole truth. The whole truth is that I can't stand the sound of rain on leaves anymore. I can't handle the smell of moss and decay that comes with autumn in a temperate rainforest. And I sure as hell can't sleep when the wind moves through trees the way it does back there. I've been thinking about telling this story for 3 years now. My therapist says it might help. My wife thinks I should let sleeping dogs lie. But what happened to Vera Blackwood? What happened to all of us that October? It needs to be told. Maybe someone else has been through something similar. Maybe someone needs to know that the worst predators in any wilderness aren't the ones with claws and fangs. It was October 15th, 2021, when we got the call about a missing hiker in the Hoh Rainforest section of Olympic National Park. Nothing unusual there. We get dozens of those calls every autumn when the rain starts and visibility drops to maybe 20 feet in some areas. People underestimate how easy it is to get turned around when every tree looks the same and every trail seems to loop back on itself. But Vera Blackwood wasn't just any hiker. I was working out of the Hoh Ranger Station that season, my usual post for the past 4 years. The call came in around 2 p.m. from her research advisor at the University of Washington, Dr. Vera Blackwood, 28 years old, marine biologist specializing in old-growth forest ecosystems. She'd been conducting unauthorized research in the park, something about mycorrhizal networks in century-old Douglas firs. Her advisor hadn't heard from her in 3 days, which was unusual because she checked in religiously every evening via satellite phone. The thing that bothered me right away was the timing. Vera had told her advisor she was heading into the deeper sections of the Hoh River Valley, areas that weren't on any official trail map. She was experienced, had permits for solo research in remote areas before, but she'd chosen the worst possible time. The October rains had started early that year, and the river was running higher than usual. Fog would roll in by 4 p.m. and wouldn't lift until nearly noon the next day. I coordinated with my partner, Dale Morrison, and we planned to start the search at dawn the following day. Dale had been working these forests for 12 years, knew every game trail and seasonal creek. If anyone could track Vera's route, it was him. We plotted her most likely path based on her research notes and prepared for what we expected would be a routine search and rescue. I should have known it wouldn't be routine when we found her first campsite. We started hiking before sunrise using headlamps to navigate the main trail until we reached her documented entry point near the old mining road. The morning fog was thick enough to taste, that metallic dampness that coats your lungs and makes everything sound muffled and strange. Our radios crackled with static every few minutes, which wasn't unusual in the deep forest, but the interference seemed more persistent than normal. Vera's first campsite was about 3 miles in, exactly where her GPS log said it should be. But something was wrong with the scene. Her tent was still standing, perfectly pitched and staked down, but it was empty. Not just empty, cleaned out. No sleeping bag, no research equipment, no personal items. Just an empty tent that looked like it had been professionally staged. Dale found her boots about 50 yards away, placed neatly side by side next to a massive cedar tree. Not dropped, not kicked off. Placed. The laces were still tied. There were no footprints around them, no sign of a struggle. It was like someone had carefully positioned them there and then swept away any trace of how they'd gotten there. "This doesn't make sense," Dale said, kneeling beside the boots. He'd been doing this long enough to know the difference between someone who got lost and someone who encountered trouble. She wouldn't have changed shoes out here. Ground's too rough, too wet. I was examining the tent when I found the first note. It was tucked into the mesh pocket inside the tent flap, written on a page torn from what looked like a field notebook. Day 2. Something is following me, not an animal. Animals don't move like this. Going deeper. If you find this, check the old creek bed 2 miles northwest. V. The handwriting was shaky, hurried. The paper was dry despite the humidity, which meant it had been protected somehow. But what bothered me most was the date. According to her advisor, Vera had only been missing for 3 days. This note was dated 5 days ago. We radioed in our findings and were told to continue the search. Standard protocol said we should establish a perimeter and wait for additional personnel. But the weather was getting worse. If Vera was injured and exposed, time was critical. That's when the equipment started acting up. My GPS unit began showing impossible coordinates, readings that placed us sometimes in Canada, sometimes in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Dale's compass needle swung wildly between magnetic north and what appeared to be random directions. Our radios worked fine when we tested them at the campsite, but the moment we moved more than 100 yards apart, all we got was static, and what sounded like distant voices speaking in frequencies too low to understand. Probably the storm system moving in, Dale said, but I could hear the uncertainty in his voice. He'd worked in these conditions before. Equipment problems weren't uncommon, but having everything malfunction simultaneously was. We followed what we thought was Vera's trail northwest toward the creek bed mentioned in her note. The forest here was different from the main trail areas. Older, darker, with trees so massive and closely spaced that the canopy blocked most of the sky. The understory was thick with ferns and devil's club, making it impossible to see more than a few feet in any direction. That's when we started hearing the sounds. At first, it was just branches breaking, the kind of sharp crack that happens when something large moves through the forest. But the timing was wrong. The sounds came in patterns. 3 quick snaps, pause, 2 longer breaks, pause, then silence. Dale and I stopped every time we heard it, but we never saw what was causing it. Then came the calls. "Help! Please, someone help!" The voice was female, distant, echoing through the trees from what seemed like multiple directions. It could have been Vera. The voice was high, desperate, exactly what you'd expect from someone who'd been lost in the forest for days. "This way," Dale said, heading toward what sounded like the loudest source of the calls. But as we moved through the undergrowth, the voice seemed to move with us, always just beyond the next cluster of trees, always 50 yards ahead. And there was something else, something that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. The voice was too consistent. People who are genuinely lost and desperate don't call for help with perfect diction and volume. Their voices crack. They get hoarse. They pause to breathe. This voice never wavered. We followed the calls for over an hour, crashing through ferns and stumbling over fallen logs, always feeling like we were just about to find her. My radio squawked occasionally with what sounded like dispatch trying to reach us, but the words were too distorted to understand. It was Dale who figured it out first. "Garrett," he said, grabbing my arm as we paused to catch our breath. "Those calls, they're coming from above us." I looked up through the canopy and felt my stomach drop. The voice was coming from somewhere in the trees, maybe 40 feet up, moving from branch to branch with impossible agility. "That's not Vera," I whispered. The calls stopped. The forest went completely silent. No bird sounds, no rustling leaves, no distant creek water. Even the ever-present dripping of moisture from the canopy ceased. In 8 years of working these forests, I'd never experienced silence like that. It was the kind of quiet that makes your ears ring and your heart pound loud enough to hear. Then we heard something else. Footsteps, heavy, deliberate, circling us in a wide arc through the undergrowth, not trying to be quiet. Whoever it was wanted us to know they were there. Dale drew his service weapon, a .40 caliber Glock that was standard issue for park rangers. I did the same, my hands shaking enough that I had trouble getting a proper grip. "Federal Rangers," Dale called out. "Identify yourself." The footsteps stopped. A voice answered from the darkness between the trees. Male, calm, with the kind of measured tone that suggested military training. "You're looking for Dr. Blackwood." It wasn't a question. "Where is she?" I called back, trying to locate the source of the voice. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, echoing off the massive tree trunks in a way that made it impossible to pinpoint. "She's safe. For now. But you're both in my territory now, and there are rules here." Dale and I moved back to back, scanning the forest. My radio chose that moment to crackle to life with what sounded like dispatch calling our names, but the signal was so distorted it might as well have been white noise. "What do you want?" Dale asked. Laughter echoed through the trees. Not crazy laughter. Worse than that. Controlled, amused, like someone enjoying a private joke. "I want to see how good you really are, Rangers. Your Dr. Blackwood thought she was clever too. Thought her satellite phone and GPS would keep her safe. Technology doesn't work so well out here, does it?" As if to emphasize his point, my GPS unit chose that moment to die completely, the screen going black despite showing a full battery charge an hour earlier. "The old creek bed," the voice continued. 2 miles northwest, just like her note said. "She's waiting for you there, but you might want to hurry. It gets dark early this time of year, and the forest gets dangerous after dark." The footsteps resumed, moving away from us through the undergrowth. Within minutes, they were gone, leaving us alone with the gradually returning sounds of the forest. "We need to call for backup," I said. But even as I spoke, I knew our radios were useless. Whatever was interfering with our equipment wasn't natural weather phenomena. Dale was already moving northwest, following his compass, the only piece of equipment that seemed to be working correctly. "That note," he said as we walked. "Vera didn't write it." "What do you mean?" "The handwriting was too neat, too controlled, and the date was wrong. He wanted us to find it. This whole thing is a setup." I realized he was right. We weren't conducting a search and rescue anymore. We were being led somewhere, manipulated by someone who knew these forests better than we did and who had been planning this encounter for a long time. But we couldn't turn back. If there was even a chance Vera was alive, we had to try to find her. The creek bed was exactly where the note said it would be, a narrow channel carved through granite and lined with moss-covered boulders. The water was running high from recent rains, creating dozens of small waterfalls and pools. Under normal circumstances, it would have been beautiful. Now it felt like a trap. We found Vera's research equipment first. Her backpack, laptop, and sample containers were arranged in a neat line on a fallen log beside the creek. Everything was dry and undamaged, as if someone had carefully preserved it. Then we found Vera. She was sitting with her back against a large boulder about 50 yards upstream, and for a moment my heart leaped because she appeared to be alive. She was upright, her eyes were open, and she seemed to be looking right at us. But as we got closer, I realized something was horribly wrong with the scene. Vera wasn't moving. At all. Not breathing, not blinking. Just sitting there with her eyes fixed on something in the distance. Her skin had the waxy gray pallor that comes with extended exposure, and her clothes were soaked through despite being positioned under an overhang that should have provided shelter. "Jesus Christ," Dale whispered. We approached carefully, weapons drawn, scanning the surrounding forest for any sign of movement. When we were close enough to touch her, I realized what we were looking at. Vera Blackwood had been dead for days, but someone had positioned her body to look like she was simply resting, had propped her up and arranged her limbs to create the illusion of life from a distance. Her research notebook was open in her lap, turned to a page covered with her handwriting. I read the final entry over Dale's shoulder. Day 6. He's not going to let me leave. Says I'm part of an experiment now. Says rangers will come looking and he wants to see how they react under pressure. My satellite phone stopped working 3 days ago. He's using some kind of signal jammer. If someone finds this, don't trust your equipment. Don't trust the voices. He's been military, knows these forests like a local. Been hunting people here for years. Uses their voices. Learns their patterns. Get out while you can. The entry ended mid-sentence, the pen trailing off into an illegible scrawl. Dale was examining Vera's body when he made a discovery that made my blood run cold. "Garrett," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "She's still warm." That was impossible. The condition of her skin, the fixed stare, the complete lack of movement, everything indicated she'd been dead for at least 48 hours. But when I touched her arm, he was right. Her body temperature felt normal, as if she'd died within the last few hours. That's when we heard the first scream. It came from downstream, maybe a quarter-mile away. A man's voice, raw with terror and pain, echoing off the canyon walls. The scream went on for nearly 30 seconds before cutting off abruptly. "That's not possible," Dale said. "We're the only search team in this area." But even as he spoke, we heard another voice calling out from the same direction. "Rangers, over here, I found something." The voice was familiar. It sounded like mine. Dale and I stared at each other for a long moment, the implications sinking in. Whoever was hunting in these forests had been watching us, listening to us, learning our voices well enough to replicate them. "We need to get out of here," I said. "Now." But as we turned to leave, we discovered our path blocked by a series of fallen trees that definitely hadn't been there when we arrived. The logs were positioned too precisely to have fallen naturally, creating a barrier that would force us to take a much longer route back to the main trail. Our equipment chose that moment to fail completely. My flashlight died despite fresh batteries. Dale's radio emitted nothing but white noise when he tried to call for backup. Even our emergency whistle, a simple mechanical device that should have been immune to interference, produced only a weak, muffled sound that wouldn't carry more than a few dozen yards. The sun was setting, and the fog was rolling in. "This way," Dale said, pointing toward what looked like a game trail leading up the canyon wall. "If we can get to higher ground, maybe we can get a signal." But as we started climbing, we realized we were being herded. Every time we tried to deviate from the narrow trail, we encountered obstacles, tangles of Devil's Club, unstable scree slopes, or simply impassable terrain. The path led in only one direction, deeper into the forest, farther from any chance of rescue. The voices started again as full darkness fell. First it was Vera calling for help, her voice echoing from multiple directions simultaneously. Then it was Dale's voice, calling my name from behind us on the trail. When I turned to look, Dale was right beside me, his face pale with the same fear I was feeling. "That wasn't me," he whispered. The fake voices became more sophisticated as the night progressed. We heard our dispatcher calling our names, our supervisor asking for a status report, even what sounded like my wife asking why I wasn't answering my cell phone. Each voice was perfect, indistinguishable from the real thing, but always coming from just outside our range of vision. By midnight, we were completely lost. The trail had vanished sometime after we'd climbed out of the creek bed, leaving us stumbling through old-growth forest with no landmarks and no sense of direction. My compass needle spun wildly, pointing to a different direction every time I looked at it. The GPS unit remained dead, and our radios produced only static punctuated by occasional fragments of conversation that might have been real, or might have been more psychological warfare. That's when we found the other campsite. It was hidden in a grove of massive cedar trees, invisible until we were almost on top of it. A military-style camp with a large tarp stretched between trees, several storage containers, and what looked like electronic equipment powered by car batteries. "He's been living out here," Dale said, examining the setup. "This isn't temporary. This is a base of operations." The equipment included signal jammers, radio scanners, and what appeared to be voice recording and playback devices. There were notebooks filled with observations about park ranger patrol patterns, visitor schedules, and detailed maps of the area marked with what looked like hunting routes. But it was the photographs that made me understand the true scope of what we were facing. There were dozens of them, pinned to a makeshift board between two trees. Pictures of hikers, campers, and park employees taken with a telephoto lens from concealment. Many of the photos showed people who looked lost or confused, and several were marked with red X's. Vera's picture was there, along with what looked like documentation of her daily routine during the week before she disappeared. Our pictures were there too, photos of Dale and me taken during our patrol rounds over the past several months, including some that must have been taken from positions that should have been impossible to access undetected. "He's been planning this for a long time," I said. That's when we heard the sound that still wakes me up at 3 a.m. A low whistle, barely audible, coming from the darkness just outside the circle of our flashlight beams. Not a human whistle or a bird call. Something else entirely. A sound like air being forced through wet pipes, rising and falling in a rhythm that seemed almost musical. The whistling circled us, moving through the trees with impossible stealth. We spun in place, trying to track the source, but it stayed just beyond our vision, always moving, always getting closer. Then came the voice. My voice, speaking from somewhere in the darkness. Dale, something's wrong with Garrett. He's not acting right. I think we should split up. Dale turned to look at me, confusion and fear warring in his expression. I opened my mouth to deny saying anything, but another voice cut me off. Dale's voice, coming from the opposite direction. Garrett's right. We need to separate. He's compromising the mission. That's not me, we both said simultaneously, but our words were lost in the echo of our own voices speaking words we'd never said. The psychological warfare continued for hours. Our voices argued with each other in the darkness, discussing plans we'd never made, revealing fears and doubts in words we'd never spoken. The conversations were sophisticated enough that they might have been real, might have been things we would have said under extreme stress. By dawn, we were barely speaking to each other, unsure what was real and what was manipulation. That's when he finally showed himself. We were sitting back to back in a small clearing, exhausted and paranoid, when a man stepped out of the forest about 20 yards away. He was tall, maybe mid-40s, with the kind of lean build that comes from years of outdoor living. His clothes were military surplus, perfectly suited for the environment, and he moved with the controlled precision of someone who'd had extensive training. "Good morning, Rangers," he said, his voice calm and conversational. "You've done better than most. Doctor, Blackwood only lasted 2 days before she started talking to herself." Dale tried to draw his weapon, but discovered it was no longer in his holster. Mine was gone too, though I had no memory of losing it. "You won't need those," the man continued. "This isn't about killing you. This is about understanding human behavior under extreme stress. You're part of a long-term study." "You're insane," I said. He smiled. "I'm a researcher, just like Dr. Blackwood was. I study predator-prey relationships, specifically how humans react when they realize they're no longer at the top of the food chain. The military was very interested in my work before I went independent." He gestured to the forest around us. "This is a perfect laboratory, isolated, controlled, with subjects who have relevant training and experience. I've been conducting experiments here for 3 years. The missing hikers," Dale said. "How many people have you killed?" "Killed?" The man looked genuinely offended. "I'm not a murderer, Ranger Morrison. I'm a scientist. Most of my subjects survive the experience. They leave the forest changed, certainly, but alive. Dr. Blackwood was an exception. She had a weak heart. The stress was too much for her." He pulled out what looked like a modified tablet device. "I've been recording everything. Your equipment failures, your decision-making process, your psychological deterioration. The data will be invaluable for developing new survival training protocols." "Let us go," I said. "We'll forget this happened. We'll report that Vera died of exposure." "But you won't forget," he said. "That's the point. The trauma becomes part of who you are. It changes how you see the world, how you react to perceived threats. You'll never feel completely safe in a forest again, will you, Ranger Holbrook?" He was right, and somehow he knew I knew he was right. "The beauty of this location," he continued, "is that people expect equipment to fail in remote areas. They expect to get lost, to experience psychological stress. What they don't expect is for someone to be orchestrating that stress, studying their reactions, documenting their breaking points." He showed us the tablet screen, which displayed what looked like biometric data, heart rates, stress indicators, movement patterns. "You've both been wearing monitoring devices since yesterday morning," he said. "Microscopic transmitters in your water bottles. I've been tracking everything. Your physical condition, your emotional state, even your sleep patterns during the brief periods when you managed to rest." I felt sick, violated in a way that went beyond physical assault. "Why?" Dale asked. "Because someone has to understand how people really behave when everything they depend on stops working," the man said. "Your training, your equipment, your procedures, they're all designed for normal circumstances. But what happens when nothing works the way it's supposed to? How do you make decisions when you can't trust your own senses?" He gestured toward the forest. "There's a trail about half a mile south of here that will take you back to the main road. Your vehicles are still there, and your radios will work once you're out of my interference range. You can report that Dr. Blackwood died of exposure and that you found her body in the creek bed. No one will question your story." "And if we tell the truth?" I asked. He smiled again, but this time there was something cold in his expression. "Who would believe you? Two experienced rangers claiming they were hunted by a man who can mimic voices and disable electronic equipment? You'd be relieved of duty pending psychological evaluation. Your careers would be over." He was right again, and we all knew it. "Besides," he continued, "I have extensive documentation of your time here. Video footage, audio recordings, biometric data. If you try to expose me, I'll simply release evidence showing that you both suffered complete psychological breakdowns in the field. Two rangers who became so disoriented and paranoid that they started hallucinating threats." The worst part was that I wasn't sure he was wrong. After 36 hours of psychological manipulation, I wasn't completely certain what had been real and what had been engineered. He handed us each a small device that looked like a GPS unit. "These will guide you to the trail. Once you reach your vehicles, destroy them. Consider them a souvenir of your experience." As we turned to leave, he called out one final time, "Oh, and Rangers, Dr. Blackwood's real research was quite interesting. She was studying how mycorrhizal networks allow trees to communicate with each other across vast distances. Did you know that some networks can cover thousands of acres? Information travels through those networks faster than electronic signals." The implication was clear. He'd been using the forest itself as part of his surveillance network, tapping into natural communication systems that we didn't even know existed. The trail back to our vehicles was exactly where he said it would be. Our radio started working when we were about a mile from the road, crackling to life with calls from dispatch asking for our status. We reported that Dr. Blackwood had died of exposure and that we'd recovered her body, which was technically true. The official investigation concluded that Vera Blackwood had become disoriented in the fog, fallen into the creek, and died of hypothermia. Her body showed signs of prolonged exposure, but no evidence of foul play. The case was closed within a week. Dale and I never talked about what really happened. We couldn't, not without sounding insane. Dale transferred to a ranger station in Nevada 6 months later. I lasted another year before I couldn't take it anymore. The nightmares started almost immediately. Not dreams about violence or death, but dreams about being watched, about hearing my own voice saying things I'd never said, about equipment failing at critical moments. I developed what my doctor called hypervigilance, an inability to feel safe in any environment where I couldn't see for long distances. I moved to Arizona because the desert is the opposite of the Olympic forest. Open spaces, clear sight lines, minimal places for someone to hide. The silence here is honest silence, not the oppressive quiet that comes when predators are hunting. But I still wake up at 3 a.m. hearing those sounds. My wife thinks I should go back to work in law enforcement, says my experience would be valuable for training other officers. She doesn't understand that the experience wasn't valuable. It was contamination. It changed something fundamental about how I see the world. I know there are others like him out there, people who use wilderness areas as hunting grounds, who study human behavior under extreme stress, who understand that the most effective predators are the ones who can manipulate their prey's own psychology against them. The worst part is that he was right about everything. I never feel completely safe in a forest anymore. I can't trust my own perceptions when I'm in an environment where visibility is limited. Technology that I used to depend on without question now seems fragile and unreliable. And sometimes, when I'm alone in the house and my wife is at work, I hear voices calling my name from outside. They sound exactly like people I know, my wife, my former colleagues, old friends. The voices are always coming from just beyond my line of sight, always asking me to come outside, to investigate something, to help with something. I never go, because I learned something in that forest that they don't teach in any training manual. The most dangerous predators are the ones who understand that humans are social animals. We're programmed to respond to calls for help, to investigate familiar voices, to trust our equipment and our training. Those instincts, the very things that make us human, can be turned against us by someone who understands how they work. Doctor, Vera Blackwood was a scientist studying how trees communicate across vast networks. She died because she didn't realize she was being studied by someone who had learned to communicate across those same networks, someone who could use the forest itself as a weapon. I'm telling this story now because I think people need to know that wilderness isn't empty. It's not just animals and weather and natural hazards that can kill you out there. Sometimes the greatest danger is another human being who has decided that you're not a person anymore. You're just data in an experiment you never agreed to participate in. If you're planning to spend time in remote areas, remember this. If your equipment starts failing in patterns that don't make sense, if you hear voices that seem too convenient or too perfectly timed, if you find evidence that someone has been watching you or manipulating your environment, trust your instincts and get out immediately. Don't worry about looking foolish or abandoning someone who might need help. The kind of person who would use the wilderness as a hunting ground is exactly the kind of person who would use your compassion and training against you. And if you work in law enforcement or search and rescue, remember that not every missing person case is what it appears to be. Sometimes the person you're looking for isn't lost, they're bait. Sometimes the distress calls you're responding to aren't cries for help, they're lures. The Olympic National Park is still open. People still hike there, camp there, conduct research there. The official records show no pattern of unusual disappearances or equipment failures. Dr. Vera Blackwood's death is listed as an accidental drowning. But I know there's someone still out there, still conducting his experiments, still studying how people react when everything they depend on stops working. He might be an Olympic, or he might have moved on to another park, another wilderness area, another perfect laboratory. He's patient, methodical, and extremely good at what he does. He's had military training, extensive knowledge of electronics and psychology, and years of experience manipulating people in high-stress situations. And he's probably reading this right now, studying my words, analyzing my psychological state, adding my testimony to his research data, because that's what he does. He studies predators and prey, and he's very good at determining which category any given person falls into. I moved 1,000 miles away from that forest, but I don't think distance matters to someone like him. I think he can reach anywhere, use any environment as a hunting ground, turn any piece of technology into a weapon. The voices I hear at 3 a.m. might be nightmares, or they might be something else entirely. Either way, I never go outside to investigate, and neither should you.